Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Let's give a round of applause for you even being here early in the morning. We're so proud of you. Woo! Put some energy in it. Yes, thank you so much. We had a beautiful day yesterday. We had amazing panels covering security, how to secure your assets, and how to build that infrastructure. Covering investors, what these investors are looking for, and what they really talked about was leadership. So if you're a creator, make sure you pay attention to that. We had panels on the Metaverse, what it is, how to envision it, how to bring your own custom-built houses to it, and maybe even design those houses, how to really become a creator and a builder in this burgeoning new Web3 space. We had idealists, we had dreamers, but we also had the executioners who are going to bring these ideas to fruition. So if you are a builder, if you are a creator, if you're someone who's looking to advance your ideas in Web3, make sure you're paying attention, because not only is Dcentral about coming and educating yourselves and also being entertained, but it's also about really creating relationships and developing relationships. So understand that outside at these exhibition booths, you can talk to people. We're not in the pandemic anymore, we IRL. So make sure you take the time, have conversations, and build relationships, because beyond just educating yourself, that's what Dcentral is all about. But let me take a moment and introduce myself, because I haven't done that properly yet. My name is Bianca Starr, and I'm positioning myself to be the premier entertainer for NFT education through news, events, and onboarding. And I'm the founder of a company called NFT Time, which is a platform that provides just that through consulting, strategy, and content creation. Thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited to be able to introduce the next people, the ones who actually came up with this idea, the ones who said, instead of just sitting at home, instead of just being someone who takes advantage of these DeFi, DAO, NFT, crypto-related concepts, we're going to bring this education to the people. So without further ado, let me introduce the co-founders of Dcentral, Esther Ng, Michael Huynh, and Justin Wu. Put your hands together. Woo!
Welcome to Dcentral Austin, GM to DGens, cowboys, cowgirls, everyone who's joining us today. We have a great lineup for day 2. And yeah, I'm Esther.
I'm Justin Wu.
And I'm Michael Huynh, the DGen boy.
Awesome. So today we got a jam-packed schedule. Things are going to be ramping up today. We also got a lot more people flying in late at night, so we're going to see a lot more new faces. Probably about like 400 or 500 more new people coming in today as well too throughout the exhibition. We got a lot of new speakers lined up. Some notable speakers, we got Baron Davis having a fireside chat here, NBA All-Star around like 11 or 12. Check the schedule. And then we also have Charles Hoskinson from Cardano. We also have Method Man and Capadon as well, closing out here as well, and leading up to our after party at Clive Bar that will kick off at 6, probably like 10 minutes in downtown as well. You know, and if you haven't checked out the whole facility again, this is the Dell Hall, the main stage. We also have the alpha stage, where there's a ton of alpha down there, a lot of degens, a lot of secret talks down there at the Rollins. So you just go down the stairs, you take a look at there. Then upstairs, we have all the booths on the mezzanine, from DeFi, NFTs, across different protocols as well. And that's what we're up to here at Dcentral, how we really differentiate ourselves. We're building a multi-chain, cross-chain community, and that's what we did both in Miami and here in Austin, where we're bringing people from Polkadot, Polygon, Cosmos ecosystem, layer 1, layer 2s, all to learn from each other, work with each other, and collaborate. You know, that's what it's all about. It's not like a single maxi event. We're all in it together to build and also hodl, I guess in this case, and other things too. If you haven't picked up one of these JPEG Rich Crypto Poor t-shirts. We have that for all of you. Just go downstairs in the Rollins hall, and you can go pick up a t-shirt, a little tote bag. We've got some ramen for you as well too, so you're getting the ramen life as well in the bear market. And then obviously there's a lot of swag going around from Surtech giving out some helicopters, Secret Network giving out some t-shirts, DeFi Kingdoms giving out some bags, Divine Anarchy giving out posters as well. So there's a ton of swag to go around from there.
I'm just going to quickly... hello. I'm just going to quickly give a shout out to Binance Live. For anyone who missed our talks during the day for day one, we have it on our YouTube channel. It's YouTube Dcentral.
Yep, and also Twitter as well too.
Yeah, and then also on Binance Live, I think last night we had almost 20,000 people watching. So it's all there, and it's on today as well. Our main stage will be on Binance Live, and that's available on the Binance app.
And if you missed some of the talks, no worries. Networking is always important. We have all the talks pre-recorded, and we'll cut it up, rebroadcast it as well, and categorize from DeFi, NFTs, DAOs, and more too. So we're excited for that. And later on today, you'll see a little bit of preview too. We're also happy to announce the Decentral Miami, which is our flagship event that we always host during Art Basel. That's going to be on November 28th and 29th. You'll see a little bit of preview of that later in the intermission and throughout the day as well. But the landing page, the signups and details for that will be coming shortly. It is, if you didn't go last year, it is 3 to 4 times the production of this event. We had over 5,000 people come through. This year we're expecting 8,000 to 10,000. So we hope to see you there. We'll bring all our friends and DGens over to Miami to close things out for the year as well too.
Yeah, and with all of our events as well, we'd like to keep it very open, very entertaining. So the vibe here is a lot different than other conferences, I hope. For us, JPEG Rich, Crypto Poor, being able to also have all of our live streams up, just in case if no one's able to, if they're not able to come. So once again, all of our talks are always placed onto our YouTube because of the fact that we want information to be free, even if you're not able to come here. Watching it on Binance Live, shout out to you guys as well, to being able to spread this information as well. So yeah, I think for everyone here, once again, thank you guys for coming, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. There's going to be some crazy talks. And also, if you haven't tried yet, there's a bull outside with 1 ETH as reward. So if you're JPEG Rich, Crypto Poor, you can get a little more crypto to get more JPEG Rich.
Get some more liquidity, or exit liquidity.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Bye.
I absolutely love it because the ethos of Decentral is truly WAGMI. We're all gonna make it, whether you're in Miami or whether you're in Austin. I am a Miami girl, so I do have a little bias. I love that Miami conference. And it's just, I love the colors. I had a dress for Texas, but when I dress for Miami, just know that color's poppin'. So we love Dcentral. We love our keynote hosts. Thank you to Laguna and thank you to Secret Network. Laguna, protecting your assets against inflation. Secret Network, putting privacy at the forefront of your interactions on the blockchain. So without further ado, in order to bring together this ecosystem that is currently being created across multiple chains, because Solana offers stuff that's different from Ethereum, right? It's not just having to combat each other. There is a potential, an exciting potential, that there is going to be interoperability. The ability to go in between, through, to bridge to other worlds that are being created. And the exciting part is that makes the ability for each individual blockchain to really drill down on what they're looking to do and looking to offer. Because at the end of the day, we're all looking to create a better world, and maybe this interoperability will do just that. So without further ado, let me introduce the moderator for our panel, Nathan Smale.
So Bianca stole most of my introduction, so that's good. I'm Nathan Smale, Director of Emphasis. We're an investment and advisory firm focused on the play-to-earn ecosystem in emerging economies. But today I'm here to talk to you about interoperability, connecting the chains. The current ecosystem we have is made up of a whole range of layer 1 and layer 2 blockchains. And each one of them is really fighting to gain traction in the market. And I see that directly in play-to-earn gaming, but also in DeFi, we're seeing new projects and new protocols pop up constantly. This competition leads to a great deal of innovation, but also can cause a lot of headaches, from developers looking to pick the right chain so that they can access liquidity and a user base, to users having to have a whole host of wallets. That's the solution to that is interoperability, which is the ability to exchange and utilize information and assets between two systems. Sounds easy, right? As it turns out, it's not. It can be quite a pain. Our panelists who we've got today are all working on projects to really make that easier for everyone in the ecosystem. So if I'll invite our panelists on stage. Thanks, guys. We'll start with some quick introductions. So if you could introduce yourself, your company. Really keen to hear how your project plays a role in that interoperability that we just talked about. So, Karel, over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Karel, Composable CTO. My background is in systems engineering. I'm a Rust maximalist, contributor to Substrate, Near, and some other projects. At Composable, we're really trying to build the future of cross-chain infrastructure with longevity in mind. Right now, we see a lot of ad hoc solutions in the bridging ecosystems that do work really well and do provide the products that people are looking for, but we're not yet seeing a system that properly abstracts over all ecosystems and that provides both the security guarantees as well as the UX that we're really looking for. I'm thinking that the next bull market, next cycle, we're actually going to see this become a reality and also start seeing people stop us being associated with a specific ecosystem. And instead, all of a sudden, apps being abstracted over multiple ones, where you no longer know where the backing chain really is.
I like that. My name is Dakota Barnett. I'm the NFT throwing up a rainbow behind me. Nice to meet you all. I'm the founder of Invarch. Invarch is, I'd say it's kind of a new kind of blockchain focused around intellectual property, funding, but more importantly, cross-chain authentication of assets. So we're kind of all familiar with an NFT and this immutable record of ownership, that CID. But what we are realizing is the actual ability to have plagiarism resistant, if not proof, assets as well. They're pegged to those CIDs. So really exciting there. Our big role in interoperability, though, is really kind of tapping into and hacking around a lot of the infrastructure and systems that are in place or that are being built by other teams in order to realize this vision and kind of showcase a extremely powerful byproduct of interoperability to make the future of Web3 something that's a lot more powerful and significant than it is today by introducing a new class of assets that hopefully will allow us to unlock a new world of possibilities for everyone.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you to the organizers. My name is Liam. I help out with business development at Evmos, helping to build the Evmos ecosystem. Now, you might be asking, what is Evmos? In its simplest form, we are bringing EVM or Ethereum compatibility to the Cosmos ecosystem. Now, really what we're trying to do is go much further beyond that. It feels like there's a new EVM environment popping up every week or so, and they're all really focused on one thing and one thing only, which is scalability. And scalability is certainly something that's important and certainly something that we do want to spend time on. But we also wanted to introduce this idea of interoperability and how can we enable not just multi-chain applications, but also cross-chain applications so that you can write all of your contracts in Solidity to deploy them to Evmos, but then still be able to interact with any other EVM or Cosmos environment. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Sergey from Axelar. So what we're doing is building and delivering infrastructure to really create this interoperable cross-chain Web3, right? So we're building infrastructure, we're building networks, we're building, routing, translation protocols, kind of transport layers, and yeah, so happy to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Awesome. Now, obviously, you guys are all very close to the issue of interoperability, but for the audience who might be less aware, it sounds great. Why wouldn't we just have interoperability today? But what are some of the barriers that we're facing? Is it purely technical? Are they human? What are some of the barriers that we're working through? And Kyle, what's up with you?
So I think we're facing barriers both on the UX side as well as on the technical side. There are some unanswered questions in the multi-chain thesis around the security of light client-based bridges. What happens when you have a 51% attack, a chain reorganization? We haven't really seen those in practice yet that often, but still those do offer a threat to all bridges out there. That's why I'm really bullish on Tendermint, Beefy, Babe, basically chains that provide deterministic finality because they basically solve that problem. Routing for ETH 2.0 because that's what we really need to do proper bridging within the Ethereum ecosystem. The next problem is UX, where in the previous cycle we saw that it was basically impossible to leave an ecosystem. Now we're seeing that you can definitely bridge out your own funds and start playing around in different ecosystems. But if I may use Web2 analogies, instead of Slack making a lot of API requests for you and integrating new products, basically currently your products ask you to do those API calls yourself, then go back to your main product, register that you've done so, and you're doing all of these steps by yourself. Well, what I'd really like to see is the capability for smart contracts to dial into other chains, do DeFi interactions there, while giving the user the one interface, right? They're doing xyz.farm, and they don't necessarily realize that it's actually backed by 20 different chains all trustlessly. And part of that is possible right now, part of that isn't yet, and I think that's kind of where the ecosystem should move to. Perhaps a couple more years, and then we're there.
So I agree. It's definitely a back-end and front-end issue. On the back end, see, one thing that is a huge issue, and it always comes down to security, because there's a lot of other things that you can kind of hack around, but security is what you cannot hack around. People have tried to institute bridges in, I would say, ignorance of this, and it's only cost people like hundreds of millions of dollars, so no big deal. There needs to be a level of seriousness that's taken with this, and a lot of respect for the individuals up here because they take that very seriously when architecting these designs to do them correctly. But yeah, security is definitely a huge thing. ETH 2 is needed because the ecosystem there, the developer ecosystem, is absolutely massive, and that's not going to go away. You'll see other ecosystems grow, and you'll see the developer base grow, but Ethereum, whether you see ETH 2 as a golden savior or you see it as your grandfather, it's there and it's staying. And so are the other developers. However, with that, because now there's all these applications and dApps that are all built on top of it, and they can do amazing things, but they're not connected securely, soundly with other ecosystems, then it's this siloed chain. And it's almost kind of redundant against the greater Web3 vision, at least against interoperability. 100% goes against that greater mission. But coming back to like the front end side, like he was saying, be able to have these transactions to be able to bridge assets in one clean, like flush motion is extremely important, because I have myself, like I've gotten regular individuals who they've known nothing about even Bitcoin, but I want to get them into DeFi because the yields, inflation's bad. Let's try and get them to get into this mix. But when I do so, and I'm showing them how to move assets around different chains and how to bridge assets, they hate it. They're, why would I do this? And I'm trying to tell them it's because you make money, but they're already disinterested, and it's because of the UX that they experience, and because of that UI that they experience. So that needs to be bridged, but first and foremost, you need to have systems in the back end that allow for these smooth transactions. So I know, for example, at Composable, with their Beefy, Centauri, working on that. I want to, I guess, kind of shout out Polkadex, project in the Polkadot ecosystem. They have their Thea Bridge, which allows individuals to experience that in one transaction, to bridge and swap in one transaction, which I think is important. But ultimately, yeah, just security, the systems, the way that we design these things is really crucial. And I also think having a good sense of community between the builders is also extremely important to make sure that there is this this unified mission in achieving true secure interoperability, one where you can't sacrifice security. Yeah.
That's actually an interesting point to throw to you, Liam, with the communities and how they work together. I mean, you guys are working pretty hard to get Cosmos and ETH just humming and interoperating. How do you go from a community perspective to bring them together and get people on both sides cooperating?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because we're trying to cater to both the Cosmos community as well as the Ethereum community, kind of as a port of entry of sorts between these communities. We are not a bridge, right? We leverage bridges like Axelar or Composable to bridge those assets over, but then to interact with the greater Cosmos ecosystem or the greater EVM ecosystem, you can leverage Evmos. But it's hard because like even just something as simple as wallets. If you're an Ethereum user, you're very familiar with using MetaMask. But then if you're a Cosmos user, you're very familiar with using Kepler. And so, you know, when we launched, unfortunately, we launched with support originally only just for MetaMask, with, you know, Kepler wallet to come soon after. But then the Cosmos community was really mad and frustrated because they weren't able to use the wallet user experience that they were familiar with. And just the build out that was required to support Kepler wallet meant that we had to actually change the key type that is supported in Kepler, since we use Ethereum keys, for instance. Or other concepts like explorers, right? We take explorers for granted, being able to just look up your transaction. But it's something that is really complicated for Evmos because we have both Cosmos and Ethereum transactions. And so none of the Cosmos explorers are able to support both. None of the Ethereum explorers are able to support both. And so right now we have two different explorers depending on which type of transaction you're trying to look up. Right? And so we're investing a lot of time and money, quite frankly, just to build out this infrastructure, to go to the wallet teams and build out these pieces of functionality just because they're not able to support it themselves. And it's hard. And I don't think, it's something that I think we underestimated in the earlier days, and it's something that we are spending, I'd say, most of our resources on trying to make sure that both communities are able to use the tools and services that they are used to from those respective communities.
Awesome. Thanks for that. And Sergey, what are you seeing in terms of some of the current barriers to interoperability?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think just to step back, I mean, I think it's good that we're talking about interoperability, but it almost came as a necessity, right? I think, you know, if you look at evolution of other, you know, networks, including like the internet and traditional systems, it's always like infrastructure is laid down first, and then you have applications that come 5-10 years later. I think kind of to step back, I think interoperability came in as a necessity over the last like year in particular, where all these ecosystems being built, right? We've seen interesting activity, we've seen interesting traction, and then people are like, oh, we need interoperability, let's hook up something, you know, ad hoc, centralized, you know, put some crappy technology in the middle, lose 300 million here, 600 million there, right? It's like, you know, what's the big deal? But so that's the problem, right? Where infrastructure is just catching up. But I think the exciting part are all the use cases. And so I do think the challenge over the next, you know, still year to come or a year to two is like laying down the foundational infrastructure that can really stand there for decades, right? Not for years, not for months. Be robust, you know, be secure, as you know everyone said. I think security is critical in these pieces of infrastructure. But even what we're doing now, it's, you know, it's very, very early, right? And once you have that, you know, user experiences and everything else, you know, something we're going to have to work very hard on, including things like making, you know, wallets cross-chain enabled, right? You know, having a users flip between the wallets and flipping their transactions and, you know, trying to figure out what's the difference between the wallet types, address types, like that's not going to get you to, you know, 1 billion users on the retail side. So those experiences have to be abstracted, but, you know, we still have a little bit of work on the kind of ground infrastructure layer until that can really click.
Awesome. I think we can all agree that we'd like to stop seeing $300 million exploits. But kind of touching on, you know, you've nearly all mentioned security as one of the big issues. There's a little bit of, I guess, competition on the panel, but you guys are all seem like you all know each other and collaborate. For the general public's knowledge, like, what is the industry doing to harmonize and standardize around some of these things, or is it each project trying to come up with the perfect secure solution? What are you guys seeing from an industry?
First of all, I don't necessarily think that we are competitors, because I think within the cross-chain thesis, either cross-chain wins and we get a lot of very successful chains bridged together, or we lose to ZK rollups and we have one layer that's super scalable. If you've got bridges, it's not good for you to be bridged to chains that aren't doing well. So I'd love for everyone here to do really well. Standardization-wise, I think that within Cosmos, we're seeing a lot of great work there. IBC is like probably the nicest standard for the low-level bridging. What worries me a lot is that a lot of work has been done so far on bridging already with ad hoc solutions that basically combine a lot of different layers into one solution. So you don't necessarily have the one secure bridge capable of transporting data across chains and then a monetary transfer protocol with disputing built on top of that. No, bridges are very monolithic applications where if their lower level security is cracked, funds get lost, you're not necessarily able to securely message pass on top of them. So for me at least, the Tendermint guys did and the IBC guys did is taking a step back, realizing what is the separation of concerns and building out on top of that. And now I feel like overall projects are doing the same. They're taking that step back again, they've seen the initial traction, and now we're going back to remodel bridges, remodel infrastructure.
So I still kind of step on the same note is, I like to think it's not competition. Me specifically, well, Invarch specifically, not a competition, more so very closely watching the development of these teams, because with their success comes our success. So just bring it back to cross-chain authentication, that real quick. So, because what we're achieving there is tapping into these bridges, and we're not necessarily always, which is good, we're not necessarily looking to always move the actual tokens or actual value. Sometimes we're just looking to send messages to transfer information in itself, because there's a lot of powerful applications, use cases that get realized as a result. So it's extremely important for, I would say, everyone to, like I was saying, well, let me bring it back actually. So like I was saying, the communication of everything, that is very key. That is huge. It's good to work together, but it's also good to make sure that individuals, again, like I said earlier, are working together with some common purpose, and you can't sacrifice security because of those exploits. But yet with the success of other projects comes the success of greater possibilities. I would say that even with, if there was ZK1, you lose. That's a shame if that happens, because you lose out on so many possibilities, because now we are contributing to, scalable or not, this one siloed environment, when the reality is that there will always be other environments. I think that's come to be a truth, is that there will always be other ecosystems, whether or not as a community we agree with it. It doesn't matter. They're going to exist, and applications are going to be built, and you can't stop that. But what you can do is build for a future where you expect that, and build for a future where you're building to connect these things securely and soundly, so that the application layer, you can build exciting apps that kind of look at all these different protocols like little Lego pieces. And you're able to take components, and I'm able to utilize different aspects that it's only possible here, and this is possible over here. But if I can combine these different mechanisms together at the application layer, if I can tap into them all, well, then you create extraordinarily powerful applications. This will be extremely easy in the Polkadot ecosystem, but again, that's one ecosystem. There's Cosmos. It's going nowhere. Polkadot's going nowhere. Cosmos is going nowhere. Ethereum's going nowhere. So it's definitely important to make sure that we're building towards this future with all of them in mind.
Just to tie back into what you said about going to monolithic rollups, we lose the distributed and decentralized nature. We have blockchain against censorship, against large state organizations trying to control finance. Rollups, scalable, but we do give up that sense of security. And I think multi-chain is actually the continuation of being censorship resistant.
I think even composability, right? In rollups and ZKs becomes harder across them, right? So, interoperability there is still going to be needed, just on a different layer potentially. But I think, yeah, to what, everyone is saying, I think like we're still so like early in the ecosystem that we're seeing these chains. We're probably going to see a lot more. We're going to see a lot more ecosystems, and I do think standardization and kind of layering of different mechanics that are behind the scenes happening behind the interoperability solutions is needed, right? We actually recently wrote a blog where we try to kind of decouple 4 layers that are needed to kind of think about interoperability, everything from a base layer to kind of transport layer, authentication layer, and then message semantics, right? I do think that as people that are working in the field, we should quickly try to agree at least on things like message semantics, because that means the applications can continue being built with different technologies underneath it and be able to kind of swap and plug and play, right? As more solutions are available or better, technologies is rolled out. So I do think kind of the message semantics layer is going to standardize over the next kind of year. That would enable the applications to continue building with various approaches back in them underneath.
And sorry, just to jump in, is anyone actually working on that message standardization, and how collectively are they bringing everyone in the ecosystem into contributing?
So I know there are some groups that are starting to do this. We actually kicking off, an effort to standardize some cross-chain protocols for kind of EVM compatibility. So, I'll actually be, inviting people to join some of these community calls. We're putting a short standard sometime this or next week, and then, we want to invite all the community members to kind of give feedback and, help us, along those lines. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's early, right? Like, I think we're just at the point where, you can do things like sending messages right across chains. A year ago, like nobody really talked about that. So, I think this would be kind of the theme probably over the next year.
One danger you have, or not necessarily danger, is we have a lot of people developing standards right now. So it's going to be another competing standard. Probably going to see a boom of standards first, and then the cut down again to see which one actually works out the best and survives. And then shamefully, sometimes it's not the best one that survives, but simply the one that got the most traction early on. So I'm rooting for us to actually get the best one out there ASAP and develop this nicely.
And I think this actually ties in nicely to just the kind of debate of like EVM versus like Rust environments, because the EVM environment has become a standard of sorts. Rust is, forever increasing, and a lot more ecosystems are adopting it, but there's still a big steep learning curve. Just one, learning the development of building in Rust environments like CosmWasm or Substrate, or just building the tools to support it. One thing that's really nice about, bringing the EVM compatibility with Evmos is just we get to tap into all the Oracle providers, that applications are used to, like Chainlink right off the bat, or indexers like the Graph and Covalent, or multisigs like Gnosis-Safe, right? Like, people complain about the multisigs in the Cosmos ecosystem all the time, just because like you pretty much entirely have to use the CLI command line for it. There's no good UIs for it. Just the functionality of it is really poor, but we're able to introduce that. We're able to introduce Gnosis-Safe with Evmos. And I think by bringing those tools and those familiarity to an ecosystem really just helps kickstart it. And we've seen that with like the Avalanche ecosystem in their C chain. Almost all of their activity is on C chain. With Polkadot and their Moonbeam or Aurora and Near, the EVM compatibility, might not necessarily be the best technology solution, but it has kind of risen so far as a standard of sorts.
I would, however, be really sad if in 10 years' time the future of finance is built on top of a language that got ripped from JavaScript, the EVM that got built in a fairly short amount of time.
So I think it's, I just want to add, it's kind of to agree with that. EVM is now, but according to the man who created Solidity, it's not the future.
Time will tell.
So we can't quite all agree on everything just yet. We've got a little bit of ways to go.
It's a lot easier. Don't get me wrong. It's so much easier right now. If someone wanted to get into blockchain and they're like, look, I've made like maybe some simple backend apps, or I've made a website or something, like I want to get into the space. Yeah, okay, granted, Rust, a bit more of a learning curve, and the documentation is not as friendly right now. But still early with things. So I mean, Solidity day one probably wasn't the greatest, but you give it time, you give it resources and community support, and things build up. So I do think that, well, I know for a fact we're going to be seeing more and more of that with Rust, with Substrate, with CosmWasm. Should have called that Wasmos. But My bad. Always. But you'll see this greater adoption and these tools. And to one point, there will be, I think, the standardization, but in the same way that you're able to, different languages are specific for, some languages are better at different things compared to others, and sometimes those things are really niche, but nonetheless they exist, and you see some languages take superiority. So like, I don't think Solidity will ever go away. No. But I do think that Rust has the clear potential to provide a more secure foundation for future applications and blockchains.
And maybe just one quick addition also is that, we are not by any means like Solidity maxis. And because like with this cross-chain future, we really believe that you should be able to build your EVM application on Evmos, but have it interact with COSM WASM contracts, right? And so this is something that we're spending these resources on so that you can have that optionality and flexibility if you want to continue to use that EVM environment.
Now, I will just jump in. We've only got a couple of minutes left. Things have come a long way in the last kind of year or so. Quite a lot of the chains have really started to get some traction. We're seeing good inroads to interoperability. But we'll go through, with the last couple of minutes remaining, what do you see as the goal for interoperability in our space in 12 months? What does it actually look like? Sergio, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, over the next 12 months, I do think we're going to continue building this core kind of connectivity infrastructure, right? Maybe some of the kind of user experiences of interacting across these chains will be easier, but I think, it's still going to be early. The end goal, kind of 3-5 years from now is that, at least from a user perspective, you don't have to think about all these issues, right? Because the Solidity is at rest. I find myself more and more often when I visit an application, like asking like what chains is actually deployed on, which is a good question to ask, but most users don't care. That's the reality, right? Like most users want to trust the developer that they actually build on the best environment for where their application needs to be hosted, that it is a secure environment and it can compose and they can interact with it from arbitrary wallets or arbitrary ecosystems, right? So, I don't think we'll quite get there over the next, year, but that's the goal that I think, a lot of us are working towards, which, I'm super excited about.
Yeah, I definitely want to echo that from Sergey. With Cosmos, there's a lot of effort on what are called interchain accounts, making it possible to control your value even if it's on other Cosmos chains. And the goal should be that you don't care what chain it's on, right? That's a developer decision. Just like, developers are the ones that decide whether they're using AWS or Google Cloud. It's not users that are deciding that. And so there needs to be, and this comes down to kind of the standardization talk about earlier, about we all need to, get on the same page of like, hey, where do we want to move forward so that we can move forward, even if it's not necessarily a perfect solution.
I also want to jive in. So like, I like to think that sometimes, I'm usually wrong with these things. I like to think it could take a year or two, and then 3 to 5 would be a lot safer to say. But there's also like 2 ways of looking at this, or 2 ways of approaching it. I think that you can't sacrifice security when it comes to establishing the foundation for interoperability, but outside of that, you are able to hack around a lot of other things. Like you have, this guy to my right knows a good bit about it, but like, there's a lot of research into, I guess, consensus agnostic smart contracts, which is very important. Chainlink, specifically speaking with them, I should have said that or not, working with that and stuff. But it's important to understand there's different ways to go about this, but I would like to say like a year or 2 from now, there's a pretty well-established foundation in place. And then I would like to see maybe the years after, it's just on improving it and making it even more robust, or maybe we're realizing new use cases and applications, so we're trying to develop new, more efficient channels of communication for those instances. But yeah, I like to think 2 years from now, I like to imagine a highly connected ecosystem, almost like, I kind of imagine like Washington, D.C. It's one place, it's extremely diverse, there's all these different cultures and buildings and people and identities, but they're in an environment where they're able to cooperate together. So it's the same thing, there's all these different ecosystems, there's all these different environments, but 2 years from now seeing developers being able to build and tap into these things like Legos, but then also like with Invarch, I didn't want to talk about it too much about it, but cross-chain authentication, realizing this system underneath, hacking into interoperability in order to create, like I said, piracy proof or plagiarism impossible assets to where, you know, if you do rip the JPEG 24 seconds later, it's no good across Web3. You know what I mean? Or you steal this music or you rip that video and 24 seconds later, it's no good, you can't use it in this application. You know what I mean? Seeing these new unrealized use cases, I think, is what will be the most exciting of all.
Yeah, then just to conclude, I think we have the right direction. We need bridges to do secure message passing. We're going to get to this future where we have those guarantees. I think the next step from that on is dispute mechanism systems to figure out systematic risks within cross-chain DeFi. What happens to your chain if you're accepting Luna as a governance token, right? And how do you quickly shut down bridges, pools, when all of a sudden 6 trillion more get minted at a very low floor price? So far, this is all very ad hoc. And I think the best monitoring systems right now basically use Twitter and wait for someone to say, hey, this doesn't look right at the moment, which compared to TradFi is absolutely unacceptable, to be honest. And once within your own chain, you do have a sense of control, you do have an understanding of the risk associated with it. When you create a new pool in your DEX, you know, all right, like I'm bringing in these 2 tokens, you can read up the contracts. But once you go cross-chain, this becomes a lot more difficult because not only is it enough to read the contracts on that other chain, what happens if they change their VM? And all of a sudden they do contract upgrades, or they're not even using smart contracts, but they're app chains, and they can arbitrarily change the semantics of their token whenever they want. I think for that, like, we're kind of going to see new projects arise. So if you're in the space and think you might have a nice solution for this, contact me, because I'm super interested in this. It's going a bit more into getting DeFi at least regulated, controlled, and properly monitored.
All right, thank you so much for your time today, gents. It's so good to hear that you guys are actually all creating these conversations and interacting together. I think it's very hopeful for the future of interoperability. So, Karel, Dakota, Liam, Sergey, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you so much, and great accent. You know?
Yeah, thank you.
I really enjoy that point that he made, that when you're looking to add interoperability to these ecosystems, there's the idealization that bringing things together are ultimately going to bring, you know, better solutions, right? It's ultimately going to build up what it is that is being envisioned, right? But I really enjoyed the point that he made, that when you start adding different chains, there could be some dimension of, wait, is what they're saying and is what they're doing going to be compatible? What if they change something? Will adding a dimension, will adding what they're doing to my chain make something happen? I think that's a really good point, and I think that's really interesting to think about, because sometimes, if you're like me, you can get a little lost in the, let's look towards the good, but maybe we should really root in what it is that we're looking to create. And I just think that's very interesting, and I really like that point. But on to our next panel. So we talked about DeFi a little bit yesterday, and on my stage we had, is DeFi dead, right? We had DeFi Summer 2022, and it boomed and it bust. And actually, Dcentral was born out of an idea coming from DeFi Summer. DeFi Summit was the original online activity that was happening that said, hey, we really like educating people on DeFi. Let's hold an IRL conference. So there is a shift happening, but what does that shift look like? Well, let me introduce our panel moderator to explain just that. Please help me in introducing to the stage Mr. Rupert Barksfield.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Bianca. Morning, everybody. Everybody got a little bit of a sore head? Did you manage to get out last night? Raise your hands. There we go, a few people over there. Thank you for joining so early in the morning. I appreciate it. I know in the dark auditorium, in this wonderful chat that we're going to have, you can have a little sleep, don't worry. Guys, we're talking about DeFi 2.0 today and the shift that we're seeing in the industry beyond DeFi Summer last year. And I'm joined by some amazing people. I want to allow them to come out onto stage and introduce themselves very shortly. Before I do that, though, I wanted to say thank you again for coming down, and I'm Rupert Barksfield. If you've not heard of me before, check out amulet.org. We're a new DeFi insurance protocol, and that's kind of apt for DeFi 2.0 and what we're talking about. So rather than me drone on, I'm going to bring out everybody else and allow them to introduce themselves as they come. So Ankit, can you join me out here? Michael and Don, please come up to the stage. All right, so Ankit, can you tell us a little bit about you and what EasyFi does?
Hi, this is Ankit, and I represent EasyFi. EasyFi was the first layer 2 lending protocol started in 2020. We were the first DeFi company on Polygon, and we have so far had very good success. And now we are heading into the new version of DeFi and working on various different things related to MetaFi and like lending for Metaverses. I had a talk yesterday on that, and a couple other things.
Okay, pretty broad then. Michael, can you tell us a little bit about Okra?
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Michael So, co-founder at Okra Finance. Okra Finance is the permission DeFi composable index platform. So effectively, we combine three things into one. One is the fact that we have the on-chain dApp GUI that allows the fund manager, financial advisors to create a fund on-chain and be able to execute against the liquidity venues. The second part is that we have the infrastructure to support the fact that these liquidity venues can be executed by the investors using the strategies created by the fund manager, financial advisors. And the third part is the fact that we put a permission layer on top of it, such that institutional guys can use the internal guidelines to be readily adopt these DeFi strategies.
Thank you. And finally, Don, you'll notice that Don is not Richard, but he is from QuantStamp, so give us a bit of a rundown.
Hi, everybody. My name is Don Ho. I'm the managing director of QuantStamp. If you have not heard of QuantStamp, QuantStamp is a Y Combinator-backed cybersecurity company. We do audits. We've secured about 90% of DeFi, worked with over 750 projects, and secured over $200 billion of digital asset risk.
So pretty good then. So what I'd like to talk a little bit more about today is, well, what I want to focus on is trying to involve you guys as much as possible. We're only up here as a bit of a boilerplate, but actually the people that are learning are you guys. So if you have a question, please raise your hand as quickly as you can. I will try and see it. If I don't see it, grab somebody like for the tech team, and we'll get a mic over to you, and we can get a question up here and riff on that. But before I go too much further into that, I want to kind of set the stage and understand what the hell is DeFi 2.0. I mean, we've got so many buzzwords with inside the industry. It feels like another. Yeah, what is it to you, and why is it matter? I'm going to throw that to you, Ankit, first.
So in my view, DeFi 2.0, like the evolution of any industry, is basically progression from what we existingly have. And like I was discussing, is DeFi 2.0 essentially is going to have progression in two different sides. One is bringing in better out of the existing functionalities of the DeFi 1.0 by bringing in better liquidity efficiency. And in a minute, I'll give an example of what I mean. Second part is the evolution of DeFi on the functional standpoint, where bringing in new functionalities, new innovation in using smart contracts for financial products. So these are the two directions in which I see DeFi 1.0 progressing into DeFi 2.0. And to give an example and context for people to understand it better, when I talk about better efficiency in liquidity, still utilizing the existing functional parameters of DeFi 1.0. With that, I mean like today when people deploy their capital and liquidity in Uniswap, that stays idle until it is used for the swap in a particular pool. So having money idle is a loss of interest in that manner, is a loss of yield. So as part of DeFi 2.0, and there are a lot of DEXs which are already working on this model, is that while the liquidity is idle in the pool, a portion of that gets deployed to other yield generating avenues like Aave, Compound, EasyFi, etc., where that capital which was locked in the contracts is earning yield and then is brought back the moment it is required for facilitating the swap. So this is an example where it's an evolution of existing functional nodes with better efficiency. And then the second part of bringing in more functional nodes into the DeFi, the functional capabilities, functional evolution of DeFi, is an example of like MetaFi, the lending for metaverses which don't exist today, which is becoming part of DeFi. Then the second part is more structured products, like we recently had seen there are lending, unsecured lending that has started utilizing the social credibility from teller and issuance of microloans which are unsecuritized, uncollateralized. So that is also a functional evolution. And then on top of that, the structured products like credit default swaps on those loans, those are the structured products that we will see in DeFi 2.0.
So it sounds like a combination of like lots of different things working in tandem together. Don, this is more of a question in your area. Isn't that going to provide a shed load more risk to the users?
I think it can bring in more risk, but I think to Ankit's point, I think it brings in a lot more innovation. When I think about DeFi 2.0, there are the two prongs of, I think, technical innovation, using idle liquidity positions, but I think there's a very large commercial and adoption angle as well. So for example, at QuantStamp, we audit everything under the roof, whether that is GameFi, MetaFi, DeFi, but it's really doing it in a way that builds a standard of security and building a standard of development. By doing these standards where it is known security principles, known smart contracts that are reused, thinking about composability, while it brings in faster paces of innovation, it should also increase the security because of it. And so it's a two-pronged approach for everyone listening out here, which is, from a user perspective, how do you increase your security posture and also have a better sense of due diligence for protocols who have good security posture? But it's also then taking a look at what DeFi 2.0 can bring and how much quicker we can use some of these protocols. Whereas we're not waiting for it to reach 10 million in TVL, 100 million, but maybe using it on a day one launch for asset managers as an example.
So that's a good lead in. Like on the institutional side of things, are you seeing that? Do they see it as a shift? Do they see it as something different? Do they just want to actually gain access to DeFi in general? Is it helping you as a business?
Sure. So to go back to what DeFi is, such that we can have a baseline to define perhaps what DeFi 2.0 may be. DeFi 1.0 have three prongs, two of which can easily transition into 2.0. The three prongs include the following. There is the location of value of transfer, where previously in TradFi, value of transfer happens in a centralized location, thereby having exposure to counterparty risk, for anyone using such locations. The second part is the fact that DeFi is non-custodial, and for also that reason, counterparty risk, settlement risk is significantly reduced using DeFi. The third prong is the fact that most DeFi aim to become a DAO structure, where the decision of making within internally of a project can be a little bit more democratic. The institutional side really like the fact that the settlement risk and the counterparty risk can be reduced, perhaps sometimes eliminated, due to the fact that this value of transfer is completely transparent, and also on the fact that some of the Zap style transaction technology used in DeFi can be applicable to a multi-steps transactions that are often seen in portfolio creations. So when we talk to the institutional guys, such as the regulated broker-dealers, the financial advisors, investment advisors, RIAs as we call them, they oftentimes find that they can use DeFi to quickly deploy their own strategies and differentiate the market in a way that TradFi would not allow them to do so. Meaning the paperwork that is involved, the legal risk that's involved, the counterparty risk that we talked about, now completely change in a way such that they're able to utilize this technology to advance the businesses that cannot be previously done. So in our view, in addition to what Ankit, you were saying, from a functional advanced perspective, from a standardization of the risk assessment perspective, from an adoption perspective, we see that there's a lot of money sitting on the sideline, waiting to tap into simply the technology functionality that allows them to do more things than they can today. So I guess combining all three together, if the 2.0 is defined by the actual TVL, if you will, then we can perhaps see that we're already on the path towards that, and we're probably trying to define exactly in hindsight, let's say 5 years down the road, what we have done to get to that point.
So it sounds like that we are talking a lot about the functionality and the broader macro view of what DeFi 2.0 is. And I really want to kind of dig down into the micro view and what does this actually mean for the user? Because ultimately, I think, we've been talking about it for what, 4 or 5 years now. Adoption is always going to be the Achilles heel. And so is DeFi 2.0 going to be a better experience? Are we actually... Should we be spending a huge amount more focus on UX UI rather than just pure functionality? Ankit?
Yes, absolutely. There are so many new platforms that have come which are helping users. We'll come to you in a minute. So there are so many new platforms that have come in and are helping people who are not traditionally crypto native users to still be able to participate in yield generation opportunities, which allow you to deploy your capital through your bank debit cards, credit cards directly. So bringing in more seamless integrations with on-ramps and login options using email, so that people do not really have already existing the wallet creation mechanism. So those are the things that are evolving industry-wide for the better user adoption into Web3. So that is not local to DeFi, but yes, that is also going to impact the mass user onboarding into DeFi by enabling them to easily using their email address and using their social logins to be able to start using apps, and also be able to participate into DeFi using their debit cards, credit cards, and also a very important side in DeFi 2.0, which was already started at the time of 1.0 but could not really get the enormous adoption, is basically on-chain KYC. So the way I see that most of the protocols are going to get chip into these on-chain KYCs, where the problem with centralized systems and why we in the first place started to talk about DeFi was the sense of ownership, not the anonymity. So anonymity is not something that's such a compelling thing that people look for in majority of case, but the more important thing is the ownership of my money, the ownership of my assets. So that particular case can still be achieved while still having the KYC, so that you can keep bad actors at the way. So these are the things that I think are happening already on the UX side, on the mass adoption side, in addition to the functional advancement that we speak, which are going to become a natural integral part of DeFi 2.0.
A huge shot across the regulation bow just there, which we'll get to. But I really wanted to get to your question. Is there a microphone we can get down to this gentleman down here? Just, shout and I'll reiterate.
Okay, I would like to take that answer because...
Just reiterate it for the live stream.
Okay, you mean the question?
Yeah, so
okay.
Well, let me answer. So the question is interoperability across chain in DeFi 2.0. Go.
So that's a very good point you raised, and that's also an important factor that is coming in as part of DeFi 2.0, and there are already many projects who have launched cross-chain messaging systems which are being now used by and being implemented by, as we speak, by different protocols, where essentially you are, let's say, for example, putting in one particular asset on Binance Smart Chain which you have, and you want to take a loan in another asset which is on, let's say, Polygon. So ideally, you as a user should not be worried about that where on which chain this asset exists. I own this asset in my address, which is common across the chains. So ideally, I should be able to put this as a collateral and take another asset which I want as a loan. So this is how the DeFi 2.0 looks like. Instead of you manually today using a bridge, transferring an asset to Binance Smart Chain to Polygon, and then from there taking a loan and then moving it to Avalanche. Instead of that, the universal layer, which is getting built using a lot of these messaging protocols that are built, like Chainlink launched one, there is something called Router Protocol, and a couple other cross-chain messaging systems which are now coming in, which are going to be enabling this kind of smooth cross-chain interoperable user experience.
So it's a really good point, because when I look at DeFi now, and especially like looking at what we're building for our own protocol, like a multi-chain future seems inevitable, but it's a mess right now. It's a total mess. How do you go about explaining that in a institutional facing way, Michael?
Yeah. When we spoke with the institutions, a lot of times today they still live and breathe on Ethereum. That's probably the maximum extent they can go about looking into DeFi today. We also have looked into and also trying to advance, the causes for the DeFi adoption from an institutional base on Avalanche, and perhaps also on BNB, which are significantly and completely different ecosystems. The way we see things is that from an institutional side, they look at values. They look at the downside risk protection. They look at a lot of things, that obviously have to do with the regulatory side of the equation. And at the end of the day, today, they are quite unable to go into a more advanced stage of cross-chain wormholes, bridging, because at the end of the day, all these solutions provide some sort of wrapping, some sort of counterparty risk, exposure, if you will, to all the guys looking at the risk side of the equation. And for that reason, they will be able to partake in such bridging exercises, but they need to get the assurance of the fact that, oh, am I protected should one of the protocols are unable to perform such protection for me. So a lot of times it actually goes back to almost like a corporate bond portfolio, right? They will look at the portfolio, they see that they may be correlated, but they will still want to buy an insurance in the form of a CDS. So oftentimes, what we found, on our platform is that there are many liquidity venues that can be tapped into, but at the end of the day, they want to be financially protected from a policy perspective, and that's where insurance comes in. Actually, interestingly.
Thanks for the nice plug. Don, when you're looking at this, there feels like there's another chain every other week, right? And somebody's building a new layer 0, and somebody's building a new layer 1, 2, whatever you want to call it. It must be extremely complicated from an auditing point of view, especially when there are new languages, implemented, albeit based off, much older ones. How do you assess? How do you go about assessing the risks involved with these brand new chains, and then trying to interoperability assess them between different chains?
Yeah, it's really difficult because largely there are new paradigms. So to go back to the question first and foremost, how do we deal with an interoperable future? I think it looks a lot like games or social media networks we use today. Put another way, when we access Facebook or Instagram, do we know what database technologies are being used? No, we just want pictures of our cats and all of our food. And I think that in DeFi 2.0, 3.0, whatever it is, that is going to be very similar, where I don't know what chain I'm using, but I know what protocol or application I'm using, and on the back end, it's just routing altogether. Now, to your point, that presents a lot of new challenges in this interoperable future. I think the most immediate one will be bridges, right? I think the nuance of how to connect different blockchains via bridges or not bridges is so new that we don't fully know how to look at that end state of DeFi for Facebook just yet. What we can't control, though, again, are standards around what smart contracts are being used, what are the most battle-tested languages, and from a user perspective, how many audit reports are there, right? And how many of them are actually interoperable with one another and are looking at multiple vectors of risk between, a Solana to Ether, Polygon to Ether, or anything else. And I think once we create these standards, we will bring in more FANG-like engineers who have better security posture. And by bringing more FANG-type engineers, that means we will harden some of these messaging systems, and that over time, it'll just work as if it was a Facebook or an Instagram.
So it sounds a little bit like the regulation question, which we obviously touched on at the end before we went to the question from the audience. But my concern around that is really, how do we do KYC? How do we do regulation in the right way? If we want to be compliant and we want mass adoption, it's going to have to happen, right? But where is the line drawn? Can you still have anonymity and operate with DeFi, the future of DeFi, so DeFi 2.0 for the sake of the word?
As I said, in my view, anonymity and regulation do not go hand in hand. So the regulators do want to know, they want to manage so that you can control the fraudulent fraudulent activities, money laundering, terrorist financing, those kind of things. They are required to be kept at bay. And when you talk about anonymity, immediately you make gateway for these kind of things. So I think, like I mentioned, and I'm a strong believer of this, that if the regulations, and which definitely it will, have to come in while still preserving the decentralization and enabling decentralization, there will have to be hybrid models where the KYC exists, where the user, the address that is doing the transaction is known, is stored, but not being given as an address, as an information to every other protocol to know, but then if it is required, the information can be drawn out with the permission of the user being forced on that.
Will regulation kill the innovation, though? I mean, is it going to kill the APYs? Is it going to? Are we going to be handcuffed by this, Michael?
We see it differently, slightly. We see that DeFi, at the end of the day, right, allows the finality of, like I said before, the confirmation, the settlement, the value of transfer to happen on-chain, and thereby eliminating some of the central counterparty risk. The KYC portion obviously is required, by law first and foremost. But at the same time, what we have seen, at least, on the conversations that we have had with clients, is that they would like the identity to be kept off-chain, which is kind of, alluding to the fact that privacy is still being preserved. But not to forget the fact that, these are regulated entities who have licenses, papers, and policies to stick with. We, on our side, are already designing a process that allows, these off-chain transfer of information to be executable between just two counterparties without, losing the fact that, the privacy is preserved and not be shown on-chain. But in our opinion, we are all advancing towards a mass adoption. And for that reason, innovation, meaning like the advancements on functionalities and using DeFi, the more efficient, liquidity provisioning, all can be utilized using DeFi and still stick to this, the regime, that are currently in place.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a false choice. I don't think it needs to be binary. A really good example is the email protocol. All of us today can set up our own email server. We don't need a KYC for it, but we really like the ease and use of Google, Gmail, Yahoo, and as a result, we KYC, right? And so I do think all tides will lift all boats, where we're always going to have this permissionless world where we can go with our own pseudonymity and use our MetaMask. But there's also going to be another part of ourselves that maybe use more hosted and centralized services that tap into DeFi. Both are great, and I think having the option for users make DeFi so cool.
We've only got a few more minutes here, so if you've got a burning question, don't hold back, please. Oh, there's one over here. I'm not sure if there is mics in the audience, so please stand up and shout. Okay, so it's a good question. I'll reiterate it for the live stream. It's about the government overreach, and we're here talking about regulation and how it's coming and it's going to impact our businesses. But actually, the promise of Web3 and DeFi is the fact that you don't have that control by governments, and that's a huge issue around the world that people are facing. And I get your point. We're kind of here saying, well, we're going to have to regulate in order to survive. Is there a fine line that we can walk? Is there a way of being? I mean, we heard your view in terms of KYC and anonymity. Michael, can you still look after your own money in the future of DeFi, or is there always going to be a subset that's going to be private and secret?
The way we see it is both worlds will continue to exist in parallel, meaning the pools of money, the sources of money, who choose to partake in whichever way, whether it is the completely KYC regulated side or maybe the non-regulated side, there will be people who, basically, join these two particular ecosystems, if you will. And the way we see it is that, especially for institutions, institutions are oftentimes defined by what? The parties that are managing other people's money. Now, the key part is that if you allow someone else to manage your money, clearly you have already given away some of that, I guess, freedom, if you will, right? But if you choose to directly interact with the value of transfer, as I said before, right, which is on-chain, finality completely defined, you are still able to do so. So that's why I said, I think the two worlds will continue to exist. Those who want to keep the license, if you will, those who want to basically manage other people's money and be able to basically show the fact that, yes, you have some sort of protections against, for example, let's say a protocol not being able to perform as they should, then the regulator side will kick in. But otherwise, those who are more, I guess, a little bit more I guess more willing to try new technology, will try the ways that are more innovative and at the same time not be as bound and handcuffs in other ways.
Yeah, Don, is there a viewpoint from the auditor standpoint in terms of those networks and protocols that are more secret and more private, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think DeFi is unstoppable. I think code on the blockchain is really unstoppable. From a security perspective, what that means is smart contract auditing plays an even more important role now, because when you don't know your counterparty, all you have is code on the blockchain. Well, that can be verified, that can be audited specifically for non-custodial type transactions. So in places where there's not government oversight and where things are really unstoppable, I think smart contract audits become sort of a new arbiter that allow people to know that they can trust some software that is safe, that the code does what's intended to do without overreach. However, again, the world is not binary, and we don't have to choose one or the other. We can probably do both. And for certain pockets of money that you want to be yours, that's non-seizable, go the full unstoppable DeFi route. But for things like Okra or Easy, where you want to actually earn higher yield than you can achieve yourself, you can portion another part of your allocation into those things too. I think this blended future we will continue to see, it will continue to evolve, but it will be both regulated and also unregulated.
And I think, Don, you've had the final word on the subject and what DeFi 2.0 is. I hope you've enjoyed the time this morning listening to what we've got to yabber on about. Thank you to all of my guests. Thank you for coming out this morning and listening. If you want to review it again, it's back online on YouTube. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
I think at the heart of what they just said is a blended future, not just one, not just strictly KYC and regulation, not just Wild West, unregulated, be whoever you want to be, but a blend of both. And I truly believe it's a yes and world. So understanding interoperability, understanding DeFi, understanding these trends as being yes and, more than this one or that one, is definitely going to be something that benefits not only the creator, but the user at the end of the day. So when I first found out about NFT technology, the first thing I said, I kid you not, was I am an NFT. I had no idea what that meant. I really had not fully an understanding of what the technology was enough to even say something like that, but yet I felt it rang true. Now I call an NFT the tokenization of a unique digital asset. So I think I was onto something there when I said I am an NFT. As we build these virtual identities, as we build these virtual ways of being, already how we use social media could be the ideation behind what could now be a tokenization of becoming NFTs. You can become an NFT yourself, right? So I felt I was on to something. NFTs are something I'm so passionate about. I think it's a beautiful and simple solution to a somewhat complex problem. How do you provide ownership? How do you provide sovereignty for individuals in an internet world where everything seems so and is dominated by these conglomerate, these Web2 companies? Well, NFTs seems like just a solution for that problem, and I found it to be so just lavishly beautiful. That makes me excited to introduce our next panel. They're going to cover, what it is that NFTs can unlock, because not only are NFTs just how we can identify ourselves, but there's so much more than that. If you think about it as a product of a smart contract, as the tokenization of a unique digital asset, there's so many applications that can go beyond that. So without further ado, please help me, join me in introducing our next moderator, Cosmos Haas.
Hello everyone, this segment is NFTs, Unlocking Pandora's Box for Real World Assets, featuring Sid Patel with Comdex. Next we have Michael Gollum with Fanvestor, Alan Carell with Baking Coin, and Jackson with Tangible. So my name is Cosmos Haas, and I'll be your moderator today. The fact that I'm even here today is a true testament to decentralization and community. I'm just like an accountant, basically, and COVID happened, it hurt, and I knew about crypto, and I said, I need to do something about this. I need to try to learn. And I spent thousands of hours and thousands of hours studying this, and I found Cosmos, and now I'm here. So I just, I'm gonna ask a few questions. The first one is, we're gonna start down at the bottom, or to the end and come closest. So it's a two-part question. in your opinion, what makes NFTs valuable, and what do you envision the future of NFTs to look like?
Sure. Obviously, value is very, very subjective, but I've got this core thesis that 2017 kind of dominated by ERC20 tokens, and then that token standard dominated this cycle. Back then, we saw the kind of ICO hype, a lot of that retail stuff, but things from back then to now look very, very different. So I've got that same thesis here, retail-driven. We saw a lot of hype in NFTs now, but all kind of profile pictures. And we've got this core thesis that, yeah, it will dominate this cycle, but look very, very different. Towards the end of the cycle, real-world assets in particular is what we kind of think will be the future of NFTs.
Yeah, I mean, we've had non-fungible tokens for real-world assets for a long time. In fact, when I checked into my hotel last night, they gave me one, but it was attached to a card and it was centralized, and that token gave me access to my hotel room. But never before have they been interoperable, composable, programmable in the way they are now, and the sort of things that will lead to, I think, are really interesting. In fact, also permissionless, like that NFT I got last night sat in that centralized server, but when it's on the blockchain or attached to my ENS name, then any application can start to use that and compose it. What we're doing with property and homes for the future, you look at across the world, something we take for granted is that we hold title to a property that you own, a house or some land, and you can enforce rights on that. And that ownership is actually composable in the US and a lot of the world. But in a lot of places it's not. People, something like 70% of the land in the world is actually not have those property rights that are composable. So as we take that and people leapfrog into the new world on the blockchain with NFTs, we think that will open up a whole new place, and whole new world in those places where people can use that for financing businesses and financing savings and investment in the future in a way that it's not possible today.
Hello. So I work at a company called Finvestor. It's a single platform for NFTs and securities. So to me, speaking in the same way as my colleagues here, capital markets, how do you take it to the next level? How do you create community? That's what NFT is about, right? And how you can finance things outside of traditional capital markets. And that's what we will talk later today.
So I think the rest of the folks on the panel have covered pretty well what makes NFTs valuable. But to me, what I find intriguing about it, and what I truly see as a scope of building in the future for NFTs, is the ability to establish a presence for off-chain assets on-chain, which means any asset that exists in the real world that we deal with physically and tangibly, to create a presence for that on-chain and to kind of establish a clear track record of how that asset is moving is something that's going to be very valuable, especially as we see the worlds of centralized finance and decentralized finance merge together going forward.
Nice. Like I said, the fact that I'm even here right now is just a testament of decentralization and NFTs. I absolutely love NFTs. I think they're going to be everything in the future, literally everything. So it's really fascinating what all you guys have going on. With your protocol or company doing, what do you think, how is your company going to capture that real world value?
Sure, yeah. We tokenize real world assets, fine wine, gold bars, watches, and our first property tomorrow. The way that we think about it is it's probably going to end up being a very, very large part of crypto, a large part of the crypto market cap. The total market cap for all real estate is 350 trillion. So if we're able to capture even 10% of that, it's obviously going to balloon the market cap of crypto. Yeah, huge market. Obviously, a lot of people now kind of getting interested in it. The interesting thing is it's kind of been an abandoned space. 10 years, kind of people have been talking about it, trying it, but now it's getting a fresh wind.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff that's happened in those 10 years. A lot of people trying and playing in the space, and it's cool to see your first property go up tomorrow. We're doing something similar, although instead of tokenizing the property itself, we tokenize the collateral. So the value of the home, we have a lien that's It's placed on the home just like with a mortgage, and it's registered at the counties. There's 3,000 counties in the US, so it's already somewhat just decentralized and distributed, but we take that and put it on chain, and then you can lend and borrow against it in a way that you can in the real world in a lot of places, but not as efficiently and composable as you can once the NFT goes on chain. We can use it in our lending protocol, but so many other people could take that piece of house. You could sell it, you could pledge it other places, and then that brings up all this power that you have once you own a home and once you own property on chain, and all that value that you talked about is really unlocked in a new way. And so the thing we're doing, we have 35 of these home NFTs on chain already, over 7 million lent, and $44 million worth of home value that's now on chain for people to use and compose. So, as that grows, you look at mortgage lending in the United States, it's about $2 trillion a year is lent, but across the world, much, much more in places where you just can't even get a mortgage or a loan because that collateral is not available in composable ways to use in regular finance. And so you think about the way that some places have skipped straight to cell phones and never wired the whole country. You can skip straight into DeFi for these places and miss kind of the steps along the way, but you get something cool in the end.
Maybe before I tell you about Finvestor, I'll tell you about my background, how we came up with this idea. So in my career, I've taken 2 companies public. I was a CFO of a few public trade companies, and I was in the founding team of Bitfury. Maybe you guys know that company. I was a CFO and board member of that company. So I've been blockchain for quite some time in capital markets. And what was missing about, for example, taking David Bowie, when he bought back his masters back in 1990s, and his fans basically financed them. Think about Green Bay Packers being owned by the owners, and not really even making any money. It's not for profit, yet for them the ROI is putting their jerseys on Sunday, right? And saying that's my team. So the concept of taking concept of a Jobs Act with Reg CF, Reg A Plus regulations, where you can bring both accredited and non-accredited investors into play, we created Finvestor. So we are a broker-dealer, we do fractional ownership, we do royalty-based securities. We're pushing the envelope a little bit further. We do meta assets backed by securities and things like that. Example, with NFTs, we're right now doing compilation. We have decentralized music vertical and decentralized sports, where we basically create, imagine a vinyl comes with your NFT, and it's new and upcoming artists. And the money that is raised for the NFTs is used to market that music through Spotify and everything else. It's not a money grab opportunity, it's what we see right now, what a lot of artists, musicians do. And we focus more on things like that, or fractionizing a football team in Europe, or UFC fighters wanted to continue and then collaborate. And then also taking, imagine taking, let's say Babe Ruth baseball, right? If you go to eBay, probably $50,000 depending on the year. Imagine fractionizing it and give it to many people at $100 each. The price will probably go up because you have more demand. People, when you go to $100 or less investment, people don't invest with this, they invest with that, right? So that's what I'm thinking about, how we're gonna go to the next level. At least what we focus on NFTs securities in sports and media, sports and music verticals.
So for Comdex, actually our journey started in 2018 when we built out our first application, which was an enterprise-focused B2B application for physical commodities trading. And what we did back then was actually, that application is still live. So what we do on that application is we have commodity cargo assets that exist in the real world. There's the documents that represent the ownership of these cargo. We're able to capture these documents on chain as NFTs. And from there on, we're able to create this sort of ecosystem where institutional traders who trade these assets are able to trade these NFTs on chain. So our journey actually began with tokenizing a real world asset as an NFT on chain. And in terms of what we want to kind of do going forward at Comdex as well is to facilitate tokenizing more and more off-chain assets on chain. So, starting with commodities, because that's a $17 trillion industry, and some of the folks who kind of started off building with us already have a presence in the commodity space and helped us understand the space to understand that there's definitely a demand for something like this there. But in terms of going forward, as supply chains around the world grow, I believe there's definitely huge applications for NFTs within the supply chain space as well. in terms of capturing, assets, invoices, documents as NFTs on chain, which can then be used to further create financing and, the other sort of financial ecosystem around it as well.
So everything you guys are saying is fascinating, but I want to try to play devil's advocate. What do you see as like a pitfall or hurdle or regulatory issue, whether it's with your company or just in general with the NFT space?
Regulatory hurdles for sure. No one's really sure, are these things securities? Where do they stand, particularly in the US? We block US users. Another hurdle, of course, is just self-custody. Actually getting these things into the end user's hand is probably pretty difficult right now. So there's a lot to solve for there. And then the third thing is trust. At the moment, crypto is largely trustless. To kind of bridge this gap at the moment requires a lot of trust. So there's definitely some hurdles there as well.
I agree. Those are the three big things. And the user experience for me is the one that's the biggest hurdle that I see. We're still in this place where you've got to go in and get all the things set up, and it takes a lot of research and figuring out. There's so many places where you can just fall into a trap and a hole and lose money or put things in the wrong place. And so for our borrowers, we provide kind of a front end centralized place for them to go and get help. They don't even know for some of them that it's DeFi on the back end, but it provides all the value and benefit of DeFi through that front end. Over time, we'll decentralize it and provide better user experiences and put it directly in people's hands. But now we're going through this infancy, kind of like the early days of the internet, where it just was tough to use. You had to be fairly technically proficient. Those things, that's kind of the biggest hurdle, I think, to getting more adoption and seeing this get into more hands and more benefit to people.
As you can imagine, for me, it's compliance. That's what I'll speak about. So we see, it really reminds me back of .com days. I was joking with the guys, I'm old enough to remember that, and earlier. Also ICO days, when a lot of people tried to push the envelope a little bit too much. And Security Exchange Commission, it's not a bad entity, it's actually good. They're trying to protect investors, trying to protect retail investors, protect our grandparents, or everybody taking their 401ks and putting into something. So there's nothing wrong with it. But some people just try to push the envelope. We've seen earlier this year, already several companies received subpoenas from SEC to review what's going on because they were selling securities and immediately trading on the secondary market on open seas. So basically getting creators in trouble and investors in trouble. Because eventually, as you guys remember, SEC always wakes up, always comes back and puts things in order. And people will get in trouble, unfortunately. Some people will get away, but mostly it always comes back. So compliance, I think, especially in our community, people think, well, I don't want rules, we want to be decentralized and everything else. Some things, unfortunately, have to be centralized because it protects people, regular people, and especially with NFTs. What's exciting about NFT, we bring new people into the blockchain, into crypto. They were not before in our space. And that's what's exciting about it. So.
No, I think everything that was said so far is absolutely, it covers entirely what the biggest challenges with NFTs could be. I think custody is going to be a big kind of question that the industry needs to figure out going forward, because anytime we talk about a physical asset in the real world being represented as an NFT on chain, one of the questions will always be, where is it stored, who's taking custody of it, and what's kind of the insurance around that custody. And also, I think compliance is a very good point, because a lot of us folks in the DeFi realm, like to keep our identities hidden behind MetaMask IDs or wallet addresses and not really reveal who we are behind all of these. But I think as the lines between DeFi and traditional finance sort of start to blur, we will see kind of a need for KYC when it comes to users trying to access maybe real world assets as NFTs on chain. And that's one of the challenges we as an industry might have to start opening up to going forward, whether it is to custody assets like commodities in the real world, or if it's real estate. All of these assets at the end of the day have, at least on the traditional finance side of things, a lot of KYC, AML clearance processes behind it. So I don't see a way around it. I think it's a matter of both industries kind of working together to find a harmonious solution for it.
Nice. So with Michael's point about NFTs, I believe that's the best way for people to learn about crypto. And the biggest hurdle, I think, in general, is just the lack of education. You know, that's kind of why I got involved with crypto. I do shows, and I just try to educate people because I spent thousands of hours doing this. And I know people that are working 40, 50 hours a week, they just don't have that time. So we do shows. It's called Cosmos Spaces. We have developers come up, and then I just basically put those shows into layman terms for just the average person out there that's just listening in. And I just totally agree with like Michael's point. And like go back to you, Michael, like I'm a big sports guy. So say I bought a ticket and I wanted to put it on chain and use your service. How would I do that?
Sure. For us, like I said, we are, think of us as, maybe you guys heard of Start Engine, Republic for crowdfunding, right? We actually adding it a little further. We're focusing on specific verticals. We work with celebrities, creators. We work with their social media bases and to work. So let's go back to your question. So recently, Emmanuel, one of the singers, he put, and a few other folks, tried to take tickets that people came in to see the show and it connected them to future benefits. Okay, that's not in security, right? It's a basic item, it's perks, right? Warriors, my team, Go Warriors, they're also thinking about doing things like that where you can connect and you do fractionalization. Imagine final tickets for finals that probably would be worth something. It's like it's a collectible, right? If it's one-to-one, that's non-security, but it's going to go for going to fractionize it. That's become security, right? So if that can answer your question about how we put this, but we are primary. We basically do primary offerings, and then later securities can be then traded not at OpenSea, not at Nifty, but they're traded on ATS platforms like Securitize, Rialto, T0, companies like that, and that's a little different approach.
And I was going to kind of ask you the same thing. Like, let's say I purchased a home and maybe it's paid off. Like, why would I want to use your service as opposed to just like calling the bank?
Well, I think the interesting thing here, especially with your example, is that things blur in crypto. It's not necessarily a security or utility like it is in a lot of places in the real world. It's a security and a utility potentially. And so how do you regulate that when it's, you know, you've got all these things that are kind of lumped in together and it's programmable and it's this whole new thing that we've got to really think about and not just try to apply the existing rules to. So, for example, for us, you bring your house and we'll, you know, we do some KYC when you borrow. Obviously, we need to know you own the house, so we register with the county. And then once it's an NFT, though, that's a utility token that you can take and use in our lending protocol. So you can borrow, the rates are better, the experience is faster and easier, so there's all this benefit you get from that. But then you can also that can be an NFT that represents your piece of collateral in the home that you can go and use other places potentially. And so it becomes a utility thing for you. It's not necessarily this thing. And so it's a really interesting place where we're building this new thing that needs kind of new ways of thinking about the regulation and the security around it.
And Jag, I asked you the same thing. Like let's say I was a wine connoisseur or just like I love watches. Like what would I use your service for?
Sure. So we have partners, stockists for these things. The largest fine wine retailer in Europe. You browse, you buy the item, we store it for you. You have the NFT. You now take it off in DeFi and use it, trade it, borrow against it. I think more interesting than those things is property. Over 90% of our users have said they care about property the most, mainly because it's yield producing. So our first property delivers 16.6% annual yield, rent claimable the next day after you buy it, $50 ticket size, straight into your wallet. It's just simplifying the process, right? It makes the process many multiples better than it is currently. Many takes 15 seconds as opposed to a week.
Good. Let me give you guys another example. So imagine, let's talk about example of David Bowie. So when David Bowie changed his managers back in the 1990s, he used to lose 87 cents on every dollar to record label company. When he used bankers to buy back his masters $55 million back he basically started paying 7.9% interest every 6 months, well, per year, every 6 months to people who financed him. All of a sudden, he went from losing 87 cents to basically paying 8 cents on the dollar. That was done during 1999, when people can invest only through New York Stock Exchange, right? And that's it. Imagine if he were to do it today. You can do it through social media, and we can also use, the regulations have changed, but now you can use social media and data science to convert investors, to push it to the masses across the whole world. So what we are doing, and then right now the same model still exists with record label companies. They still take 70 to 80%, and and they do 360 degrees, right? Imagine if for artists who don't have to tie to that, they collaborate with their fans. Fans, let's take 40%. 40% goes to the artists, 10% goes to curators, 10% goes to this company like us who would help that process. You get two things. One, the artists feel that they appreciate it, they get more. Two, they create communities, which later can collaborate with these people and push it for marketing purposes. And it's just push envelope. So that's kind of a couple of projects that we're working on, just to give you a couple ideas.
And then Sid, you guys are in the commodities and synthetic derivatives. Why would someone want to use your platform, and what value do you bring to those?
So one of the kind of core concepts of finance, especially when it comes to traditional finance, is the ability to kind of collateralize any asset of value and generate liquidity against it, whether it's to borrow against it in the form of a mortgage or a debt. What we kind of want to do is facilitate this process on chain, where you have an asset in the sort of real world, which is a physical asset. You have its presence on chain in the form of an NFT. And then this NFT kind of serves as collateral in the DeFi ecosystem, and people are kind of able to borrow against it and earn, and lenders are able to lend to people who are borrowing with these assets as collateral and see that as a yield to be earned from something that's an asset in the real world. So this is kind of where we come in, where we want to enable, the average mom and pop investor who's in DeFi to kind of generate yield from real world products and instruments that they wouldn't have access to if they were going through the traditional banking routes. A lot of times, traditional investors who have speculative kind of insights on things like commodities aren't actually able to invest directly in commodities because of problems of custody and the cost of and the risks associated with kind of custodying such assets. But to have all of this happen on chain would just allow the average DeFi Joe to be actually providing some sort of liquidity to a financial instrument that's financing a real world asset. So that's where we kind of come in. It's to recognize these assets of value from the traditional world, bring it on chain, and then treat them as an asset of value on chain as well, whether it's as collateral or to exchange and so on.
So we have a little, about 2 minutes or so. So I commend what all you guys are doing. You guys are trying to change the world, and that's why I'm here. And so how would those get a hold of you? What's the best contact for all you guys?
Tangible.store. There's a contact us form there, but that's how you find Tangible. If you'd like to buy some wine, watches, real estate, anything, real world assets on chain in your wallet, live now.
Great. Yeah, for us too, baconcoin.com is where you can find the DeFi protocol, and then LoanSnap or GoLoanSnap.com is if you're interested in borrowing or creating an NFT against your home, we can help you out there.
Finvestor, you guys can see the website, finvestor.com. I will give you my personal email. It's mgolumb@finvestor.com. Welcome.
For Comdex, you guys can find it on comdex.one, comdex.one, and from there you should be able to find pretty much everything with Twitter, Telegram, and all of that sort.
I just offer my door is always open. We can do some Twitter spaces because 30 minutes with you guys is just not enough. So it would be nice to just keep it going, really, to be honest with you, because I applaud all you guys. Like it's really awesome to see what you guys are trying to do to bring value and from traditional to DeFi, and just this is amazing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's so interesting when you hear people speaking about NFTs, because usually they're speaking about, you know, PFP projects, Sport Ape Yacht Club. They're speaking about the new Pudgy Penguins. They're speaking about these things in forms of art, right? Or in forms of being able to participate in a community, a social token, a way to be a part of a social club. But it's nice to have a panel where we're seeing different utilizations of this NFT technology, being able to capture real-world assets and then turn them into NFT experiences, being able to go to shows and have tickets be NFTs. As I said, NFT is the tokenization of a unique digital asset, which means that its applications are renowned. It's not just art or profile pictures, even though that's not a bad thing, but it can go quite well beyond that. And that is the reason that I love NFTs so much. As I said earlier when I was introducing that panel, the first thing I said when I found NFT technology was, I am an NFT. I felt like my identity could be wrapped up in this technology and I'd have true ownership over that identity. For the first time, considering that Web 2 takes my identity and uses it in ways in which only benefits them and actually detracts from my life because I get all these spam ads and start wanting things that I never even knew I wanted before, right? And so how do we utilize NFT technology to take back that ownership over our identity, to take back who we actually are, but then to have an ability and a vehicle to profit from that? Well, our next speaker is going to come to the stage and tell you exactly just that. So without further ado, let me introduce our representative from Kilt Protocol, Mr. Ingo.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for this introduction. That was pretty perfect. So yes, I think NFTs are really important in the Web3 world because what they're doing is they're bringing back, or they're solving the problem of ownership in the internet. But there's more problems in the internet, in the Web 2, that we have to solve, and one of them is obviously identity, because as you just said, it has been taken away from us, and we have to reclaim it in a way. And Kilt is exactly doing this. So how does it basically work? It works as a blockchain, as you can see, and what we do with Kilt is that we give you a decentralized identifier. Those things are called DID. You can compare them in the real world to your face or your fingerprint or something. And this identifier is made by yourself on your computer, just like your face is also made by yourself. And then we add verifiable credentials to that, and verifiable credentials can be compared to driver's licenses, university degrees, things like that, which are also totally decentralized in a way. And they are stored in your wallet, and just like physical credentials are stored in your wallet, and you decide what you do with them, who to show them, for what reason, and when. And so actually we're copying the idea of the physical world identity into the technology world. And this has been done, and it's part of the infrastructure of the Web3 that we need to actually roll out Web3 applications. And now I think after a lot of things like NFTs like ownership, like Kilt with identity, also protocols like Filecoin with data storage and all that have been rolled out a couple of years ago. It is time now to build great applications. And what I'm going to show you today is some applications which are pretty useful, which are already Web3 applications. Those three. So let's start with where it always starts, with a wallet. So how do I find out if I'm in the Web 2 or if I'm in the Web 3? Well, if the application tells me, please log in with your username and password, then you are in the Web 2. If your application tells you, please log in with your wallet, then you're in the Web 3. So that's basically the difference between the two. You all know wallets. Wallets normally hold coins, they can also hold NFTs, but of course Web3 wallets also need to hold identities, because your wallet here, which is in your pocket, not only holds coins, it also holds your credentials, right? So this is a wallet called Sporan, which is a kilt wallet. It shows your balance, so this person has 4.9 kilt, but you can also see the credentials and you can manage your on-chain DID. So you can manage your identity with this wallet. So there's a little bit more functionality in there. On top of that, we have been building a nice application called Social KYC. You all know KYCs. You have made them for logging into exchanges and stuff like that. I'm not doubting KYC. KYC can be useful for everything that is around money and real-world money especially. But there's many use cases in the internet where I really don't need to know if somebody is from the US or from China, where I really don't need to know what street address of this person is, but where I actually need to know who he is in the internet, especially in the gaming. This is very important. I need to know which Discord account this person has. I need to know which Twitter account this person has. I need to know which email this person has, because then I can narrow down who this person is in the internet. And this is a Web3 service that we introduced called Social KYC, which makes it clear who you are actually talking with in the internet, which internet personality this is, without using any government-type KYC thingies. This can be quite useful. Looks like this. You go to socialkyc.io, and then you choose what you want to have confirmed, like your email address. Then this thing writes you an email. You confirm this email, and then you have proven you own this email address, obviously. What you get in return is a credential, and this credential is signed by Social KYC, and it belongs to you, and you can store it in your wallet, and then you decide who you show it to, for what reason. So for example, if a login service wants you to prove your email address, you can just show from your wallet this thing, and you don't have to prove your email address again. And you can also prove multiple things, like your Discord account, your Twitter account, and your email address if you want. So another thing that we have built is DidSign. And DidSign, I think, is a really important application, because you all have signed some stuff in the internet probably already. There are some applications out there, I don't want to name them, where the first thing you do is you upload your secret documents to a server you don't control, and which always feels very strange for me. And then you say, I want this signed by this person, and then this person gets an email and has to click somewhere, and that is actually the security in there. So I feel that is not really secure. And then you pay a lot of money for it. So this is the Web 2 way. In the Web 3, we can do much better. We now have DidSign. Did stands for Decentralized Identifier. And you can use your DID, which is in your wallet, to sign documents. But not only documents, you can sign software, you can sign source code, you can sign even executables, you can sign movies, you can sign music, whatever you want. Everything that is digital can be signed with DidSign. It is not uploaded anywhere. Everything that you do with DidSign is working inside your browser. So you're uploading it basically from your hard disk into your own browser, and then you sign it, and then you have a signed document, and you can share this document in any way that you want. You don't have to send it via email. You can send it with a secure line. You can even put it on a memory stick and send it via post. So this, I think, actually beats the Web 2 applications by far. And you can use it. It's out there. It costs nothing, totally for free. How could we charge for it? Because it's happening in your own browser. We don't control it. We don't see anything that you do there. It's didsign.io if you want to play around with it. Very, very helpful thing. How does that look? So this is how DidSign looks. You got the document there, you got the signature there. You see the signature, nothing is stored on the blockchain as long as you just sign something because it's happening locally. But the validity of your signature can be checked on the blockchain because a part of the DID is stored, and the public part of the DID is stored on the blockchain. So anyone who receives such a document can check if the document is valid, if no one has tampered with it, and that the DID is the correct one. Now, DIDs look a little bit crazy. DID, colon, killed, colon, lots of words, or lots of letters. To make this easier, we introduced a service called Web3 name, or W3N, which translates a DID to a unique string that you choose. And that's the W3N. So I'm W3N Ingo. And there's, of course, also a service for that. And this is a one-to-one connection, of course, so no one else can be W3N Ingo. If I have my DID, this is one-to-one connected on the blockchain with a DID. So here's a little service called W3N.id. You can use that on your phone as well if you like. Type in Ingo, and what you get is my DID. And what you also get is service endpoints. Service endpoints are credentials which I have chosen to publish. So I took them out of my wallet and published them on Pinata or something like that. If they are published, everyone can see them. And you can, if you try that out and go to w3n.id and type in Ingo, you can click on fetch and see the credentials, and then you can see which Twitter credential, which email credential I actually have. And then you can really nail down that the document which you received was actually signed by exactly this internet person. So that was basically 3 or 4 little applications that are already here. And I was here to tell you that Web3 is a little bit more than NFTs, and that it is actually happening and is not something which is in a white paper or dream or something. So these are business applications which are right now already in use in businesses. So that was basically it. Thank you very much.
As I said, having ways to own your identity creates such a powerful and new, I don't even have the words for it because it just feels so exceptional to be able to get into a new space that says, hey, for the first time you can have ownership. And when we truly break down what it means to have ownership, especially in this world that is asking you to rent more and more and to not actually own anything, to have technologies that are supporting ownership, not only for assets that could give you financial freedom, but ultimately for your identity. I just think that's extremely powerful. And I think it's extremely powerful that it's brought to us by technology and the same methods of technology that currently are extracting from us through these Web 2 social media sites can now add to us. And I think that's just so beautiful how we can flip the script. That being said, let's transition over to blockchains, to layer 1s. Right? Layer 1s are created in order to provide solutions, right? In order to provide solutions to problems that we currently had. Well, our next speaker has a solution, an EVM, that is promising to be faster and better and create more value than ever before. So, without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Jesse Schulman.
Hey everybody, happy Wednesday. Hope everybody's having fun out here. I've got a chance to meet a lot of people today and yesterday. Had some great talks, so I hope everybody else is enjoying their time here. So I'm with Telos. I'm the head of engineering, and I'm also the chief architect of our EVM. And here today to talk about building the fastest EVM out there. So how do you build the fastest EVM? Well, The way we did it was we started with the fastest blockchain out there, and then we added the EVM. So we launched our EVM in November, but our native network, and we call it native now because we added the EVM, we have to differentiate. So our native network is a high-speed and high-capacity network. When you talk about performance, you need to think about the capacity it can hold and how fast it can do it. So our block times on our native network are half a second, 2 blocks per second, and we can process thousands of transactions per second without any layer 2 rollups or anything like that. That's just our layer 1 network that can do that. So when we decided we wanted to build the EVM and provide EVM support on top of that technology and the power that we have with our native network, we built it as a smart contract on the native network. So if you think about it, the power and ability of the native network is so incredible that we were able to build the EVM runtime in a smart contract on the native network. So it's not a fork of any of the Ethereum clients like Go Ethereum or Parity or anything like that. It's a custom runtime built on top of our native network in a smart contract. It inherits all of the speed, performance, all the governance and decentralization that our native network has because it is on the same network. We like to talk about blockchainception, a blockchain within a blockchain, because it is just one network with both EVM support and our native network, which has many apps and a lot of benefits as well. So for 3.5 years, it's been running, the native network, without any halting, no stopping. I think in about 5 days, we'll hit the 3.5-year mark. We didn't do any ICO. We're a grassroots blockchain. We launched without raising money, and everybody who's contributed has been working to earn our token because they believe in the technology. And as part of that no ICO launch, we did a very decentralized distribution. We didn't have any heavy insider control of the network. It's a very grassroots and decentralized, the true spirit of blockchain that we have. So our EVM itself, the smart contract that executes all of those Solidity contracts and provides the EVM functionality that was audited by Sentinel. They're actually also a validator on our network. After the work we did with them, they came on board. They do a differential fuzzing, and if you don't know what that means, it means they took the two implementations of an EVM side by side. They took ours and Go Ethereum, and they automated inputs and outputs and made sure the results were the same so that we behave identically. It was a great experience. In fact, they did turn up one bug that some people may have seen towards the end of last year. In Go Ethereum, they provided them with the results, and some nodes were affected on the Go Ethereum-based networks. So that was a really good experience, and we're really happy with the results that they did for us. So for developers out there, why would you build on the Telos EVM? Well, for the same reasons that we built it. So we were very happy. We loved the technology we had with our native network, the speed and the performance, but we wanted to expose ourselves to the EVM and Solidity developer ecosystem, all the tools, the mature, Open Zeppelin contracts, everything that you get when you're building on an EVM. We wanted that exposure of the technology we loved for the much broader ecosystem. So when you think about EVMs and many of the implementations, you think about front-running, fluctuating gas fees, things like that. We don't have any of that because of the capacity. If you think about like at a stadium, if there's nobody in line, you don't need to pay to cut in line. So the gas fees are flat, transactions go through with half-second block times. You don't have to think about how much gas you want to spend. The transaction lifecycle with the half-second block times, if you have like a use case for GameFi or some examples like that, and you want some better resolution than waiting 10, 15 seconds for a block to go through to see the result and have somebody else build on top of what that transaction did. You can do lots of different use cases when it only takes a second before a transaction can go through and the next transaction can build on top of that. And with that many transactions possible, chaining them together so quickly, well, you want low-fee, low-cost transactions and deployments of contracts. So we have very low, fair gas prices, and it allows you to really take advantage of the capacity of the network. And the noisy neighbor problem, that's what we like to say in software. When it's a high traffic time, you won't feel that the network's getting a lot of traffic because it has such high capacity that if maybe another app on the network is really busy, you're not going to notice it. So for users, no really, why EVM? I didn't understand all that technology stuff. So you're not going to be waiting on transactions to go through. Sometimes you might send a transaction, your wallet estimates gas price, it goes up, now you're waiting for the network to slow down, or considering paying to speed up your transaction. You don't have that anxious feeling for 30 seconds, a minute, hoping to see your transaction included in a block. For instance, like an NFT mint, you're not going to have the problem where you spent a bunch of gas hoping to get an NFT that everybody wanted to mint, and then finding out, well, you spent the gas, but you didn't get an NFT because somebody else came in and they were willing to put more gas and get in front of you, right? So, and similarly, you know, MEV, that's miner extracted value. I think in the last 30 days, $18.8 million has been extracted through MEV without front running, without the ability to cut in line in front of the retail investors that maybe didn't set their slippage properly on a DeFi transaction or something. You just don't have that. So without that, then the retail user doesn't have to worry about slippage and if they're going to get a sandwich trade against them. And again, Gamified, the things that you can do, the type of applications you might be able to interact with, there's a lot more possibilities with the speed and performance and capacity that you see and the low latency transactions. So for our EVM, what's next? Well, like I said, we launched it in November. We spent almost a year. I think we started building it in January. Spent a long time on testnet, did a lot of engineering work, testing, went through the whole audit process, which can take a long time. And we launched it just at the end of November. So we're really excited to see all the applications that have started coming in. And just like we expected, the whole ecosystem and the tools and all the apps that you've seen on all the other EVMs really are a great experience to use those on our network with the speed and performance and the great user experience it offers. So we're working on an EVM 2.0, which will make it a lot easier for node operators. It'll have a smaller resource footprint, easier to spin up nodes and just maintain them and keep them running. And it'll have comprehensive RPC compatibility. Right now, all the tools that most developers would use work just fine, but there's some real obscure, kind of seldom used RPC methods that we don't currently support that we're going to get to full compatibility with our EVM 2.0. We're going to have a token bridge between our native network and our EVM, because as I am here talking about our EVM, our native network has a lot of tokens, a lot of projects. A lot of people I've talked to here actually have used some of those apps and not realized that they're built on Telos. But those projects now can all bridge their tokens into our EVM, where on the EVM, as we all know, the decentralized exchanges, the AMMs and things like that are much more common. There's a lot more DeFi activity in the EVM, so being able to bridge all of our native tokens into the EVM to participate in DeFi, but letting apps run on native where we have some other benefits like feeless transactions and things that those apps chose our native network for. We're also working on other integrations between native and EVM, so further interoperability between the two, letting native contracts interact with EVM contracts. Just creating that better interoperability will really help, although it is the same network, you know, you can kind of think it as cross-chain. And just further integration between the two will just really help bridge those two and grow our ecosystem across both. And then we have our own block explorer called Teloscan. So we're going to continue to be improving that. A lot of people have been asking for a holders page and different things for like token exploration. So that is going to be one of the main things we focus on, just being able to explore what's happened on chain and presenting the data in a really nice user-friendly way. Along with the API we have used to build our block explorer, we offer that as a public service to anybody that wants to build an app. So the data you see in the Explorer, an account's historical transactions, which NFTs they own, the token balances of a particular token, all that data will be available publicly. We're working on an S-Telos yield-bearing token. We have staking rewards in our native network, and a lot of EVM users just want to stick with MetaMask or their EVM wallet. So We're using the ERC 4626 standard to implement that and make our staking rewards available to the EVM users. And we have a lot of ecosystem incentives coming where we're going to just incentivize the daily active user count, TVLs, just really help incentivize apps to come build on our EVM metric-driven rewards to help them bring users and grow our ecosystem. So, come be part of the future. We're here on the second floor with our booth. We'll be at Consensus. And just please come stop by, say hi, come talk to me or somebody, and be part of the future. So, thank you.
Dcentral loves Telos as one of our sponsors, so thank you for being here. And thanks for sharing that. We need solutions that are going to provide speed, that are going to provide stability, and are going to be a home for new creators, because that's what we need. We need to create. Now is the time to build. Yes, they say bear market. That's why we have ramen for you downstairs, because we understand the struggles. But that being said, just because it's a bear market doesn't mean you need to go into hibernation. Now is the time to build. Now is the time to create. And if you've seen anything from this stage, I hope you've seen that there are creators out here making beautiful things, not just talking about ideas, but executing on them and creating solutions to problems that we currently have. Speaking of solutions, right? One thing about Web3 is that it may be, to some people, a little inaccessible, a little confusing, a little convoluted, right? There's no streamlining of how to utilize certain aspects of the technology. Well, our next presenter is creating a solution to become the search engine for blockchains, to make this easy and simple so that Google doesn't have to dominate the floor anymore, but Web3 companies can come in on the scene and dominate. So without further ado, please help me in joining to the stage Carrot DAO representative, Mr. Rudy Rong.
Hey, so I'm here to talk about Web3 data and the first search engine for the Web3 data. But before, where's slides? Slides working? Oh, here we go. So yeah, before we dive in, I want to tell you a little bit personal story about myself. So my parents were actually first-generation internet entrepreneurs in China, and they founded a company called Bianfeng Gaming in 1999, and it later became the largest social casino companies in China. However, in the summer of 2012, before I boarded the plane going back to China, I heard the news that both my parents were detained by the police and all of our games were taken down from the internet by the Chinese government. So, well, they later fortunately got able to go out within a month and sold the company to the government for a little shy of $1 billion. But what I was really shocked was that how vulnerable $1 billion gaming platform could be. You know, millions, 100 millions of users could be ripped their rights to access their gaming data instantly by a central entity. So the idea of creating something decentralized and immune to policy changes came to my mind. So during the 2017 Forbes 30 and 30 party, Justin Song introduced me to blockchain. And with decentralized data storage, I was able to create something robust and decentralized for game publishing, MagicCube. And during the process, I noticed a significant difference between Web 2 and Web 3. So within Web 2, companies use content to attract traffic. And by monopolizing the user data, user content, companies are like Google and Facebook are eventually able to monopolize the whole industry. But what really makes Web 3 superior? Is this the content? Well, obviously not, right? When you look at Axis Infinity or Steppen. They did accumulate over $1 billion in revenue within 6 months. But are their graphic or playability really better than Call of Duty or World of Warcraft, the traditional games? Well, the answer is definitely not. But there is one thing that only Web3 companies can do, is the incentive programs. So by putting all the data on chain and rewarding users with tokens, these Web3 products are able to give the ownership and data access back to its users. Now the question becomes, how does one utilize the massive amount of cross-chain data? Well, the same problem happened in Web 1 and Web 2 before. So traveling back to the infancy of internet, before Google, before Facebook, all the sites, all the data on the internet are like islands without bridges. The introduction of querying and indexing revolutionized the landscape. So now people do not have to rely on the words of mouth, but can also start accessing data by using keywords and indicators in a search engine. So the introduction of this becomes the catalyst of today's internet. So now people can access limitless knowledge at the click of a button. So now let me introduce you Carrot. So our team of engineers from Google and Apple has created a totally decentralized and permissionless protocol that scours data across the chain and returns querying results instantly based on the indicators you entered into our automated matching engine. There are a lot of user cases. So for example, today, how are you going to create a new game for Bored Ape Yacht Club owners, right? You want to create a yacht battlefield game, for example. There's no way for you to do that. But with our tool, with Carrot, you're able to use our indexing tool to figure out what kind of addresses, over 50,000 addresses owns Ape today, and start and launch an airdrop campaign instantly. Also, the indexing tool helped you block all the bots and unqualified users from accessing. So Carrot serves as a bridge to different projects and user communities. Well, besides indexing, our AME engine, together with a user recommendation tag system, are enabling projects to find new users based on their original users. So, for example, if your product currently have 100 addresses, you can input into AME, and the AME will output you 10,000 addresses that share the similar tags, which means they're likely to like your product as well. So comparing to the current solutions in the market, the Graph or Project Galaxy, we're obviously way more decentralized and way more permissionless. So the Graph takes an engineer team to even get your indexing campaign started. With Carrot, you only need a marketing director who knows what target audiences you want to focus and what kind of rewards you want to give. So speaking of rewarding the early adopters, Carrot uses a dynamic fee and reward structure, which means that if you are going on carrotDAO.com today to claim or to create your campaign, it's not only free, but we are also rewarding you Carrot tokens. Because we value your trust and we value your time and investment into the new platform. However, when the volume goes higher, one will need to start stake or start paying a little fee in Carrot to access the platform and access the community and user base. So get on early is the way to go. And this is a video that of the demo for the campaign we created for you today. So this is a philanthropic campaign we created for you with lag, and Jay will introduce here a little. And with the indexing tool, you can see that we're targeting GMT users. So there are currently 53,000 GMT users on chain, across chain, and there are over 40,000 addresses owns over 10 apes. So with the all and the any button, you can choose what criteria you want it needs to fit. It's either need to fit both criteria for all or any, it just needs to fit one criteria. So we ended up choosing addresses which owns one GMT. And with a scroll bar, you can choose how many addresses you want to target. And with one click of a button, your smart contract is live. So, easily deployed and instantly able to use. So if you check carrotDAO.com right now, you are able to see the campaign and go claim it. So yeah, we launched this campaign with the founder of LAG, Jay, and let Jay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rudy, for hosting, and it's a pleasure to be here with Carrot. My name is Jalin. I grew up in Zimbabwe through 2005 and 2012, and African inflation, how hurting African people has really burned into my memories and experiences. And it's my pleasure that we want to help Africans with the currency resolutions that blockchain is providing, but we also want to provide a little helps along the way. That's why we LAG and Carrot will be presenting claim to give. So for every $1 worth of GMT that you claim with us, we'll be donating $1 to Hulana Matata, which is an African-based charity organization. And with that money, it will be donated through educational program and put kids in Africa for 1 year of education. And thank you very much for presenting this opportunity with me and Carrot. Thank you guys so much.
So yes, with every 50 claims, we are able to support one orphan in Africa for 1 year education. And scan the QR code right now. You can participate in the claim for free, and it's free of charge. So anyone who get on to claim the campaign can get 2 to 5 GMT, and we're going to donate $1 to this foundation. Also, we have a party on the 11th called Elysian on the JW Marriott. So anyone can get on Elysian at carrot.com to register and get a free pass. The free pass is around $2,000, and anyone who holds a pass can claim the GMT free airdrop as well. Thank you.
There's so much talk about how crypto can positively impact our lives today. But it's nice to see partnerships where we're actually seeing people positively affecting the world through adoption of cryptocurrencies, blockchain technologies, and everything in between. So how beautiful. Let's give a round of applause for just providing value for those who are in need. So, when it comes to blockchain technology, and when it comes to Bianca Star, I have a bunch of what I call Bianca-isms. And this is one of my primary one. I say the 3 most valuable currencies are as follow. Number 3, financial currency, monetary currency, things you transact in, fiat, Bitcoin, all of that good stuff. Number 2, social currencies. Your relationships, how you leverage them, how you network, how you utilize them to your benefit. And number 1, the most valuable currency in the world that you, yes, can transact in, yes, is tangible in a way that is tangible, privacy. Privacy is extremely important, and privacy is at the forefront and at the heart of blockchain technologies and everything that we are creating in Web3. That being said, in the crypto community, there is a phrase, not your keys, not your crypto. Well, our next speaker has a play on that phrase, so please join me in welcoming to the stage the representative from Jackal, Patrick Dunlop.
Can you hear me okay? Perfect. So my name is Patrick. I'm one of the co-founders of Jackal. And what Jackal does is we build digital privacy infrastructure and also cybersecurity solutions. So what I'm going to be talking about today is the current state of the internet and what we think we can do to help. So right now if you look up there, it's the usual suspects that we're all accustomed to. So there's about 7 companies that have consolidated power over the internet. They have a price monopoly on data storage. They also control the flow of information. When you have centralized infrastructure like this, you also have really high security vulnerabilities. A lot of my team, our backgrounds, we come from digital forensics. We also come from digital investigations for law firms, corporations. And when the largest platforms right now, they're not open source. They don't develop how they train their algorithms. They don't share often how they disclose and leverage your data. They also don't share how they secure your data, and most importantly, they don't share how they control the flow of information. So they all have very similar business models, and they all prioritize user engagement and growth. They race for the intention marketplace, and they also mine your data and sell it for profit. When you have a business model like this, often these 3 points trump the ethics of the software that's being built, and they also release invisible harms to society. What harms, you ask? If you scan this QR code right now, it'll take you to the Center of Humane Technology, and they can talk about all the different things that are occurring, and how we know that these specific issues and these harms to society are occurring is when you ask the tech leaders themselves, they say things like, I don't use that shit, or they say other things like dopamine-driven feedback loops have created a serious issue, and they're also destroying how society works. That would be the former VP of Facebook. So right now when you have centralized infrastructure like this, you also have centralized choke points of failure that can be really dangerous. And right now they're also being leveraged for different use cases, whether that be military, whether that be government, whether to control populations or as a military tool. Between 2005 and 2021, there's been a total of 469 total government-imposed internet shutdowns, which are a violation of the human rights according to the United Nations. And the longest shutdown in history is currently ongoing between June 19th, 2019 to now in the Myanmar military coup. So when you have all these centralized choke points of failure, you also have really bad cybersecurity vulnerabilities when your data is free-flowing and you don't really have good controls. There's about 14 billion compromised assets out there. There's countless attack vectors, that is emails, passwords, phone numbers, usernames, and it seems like every other day when you look at the news, you'll see XYZ company has been hit with another cyber attack and all this information has been dumped online. What does that mean necessarily? That means that all these different attack vectors that are personal to users, personal to organizations, are shared in plain text, often on the open internet. So I decided to bring a little bit of black hat to Dcentral, and when I first got here, I took the public-facing email address of the chief of police for Austin, and if you notice and you cross-reference that with 14 billion compromised assets, you get his username. If you take his username and then you again cross-reference that with the 14 billion different compromised assets, you get his non-public facing email and you also get his password. Situations like this occur every single day. My background is I would work in things like this for law firms, and we would secure organizations. And something specific, we wonder why we have a really big ransomware problem right now, and reasons like this exist. So this is also a Web3 problem. Right now, every single DApp, they leverage centralized storage layers. They also leverage centralized middleware. When you have that, you have the same attack vectors. You have your data is mined and sold for profit by these organizations. You have censorship issues, and you have no privacy. Also, when Amazon goes down, you'll also notice that all of Web3 weirdly goes down as well. So how can we help? We can help secure the storage layer. We can help with the flow of information with the highest digital privacy and cybersecurity posture available on market right now. We can obsess over ethical and humane core values. We can also put the power back in the user's hands. We leverage all kinds of different protocols to get this to occur, and we've kind of created a big web of protocols that we're leveraging to create this peer-to-peer network of decentralized nodes. If you think about it this way, it's kind of if you took the Tor browser, took BitTorrent and Cosmos smart contracts, you mix them together, that's what Jackal is essentially. So in the development pipeline right now, we have the Shepherd Web Gateway, we have the Retriever Name Service, we also have Jackal Storage, which is a flagship product. A Retriever Name Service is a name service that we launched. It's on mainnet right now. If you purchase it, it auto-resolves to 14 different Cosmos chains. But most importantly, and the reason why we built it, you can send data between two human-readable names that kind of increases that ease of use and user experience. Shepherd Web Gateway, what that does is you can host static websites right now. And with Jackal Storage, it has the highest digital privacy and cybersecurity posture available on market, where only the end user with their private key can access and share their data. We're open source, and additionally, we can't access your data. We're locked out from the ground up. It's like your own personal SSD in the cloud, really. So we follow the Amazon S3 standard. I know Amazon's a trigger word for a lot of you, but it's just a standard that we follow to hook into a lot of enterprise clients, for example. We bring speed, utility, privacy by default. We're fully decentralized with the highest digital privacy, cybersecurity posture available. All of our users get to own their own data, and that's something that's true to the core of our ethos, our vision. And when you own your own data, you're empowered, and you can also sell your own data if you want to sell your own data, but we won't be doing it on your behalf because we are locked out. If you're not really into the security of the whole thing, it's also 50% cheaper than legacy solutions as well. So this is the business to customer product. If you take a look at it, it's really just like a decentralized Dropbox. You drag and drop your files, it gets encrypted in your browser. If you want really high security, you can air gap your computer as well. And then you can push the files to our chain, and we think it's beautiful. So if you want to nerd out on some infrastructure right now, this is how the product works. So when you take a file and you drag and drop it into the client, it gets instantly encrypted from your web browser. At that point, you get a key request and a key result to a blockchain being the secret network. The reason we're on the secret network is it's the only chain with programmable privacy in the metadata. What this gives us the ability to do is we can have all the information needed in the blockchain where only the end user with their private key can access it and share it with an isolated JavaScript client that collects zero data. Once you get that key request and key result, you'll realize that the client will say, okay, this user importantly is paid. And then also it'll tell you that this is where you store the location of the file afterwards. At that time, you pay a little bit gas and then you push the file to our peer-to-peer network of decentralized nodes. What our decentralized nodes do is it's a caching layer that brings that speed, utility that you're used to when you have Web 2 technology, that you're kind of used to that speed and utility. It gets copied for redundancy, and then after that, we're stored on the Filecoin network. The only way to encrypt and decrypt that file, again, is associated with the metadata in your secret network smart contract. Once it's stored, the location of the file is sent back to the client, and then it stores it right in that smart contract. Perfect. Okay, retrieving a file, same thing but backwards. So you get a key request and a key result from the secret network. At that time, it tells the client, hey, this is the CID of the file you got to go find. The client will tell the peer-to-peer network of decentralized nodes, say, okay, go find this file. It'll retrieve the file and send it back to the user. Once it gets back in your client, you get a key request, key result, and then you can decrypt your file. We also want Jackal to be a great asset to own as well, because we want a secondary market for people to hold the token with 6 different revenue streams, 8 different forms of utility, so that we have a secondary market of people that want to purchase it as an asset and reduce the miners just dumping on the entire network and no one wanting the token. So we needed to make sure that it's a great asset to hold as well. If you want to get in touch with us, you can scan the QR code and you'll see our link tree, all of our stuff. You can follow us on Twitter, go to the website, or we're upstairs. If you have any questions, please come by the booth and we would love to talk to you. Thank you so much for having me, and stay safe out there.
Privacy, privacy, so important. #1 currency, Biancaism. We love all projects being built on Secret Network. They are one of our sponsors, and we really appreciate them. They are a network after my own heart, specializing in that privacy, keeping what you want secret, secret. As we transition and we start to think, how can we build this thing called the metaverse? And what actually is a metaverse? We've had people and panels cross this stage talking about the metaverse and what can be built, talking about the fact that maybe the metaverse isn't just one thing, maybe there's many different metaverses that come together. Maybe these metaverses plug in on like an electric cord, and this section is for these metaverses to plug in, and this section is for these to plug in. We're in a creation and building process, and that's why panels like you're going to see right now are so vital and so important, to gather that information and for you as a creator or you as a builder to utilize to the highest and best. So with that being said, let me introduce to a stage the moderator for our panel, Miss Leah Collin Butler.
Is this on? Awesome. Hi, everybody. Thank you for that amazing introduction. My name's Leah, and I'm the director of Emphasis, which is an advisory and investment firm. We're focused on social impact using Web3 technologies. I also write for CoinDesk. I've had an opinion column on their website for a few years, mainly looking at how blockchain is being adopted across Southeast Asia. And I'm also usually based in the Philippines, so I'm not sure if anyone here has seen the Play to Earn documentary about the rise of NFT gaming in the Philippines, but I was the writer and narrator of that little mini film, so check it out on YouTube if you haven't seen it. It's called Play to Earn. We're going to talk about that today because back when I first started researching the rise of Axie Infinity in the Philippines, this was mid-2020, the pandemic was in full force, everyone was in lockdown, and the idea of being able to escape to a virtual world when people were stuck in their own homes was a very exciting prospect. And we saw that adoption really take off throughout 2021. But I think the topic has actually attracted a lot of criticism since then. There's been a lot of pushback against NFTs in general, but also the aesthetic of these virtual worlds, the usability, the access, and so on. So we're going to chat about that today. Carmelo, Rob, Alex, do you want to come out and join me on stage? Give them a round of applause, come on. Hey guys, I've just talked about myself for way too long, so how about you introduce yourselves too?
I'll go first?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, my name is Rob Clark. I work for a company called Reality Gaming, and we produce, well, we started off producing a game called Reality Clash, which was a NFT AR game in the this dawn of NFTs, really, in about 2017. And we moved on then to starting to produce a game called Worlds Apart, which is a Doctor Who licensed crypto game. It's like a trading card game. It falls between Hearthstone and Magic the Gathering in terms of complexity. And we're now working with a lot of different brands that have seen Doctor Who and are trying to work out a way to enter the space, whether it's through Metaverse, whether it's through some sort of Web3 project online only, or whether it's through an actual game, which is obviously the big, scary one for people to sort of get into. So we work with those companies and we try to fit their ideals into this new space.
Hi, my name is Carmelo Milian. I'm the CEO of Polka City. Polka City is a metaverse with its own full economy where everything that you see in it is an NFT. You know, the cars, the gas stations, the planes, boats, everything in the city is owned by our community, and they play and they make money in an economy.
Hey guys, and I'm Alex Nace. I'm not Tracy. Different picture. Yeah, I know, right? I run a very high quality metaverse called TCG World. We've been building quite a bit under the radar for the last like 10, 11 months, and now we are showing what we've been building to the entire world, like literally just starting this last month. So we got a demo here. It's at a booth. It's fully built out everything, and we're all about very high quality graphics, gameplay. We believe a metaverse should be where people have fun going into, but after experience it, they want to come back and they want to continue to do fun things. And so you'll get to see a little bit about what I'm talking about, and as we go through the questions, I can talk a little bit more. But yeah, my name's Alex Nace, and then TCG World is our metaverse upstairs.
Love it, thanks guys. So I want to get this one out of the way. How do we feel about the term metaverse anyway? Do we have a definition for it, or is it just like another one of those overused buzzwords like innovation or decentralization that people are just using over and over again? Because the concept of a metaverse has been around for a really long time. This isn't really new. So what is new about it now? Who wants to tackle that?
Well, right, so I mean, the metaverse started like a buzzword, right? And I mean, for example, Polka City is over a year old now since we started developing it, and we were doing this before everybody was calling it a metaverse, right? And I remember doing some type of VR probably like 20 years ago. When I was working for Microsoft, we played with all that technology. So the metaverse is nothing new. AR is nothing new. The first AR was built in 1968 by a guy in Harvard. So this is technology that we've been putting together all these years, and now somebody comes and says it's the metaverse. And so the metaverse is nothing new. It's something that is going to keep evolving, and it's not just another website. Like many people are even building websites and calling them metaverses. That's the thing. It's kind of a buzzword for all the new technology we have laying around.
Yeah, and it's such a good question, because like that's really like, what is the metaverse? There's a lot of, like you ask 20,000 different people what their definition is of the metaverse, you're gonna get 20,000 different answers. And so in Alex Nace opinion only, so not the opinion of Wikipedia or anybody else, I believe like a full, like dramatized, interactive, immersive, virtual living world is kind of what I envision the metaverse to be. So a place that you can work, a place that you can socialize, a place that you can go play games and go hang out with grandma who lives on the West Coast and go do like an escape room together, or watch a movie together, or host your business, or host education, and all sorts of different industries existing in this world. So it's not just like a one game thing, it's all sorts of different industries. So I kind of like to think of it as like at least with us, like a very high quality like train station. And through it are all these different rails, or all these different industries: education, music, entertainment, school, philanthropy, charity, like all these different rails kind of coming through this one awesome platform. Is kind of like what I envision the metaverse to be. I think a good example, has anyone seen like the movie Ready Player One, or read the book? Show of hands, just out of curiosity, if you've seen Ready Player One. So that's kind of like what I think is a good example of like where it could go. But it definitely is a word that is thrown around loosely. And some projects are like, yeah, we're a metaverse. And I look at it, it's like, so yeah, my definition definitely is a little bit different than others on it, but that's kind of what I envision it to be.
I feel like Rob's going to have a different take on this again.
Go for it.
I was going to say, like, personally, I agree the Ready Player One thing, right? And that's the dream, to have that full haptic feedback VR vision, right? And so when we talk about the metaverse, if you're talking about what it is right now and what it could be, those are two very different conversations. When we talk to brands, they don't really know, right? They come to us and they say, okay, we need to do Web3, we want to do a metaverse, and we say, okay, what do you want to do? And then they tell us, and we go, okay, well, we could work with Sandbox, or we could work with TCG, right? We can work with these guys, and we can produce something for you within those existing platforms. And they go, what? We have to share? Are other competitors and brands going to be on those platforms? Why would we do that? And then you have to explain sort of what do you want? Yes, we can make you a metaverse with a 3D world in a space. It's going to be just this isolated island of something. And maybe if you're just BMW and you want to just be able to show people, for example, like how a car looks on the inside on your website, cool. You want to call that a metaverse? Call it a metaverse, you know. But the real ideal for us in this room, I would imagine for most of us, is to have these businesses learn and educate them on the power of interoperability. And you have to do that at a very senior level sometimes, and it's something that takes time. We're able to use the word interoperability now without people staring at us confused. So I think we're getting somewhere, because last year that was not the case at all.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. When we bring customers and companies to the metaverse, we got to tell them you want to join the metaverse, not we're going to create a metaverse. I know of a huge bank that was like, oh, metaverse, we got to go to metaverse. So they hire a whole bunch of developers for a bank, and they got their metaverse. So what you doing with that? You're not interacting with other metaverses. You're not getting new customers. You're just giving a 3D game to your customers, right? So that brings me to another thing. I believe that a true metaverse has to integrate with other metaverses. If you have just your metaverse and it's just your 3D world and you're bringing customers there and nobody can come in, this is my place, then that's not a metaverse. That's just a 3D game.
I hear you loud and clear. I have a question that might sound a bit non-Web3, but hear me out. I want to talk about aesthetics, because at the moment, like you mentioned the sandbox, which I'm a huge fan of, but you know, it gets a lot of criticism because it's pixelated. Our PFPs on Twitter, they're all cartoons. I'm wondering, you know, do you think this aesthetic is going to endure in metaverses, or are we going to start to see more sophisticated graphics? Likewise, you know, I think there's still a tendency to be kind of skeuomorphic. That is, all the things that we have in digital worlds, they kind of resemble what is in the real world. Like, we might not be really kind of figuring out what we can really do in terms of the full potential of these worlds. So I want to talk about aesthetics, but I'm thinking, you know, maybe the Web3 community can actually kind of weigh in on that, because we have these new elements of ownership and the creator economy to kind of build it. Like, what do you guys think about this? Where is it going? Are we just like super early now?
Well, I mean, so that's kind of us, right? So we're all about like 4K, high quality. Look, I believe people, like businesses, celebrities, users, like people want to be in something high quality, right? Like that's you, that's your brand, right? I can't imagine like a company like Nike being in a metaverse where you can't even make out their logo because of like low quality. So I think aesthetics really are an important thing. But it's also a balance, because I've met with some other upcoming metaverse projects. Like, we've been in development for a year, but I've met with some other projects that are just kind of starting out, and they're trying to go like hyper-realism, like hyper-realism. Like, you can see like arm hair and like sweat glands and stuff. And although it looks cool, you also have to build something that is for your customer base, right? Like, the average user like doesn't have a crazy graphics card. Like, if people that know graphics card, I'd say like average people have like a 960 or a 1060 like graphics card. So you don't want to build something that is going to be outrageously expensive. And you want to make it so that it looks good, but it also has different styles of play. Like, VR looks really cool, but it's hard to play VR for like multiple hours. Like, I can't play VR for 8 hours. I don't know if everybody else is like I start to get a headache. So you want it to be available for the masses. You want it to make it look good, but the most important thing out of all of it, it doesn't matter how good your metaverse looks. If the multiplayer is clunky and it's a bad user experience, people aren't going to want to go back. So while other companies are so hyper-focused on graphics and making it look awesome, they need to also be with the same amount of passion over the user experience. It has to be fun, and you can't have all these bugs and clunky, laggy multiplayer, because that's not something you want to go back to. So it needs to be that strong balance. And sometimes people hyper-focus on one over the other. I think it should be like both. Focus on making it look good, but also that it plays good.
Yeah, I agree with him 100% that too. If I wanted pixelation in my gaming, I'll dust off my Atari and connect it again. so I believe that the experience, if we're talking about the metaverse and with a nice creation of these avatars, that our avatars actually look like ourselves, right? They take a picture and you can have your avatar look like yourself, you dress it like yourself. You can sign its identity so that you can make sure that nobody steals your avatar and that kind of thing, right? So the quality is it needs to be so good that the immersion makes you confuses you where you are, you know, and especially since the technology is catching up, because the problem was, I mean, these headsets, they were terrible, you know. Now the Oculus 2, I mean, at least, right? And there's these expensive headsets, but that's the problem. If you create the highest quality available to create right now, it's not going to run in your headset. So you need to either do these inversions. What we're doing at Polka City is, so we don't do mobile yet because the quality that we have is too high for mobile. It's just desktop, PC and Macs. But we are doing subsets of the metaverse, different gamifications that are going to go to mobiles. People are going to be able to trade their NFTs in mobile apps and everything, but it is connected to the metaverse. So when they go to the metaverse, they bring in all their NFTs, all their cars, all their clothing, everything there. So I mean, the idea, the goal of the metaverse should be an experience. It's an entire experience that it will encompass. Yes, we're going to be VR. Yes, we're going to be in the mobiles. Yes, we're going to be in the PC, in the desktops. We have to leverage all the technology to deliver the experience.
Yeah, I think I absolutely agree with you guys on that. And the accessibility thing is a big thing when we talk to brands, right? So if you go outside and you watch people at lunchtime, and like, we're an entrepreneurial and a sort of industry, right? And everyone's got a top-of-the-line MacBook Pro or an Alienware laptop. And that's what they're using these metaverses on. But when we talk to broad brands that want to see this, like really, really broad audiences that wouldn't know what a metaverse is, probably still haven't heard the term. We're talking about, as you say, people with integrated Intel graphics cards on their laptops, and it needs to work for that, which is maybe, I don't think that was the deliberate reason why our current metaverses are voxel and pixel based. I think that's more to do with how quickly you can get that stuff out versus higher, not higher quality, but a more like high resolution world. And the other thing is how much it costs businesses to then produce those assets, and how many of those businesses are able to be convinced that, say you do, we use the Nike example, if you're going to enter 3 or 4 metaverses that are all vastly different in terms of the resolution and the style, then for each asset that you produce for each pair of shoes, you need to do 4 times the amount of work on them. And so you have to work out, if all 4 of those are sort of super hyper realistic, that's going to have a cost to it more than if all 4 of them are sort of very low resolution pixel versions of those things. But the low resolution pixel versions can end up taking longer because of the fun world of licensing and going through a long process where, like you say, if the logo that was a 2000 by 2000 resolution picture is now a 20 by 20 block, getting that through to a big corporation and saying, well, this is what your logo looks like now, is very, very hard.
While you were saying that, I was picturing my head in the metaverse and pixelated and goes, like, you see my Nikes? And you're like, are you sure those are Nikes?
Like counterfeit.
Are you sure? They don't look real to me.
That idea too of, in terms of like, how do we translate these images into these different worlds is hugely important. But I also think the concept of ownership is cool, right? So like, if you're wearing your Nike shoes in the metaverse, you want to be able to prove that they're yours, that they're legit, you know. I think that's one of the biggest things, and I'm sure everybody here in this audience, I don't need to preach to you, we get it, we get the concept of digital property rights. And that is, to me, you know, one of the biggest things, if not the biggest thing, that we're seeing in these new open, interoperable metaverses that we're imagining. However, it still feels like such a difficult concept to explain to people who haven't been like banging on the Bitcoin drum for years, you know, like they're not that worried about self-sovereignty or, you know, whether I actually own my digital assets. A lot of people are kind of going, you know, how can virtual land possibly be scarce, for example, and they don't really understand the need to own an NFT. It's like right click and save, right? So my question is, how important is this? Like, are we actually going to see, heaven forbid, Roblox, Meta prevail here, and people are going to, you know, enjoy metaverses but never actually own their digital assets? I mean, how big is this fight?
Well, the funny thing about this like whole ownership conversation for us, and like what do people care? I think the answer that we've had to solve that a little bit with Doctor Who, right? But I think as an industry, we are almost getting too obsessed with that as the only thing to focus on, right? Like ownership is super important, but just pushing, hey, you own your assets, that's not a feature. That to me is like selling a video game by saying, okay, this is made in Unity. And no one cares. No one cares except you. You know, your developers, your business, the engine is really important. Your consumers don't care. And we've noticed that, like working on Doctor Who for the last few years. So what we do is we don't talk about ownership on our website. We talk about the features behind the ownership, right? Which for us is, the obvious one is money. It's being able to trade cards like you trade Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and Magic cards and you own them there. and then you can make money if you get a rare one. If you've got duplicates, you can trade them. Those are features. The technology, like we're trying to move away from using the term NFTs, although it's powered by NFTs, right? It doesn't matter. And if you want to reach an audience outside of the crypto audience, which is growing, but reasonably still very small compared to the broad mainstream audience for a free-to-play game, you've got to like put the tech on the back a little bit, I think, and start focusing on features.
I was just going to quickly add to that. Like, I feel gamers get it. I've heard so many horror stories of people who have poured like tens of thousands of hours into a game, you know, winning cool assets or, you know, creating an amazing skin, and then the game's discontinued. Or for whatever reason, like I heard one that someone was playing a game in Hong Kong and they moved to the US and you couldn't actually access it when you're in a different country. And, you know, that's like a part of you, part of your identity. And being able to actually own those assets so you can kind of port them around with you and be more part of your life could be a huge use case as well.
Well, just to add on, like I agree with Rob. I think a lot of people are very hyper-focused on the ownership, the security and stuff, because that's a lot of like in the metaverse space right now. Like, okay, yes, you can buy and sell land. Yes, you can buy and sell NFTs. And so that's kind of the thing that everyone's like worried about are those two things, like making sure it's authentic, making sure that all that. I think the next phase in the metaverse industry is kind of the thing that people have been waiting for, where it's not about it's about revolutionizing industries. It's about changing the way that economies operate and people get educated and businesses interact with people and we interact with each other. And so, like, if done right, which fingers crossed and will of God and all that, if done right, like, I believe we're gonna start moving away from being a product or being a metaverse. I actually see this as being like a societal movement, like something that actually could change and elevate not just one industry or one rail at the train station, but revolutionize all industries and elevate them in a very special way, if done right. And so that's kind of where I see this next phase or level or upgrade, I guess you could call, of the metaverse, is that's where things are kind of moving towards, where lives are actually going to be impacted on a global scale, which is freaking exciting.
I'm going to give you an example of how we're doing this in terms of ownership of NFTs, right? So we've been selling in Polka City land. We sold land twice. Every time that we sell land, it sells out in hours, and people fight because they couldn't buy it. But what we're doing is, I went to El Salvador a couple of months ago. I met with Bukele, and I met with the ambassador, and we started talking about things that we're going to be doing there. So, you know, there's about building Bitcoin City. So Polka City, it has acquired a few acres in Bitcoin City, which we're building some land and houses, real land and real houses. And when you buy your land and your house in Polka City in the metaverse, it's going to actually include real property in Bitcoin City. So when you buy it, hey, I have this NFT, I just buy it. Oh, really? When you go to El Salvador, you have a house with a key. And in the same way that we're doing this, since we're selling NFTs, that land, every time that keeps reselling and passing hands, is always going to be sold through Polka City, and the owner, original owner of the land, is always going to get royalties. So what we're doing is, if you have land or building a community that you want to sell in the real world, what do you rather do? Give it to a real estate company and a developer that is going to buy it from you once, or you rather build it so that it can be sold as NFTs in the metaverse and keep earning forever in the royalties of that land movement? So we're doing that before the end of the year. We should be already selling that land in El Salvador.
I love these projects that are really kind of blurring the lines between what is the physical world, which I always say physical, not real world. You know, people say real world. I'm like, it's all real. It's your version of reality. Yeah. So it's like the blurring of the physical and the virtual worlds, I think, is super cool. And we're probably going to see more of that, like, rather than say just a Ready Player One fully immersive metaverse, I think, like more how we can actually blend our lives. I mean, this is all great. We've kind of been saying how awesome this is, but I just want to dig into something that was mentioned before around accessibility. You know, how do we actually make sure that these metaverses are inclusive? I think we hear a lot of narratives about, you know, I live in the Philippines, and we've heard about how people in the Philippines can kind of smash traditional geographic boundaries to be able to participate in this global decentralized economy. But how do we make sure that we are actually creating, you know, a wonderful brand new world that we want to live in, and not just replicating the same old structures of the past?
That's a great question.
Take it away,
Carmelo. I think the way to do this, and it brings me to another thing, is if we're building these metaverses, we got to be responsible. We have to take responsibility. I mean, it's not all good. It's not all nice and pink. I'm telling you, 10 years from now, there's going to be new mental health problems because of the metaverse. There's going to be people who they're going to take their headsets out, and they're going to find out that they don't have the same girlfriend as in the metaverse, the same car as in the metaverse, and they live on their parents' garage. And that's going to be depressing. So I mean, that's going to be happening. So when we're building these experiences, we have to be responsible. We cannot have 10-year-old kids with a headset for 12 hours. You know, we have to work around that too. It's not just build, and sell, and make money. We have to take responsibility.
Well, and I can also kind of see the other side of the coin on that one. Like, I can see like the positive impacts of these like specific examples, like talking like so we're working with a couple of kid organizations because we don't have adult entertainment pornography. Like, we're kid friendly because we're working with some kid organizations for education. And because they're finding that kids these days are learning more through gamification than they are sitting at a desk for, 10 hours a day. I'm the same way. I learn more through gamification and stuff. So like, here's a way to kind of revolutionize that industry and bring, like, I got a 6-year-old kid and he learns so fast coding and everything on his iPad more than I do at the moment. Like, they learn so fast. And even with like self-help, like I do see like people taking things out of moderation and getting too much into it. But then take the other side of the coin with self-help. Like, what if there was a metaverse place where people can go get self-help? Like, I don't have to leave my house. I don't have to go find an office that has a time and go drive somewhere and go meet somebody in an office. Like, what if I can go into a world and there's like a nice river, there's like birds, like it's a really like conducive environment, and I can get help with like mental addiction or depression or things that I'm really struggling with. I don't even have to dox myself. Like, I don't even have to show my face if I don't want to. I can go and get help in the world from an expert. They may not even live in my local area. Maybe there's somebody that is just this renowned person on the West Coast or the East Coast. Now I can go visit them and get help in an anonymous way if I wanted to. And then like self-building and learning leadership and self-help and all that kind of stuff too is so, there's another whole option for that. Now in the metaverse, where it can actually really help a lot of people. And same with the therapist, like they can do it from their house too. They don't have to go travel and set up and all that stuff.
So are you saying that I'm going to go to the metaverse to get therapy for metaverse addiction?
Yeah, exactly. There'll be a special therapist for that, yes.
On the broad like accessibility problems, like I think it comes down to making sure you have a diverse staff building these things. Like hire less white guys, hire more people of diverse backgrounds. I think COVID has helped. If there's one thing that COVID has done, it has pushed us to remote work. And as an industry, we have already cracked that problem. We don't want to take 20 years to hire our first woman, like the games industry did, like to bring people in and to make people feel wanted in those spaces. Which is
sometimes even with DAOs, for example, like the creation of DAOs and people just being able to come along and, put themselves forward. They're they're contributing based on their skill set, not, what they look like or where they're from or their socioeconomic status.
Yeah, and that helps when we bring people up from our communities, which we often do, right? You find talented people that become moderators, that become community leads through Discord. That's never really happened before. Like that wasn't happening in games, and now it's happening for the first time to take people and bring them in. As an industry, we're doing that well, and I think that over time will lead to a more diverse thing. And the remote working just allows different people from all over the world to collaborate and to have the time. If you've got kids, if you need to take time and do stuff on a different schedule, that's possible. So we just need to focus on those benefits, make sure they're clear. And
And just to add on to that, because that's such a good point, like now you have people all over the world, like they can get education that they couldn't get education in the world. And then also like having an economy that's based off of global pricing, not local pricing. So now you got these people who are in these second, third world countries who are making like 10 to 20 cents like a day, like right now, and they're having to like sell themselves to brothels and stuff just to provide for their family. Like now they can make 10, 20, $50 a day, and like it's like changing money because it's not based on their local price, it's global price.
Alex, I could listen to you all day. I'm really sorry. We're going to have to wrap it up. They're going to start playing the music in a sec. We've gone way over time. This is amazing, though. The big takeaway I took was that this is a tool. It can be used for good or bad, and we need to make conscious decisions in terms of how we build this metaverse. So I'm feeling very, very optimistic having listened to you guys. Thank you for an amazing panel.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody.
Amazing insights about the metaverse. I love the diversity of thoughts that we see on this stage about what a metaverse can be and what it could be, what it can be. I like the idea of blurring the lines. A lot of people in this industry obviously are crypto natives. They know the terminology, they understand ERC 720 token and what that means, right? They get it. But there's so many people who need to onboard who maybe that terminology isn't even important. And so I love the idea of how do we glorify the use cases and the functionalities of this technology, but not necessarily have to use convoluted language if it's not necessary. When it comes to building the metaverse, everyone's going to be a part of it in the future if we're not already a part of it, if we're not already living in the metaverse, right? So we need to use language and we need to blur those lines. So incredible panel. Thank you so much again, panelists. Here at Decentral Con, we are not just about education, we're about entertainment as well. Edutainment, as we like to call it. We have a mechanical bull outside that you could ride and potentially win 1 ETH. That's a good payback for having a good time. We have food trucks. We have a musical performance, I heard, on this stage closing out our Decentral conference. So we're all about entertainment and we're all about a diversity, right? We have me up here presenting. Well, you know, when do you ever see a presenter at conferences? But we're doing something different. We're bringing something fresh and flavorful. That's why I'm so excited to introduce our next Fireside chat, because it's fresh and flavorful. We're seeing adoption from celebrities. We're seeing adoption from athletes. And so I am so excited to be able to introduce to the stage our athlete extraordinaire, NBA professional, Baron Davis and Jordan French for their Fireside chat. Please welcome them to the stage with a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Big round of applause for Bianca, our lovely MC. She'll never get enough praise for all that she does. One hell of an intro for us. Right, Baron?
Yes, we selling products. I feel like we're about to do like a motivational speech.
I feel this way. or it's a comic skit. Is it about that? We're still standing. We should take a seat.
Thank you.
As to be considerate. Let's grab these two, kind of like nice and center. Actually, let me move you right here. Best optics for that camera. I'm seeing them right down the middle. Acknowledgement. Big round of applause for Dcentral and the team out back. Michael, Justin, Esther, the phenoms that they are. You'll better check out Miami later this year. I'll go. I was there last year. It's a great time. In December, for the uninitiated, Dcentral Miami. Speaking of what Bianca, I'm going to pick up on a word she mentioned. You heard it a lot. Metaverse. Haven't heard lobster much, but that's going to come up about Metaverse, and we're going to unpack some of that for you. Let me open this up for the uninitiated on you, Baron. MBA star turned entrepreneur. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me. This is cool. Happy to be here. Shout out to Decentral Con, and I'm ready to get cracking.
And you teased some news to us on Twitter. We were all paying attention. And it was about some of the work that you're doing. what's even better, as I like to say, picture's worth 1,000 words. We've heard that one, but video's worth 10,000. So we got a short video reel. I'm gonna make sure they make eye contact with us so they can play it. That way we can talk about it during this talk. It's about some of the work that you're doing. Gents? Ooh, good timing. It's spacey right there.
Can we talk about it?
See if you,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to History of the Game. Former NBA player. My goal, and I think my life mission, was to create a storytelling museum to honor some of the best basketball players that ever played that didn't get nominated into the Hall of Fame. And so for me, I believe that, you know, every person, every player has a story, blood, sweat, and tears in the journey. And so what I wanted to do was create a museum where the players can nominate players in, where the players can nominate coaches, coaches can nominate coaches, pioneers, you know, brands, right? You know, startup companies, and then also NFTs. Because if we're talking about Web3 and we're talking about, you know, this inclusive, cohesive system, we should be able to collaborate with other NFTs for the players, you know, and build a menu that they can pick from. And, you know, thinking about this museum, you know, we had to have games, we had to have gamification. And so building out an arcade allows us to create these prizes, right? Physical, digital, whether it's an NFT or a physical jersey, you'll be able to play these games in order to win and collect your prizes. So the more points you get, the more prizes you get. And then looking upstairs, our gallery, you know, just thinking about like, how do we serve the community? How do we offer space to the community? And so what you're looking at is collaborations with other NFTs that we can do a collab pack, or we can give them display wall to tell their story. And then Slick is our company, Sports, Lifestyle, and Culture. And it's the first, you know, live stream marketplace for creators. And so our goal was to basically build a streaming platform where you go into our environment, which is like a Grand Central Station, and you can be in a lounge, you can be, you know, out at the basketball court, and then it gives the content and the talent on the other end an opportunity to have distribution to go direct to their audience. And then here's our Hennessy Lounge, which I was tweeting. We'll be launching that on draft day, June 23rd. You'll be able to get Hennessy Lounge Access Pass to be able to travel in the Metaverse and see like what we're doing. We'll be doing our own, you know, draft recap show in the Metaverse. And so what you're looking at is, you know, the lounge that we will be releasing for the draft, and, you know, a big draft party. And then I mean, this is George Gervin. We just honor legends. The goal was just honor legends. And, you know, every legend gets his own locker room. Super fans get a locker in their locker room, and that gets you access to breakfast, interviews, Zooms, you know, meet and greets at all-star playoff games, things like that. And so what we wanted to do, we wanted to bring the fans closer to the legends, closer to the game, closer to the pioneers, because if we're all sitting and sharing stories, everybody's gonna have a different perspective, right? Or a different story that adds into, you know, probably that one game. And so what History of the Game is, for me, it was something that I wanted to build for my peers, something I wanted to build for the players I grew up watching, and something that I feel we should be leaving behind for the generations to come.
That's awesome. We can cut it there. Thanks so much for airing that, because like I said, 10,000 words in every video. Really well timed, by the way. It's almost like we practiced your speech speech timing, but probably order of priorities here. For all the media out there just like me, just teeing this up, I mentioned Barron's tweet about the big reveal. It's the Hennessy Lounge. So for all those all out there writing, doing your video, that's a thing to cover, is a Hennessy Lounge that's coming.
It's called the Never Stop, Never Settle Society. And so that's the lounge, that's the vibe, the campaign that we'll be promoting and building out, you know, that first activation in our museum.
Yeah, with the checkerboard floor I mentioned earlier, it's getting some like sophisticate meets Tom Petty vibes. I like that a lot.
Yeah, the checker floor is based off of the legendary black architect Paul Williams, who designed, you know, Frank Sinatra's house in Palm Springs, a bunch of houses in Beverly Hills, the Beverly Hills Hotel. But he was probably one of the most sophisticated designers because you couldn't put him in a box. And so, you know, a lot of this museum, right, and design in this museum is really, you know, curated so there are stories to be told, right? And artwork and design can come into the museum to further enhance it.
Yeah, certainly, and no pun intended on the box to which you refer, this being the metaverse. And so some inquiring minds out there, you know, want to know about what you're launching June 23rd, coming right up. My first thought is, though, looks like we can play, Baron, and this is a question, on that basketball court that people just watched a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah, you know, we're building, and so our thought was, you know, Web3 has to include, you know, in real life experiences, virtual experiences, and then VR, gaming, all of that. And so Web3 should be the most inclusive, and it should be experiential. And so for us, you know, every part of our museum, we want to be able to like duplicate that in a physical form. And the way we look at the museum is really like we want a database and archive all of the incredible assets and IP and license rights for players themselves. So then at some point, you know, we will have, you know, a much bigger library than the Hall of Fame.
And got to ask this one naturally, because I know all the Web3 nerds out there like me are thinking this. Can we get an anti-gravity suit and just play you out there? Because that's what we're going to need.
Yeah, I mean, we working on like volumetric, like building out volumetric studios, things like that. Just thinking about like how can we continue to make the experience as realistic as possible, right? And so, you know, I think it's more about just listening and learning in this space and not being too fast, right? And kind of just, I would say, build it environment by environment, right? Because as, you know, Web3 is continuing to evolve and continuing to grow, no matter what's happening right now, there's so many incredible minds that are building cool stuff. You know, we want to make sure that we're nimble enough to add partners. So that's the whole point.
Yeah, it makes sense. Look, we've had these conversations before, and we know from coverage we've done, it's almost limitless, right? It's only limited by your own imagination of what's possible in here. And so to ground this experience for people, because there's people out there, they want to go into this on the 23rd. What is the use case, right? Just to lay more foundation. The draft's coming up. People can enter the metaverse as like a lounge, for example.
Yeah, it's basically we're doing our own draft party. We're doing our own draft show. And we're going to be in New York physically. And so for our fans, our people that are out, you know, out in the public and NBA fans, we figure that they should have the same opportunity that we're experiencing in New York. And so that was the whole point of just building out the lounge and having a draft party with Hennessy to honor the rookies and all the legends, but to also bring, you know, this Web3 audience into, you know, this NBA or this basketball ecosystem, you know, a little different than just like buying an NFT, right? It's like, okay, here's something that you can actually experience, right? And here are people there, and here's content there. And, you know, even though for us, it's like the experience is like we rather focus on the moments instead of like a one-off interchange where you can't really mobilize, you know, a lot of times the NFTs because they have no utilities, you know, especially in our sport and in basketball. And so what we wanted to do was make sure that every time we had a drop, that drop would ultimately lead to something that you would get, you can experience, you know what I mean? Because that's, I mean, to me, that's what I would want to experience, you know, in Web3 and NFTs. And even as a fan of the game, it's like I want to go to one place where I can absorb all of the content around basketball as I possibly want.
Yeah, definitely, and to unpack that further, right, and lay even more foundation, the paradigm that a lot of us are in Web3 is, just to repeat it back to you, we've either bought or sold NFTs, and there's not a lot of utility yet. We all are thinking, well, what do you do next? Let's drop them into games. Let's do other things. And a lot of people have bought sports memorabilia NFTs, for example, from one of great company out there. Linda is running OpenSea. It sounds like you're taking the game and turning it on its head and starting with the experience first.
Yeah, it's like this is an opportunity for like culture. You know, 3 years ago, everybody was talking about the artists and how they want to empower the artists. Today, they're not talking about that anymore. You know what I mean? Corporate is coming in, they're moving in. It's more about the tech is starting to become, you know, a bigger, broader ecosystem. But the artists, right, was the ones we were supposed to be protecting. The legacy people were the ones, for us, we wanted to be protecting. So if we stick to that, right, just protecting assets, protecting IP, right, and then engaging, right, because, you know, let's, for example, like George Gervin, right, San Antonio legend, you know, NBA Hall of Famer, one of the best basketball posters of all time, and I want one. You know what I mean? And people, you know, there's a lot of people who want that. And so why just give them a poster and an autograph when you can give them the poster, the autograph, and George Gervin would love to know who his super fans are because he would want to share all of this knowledge and these stories that he's had that has been locked up because there's only a certain amount of slots on TV, there's only a certain amount of slots for commercials, and then there's only a certain amount of idle time that the NBA has when you're watching NBA games to produce and show who they are. So as the game evolves, 75 years in the league, we have to do a better job of making sure that we capture more and more and more and more stories of these guys because they're living legends.
Right, and to repeat this back to you, it's all about the relationship, and these are tools, really, that you're building for these creators, these artists, players, in a case, who are in many form an artist in and of themselves, especially their own IP, that's for sure, to relate to more of their fans, to build a relationship with more of their fans. Did I get that right?
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely, because, you know, just picking on the athlete, it's like the athlete is a hyphenate, the athlete has a best friend who's an incredible artist, you know, painters, things like that. So if you start to like pinpoint on the athlete, then the artist gets taken care of, the producer gets taken care of, whoever's animating it. And so to me, that's like the Web3 ecosystem is you 5 people get together to support George Gervin, take him, induct him into the Metaverse, and then let him menu out, you know, the NFTs that he wants to be a part of. And so that will drive value for him. It drives value for the artist. It drives value for the people who are helping him operate it.
Sounds like hell of a tailgate's coming up in the lounge on the 23rd. Backstage, we talked a little bit about the other relationship which can be to other brands, including one, for example, that's like Dcentral, which we're at. You know, it's ripe for a metaverse play. Can you give us a little bit of a preview? Maybe it's not right now, but a way that you could work with others like a Dcentral in the future to tie them in to your own metaverse.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at our world is pretty, you know, it's pretty barren. Just kidding. And so I would say somewhere like a place like Dcentral.
I admit I did not see that coming. I did not actually see that one coming. Usually I'm the one hitting you with the puns.
You know?
I got a lobster roll coming for you.
But, you know, thinking about Dcentral Con and thinking about all the people here, it's like every time I go to conferences, it's like, you know, either you're overwhelmed, you're underwhelmed, you're overinformed, you're underinformed, you're overconnecting, you're underconnecting. And it's like, you know, we don't want to just be people showing up at events, passing through in traffic. You know, and I think for us, it's like, how do we create, you know, a space, right, in an environment where people can always tap in, right? Because it's one thing to give somebody a card or like be texting and following up, but it's another thing to know that, hey, I can go to Dcentral Con, right? I can go tap in one of these offices or a workshop. It's like, why aren't we taking these panels and then extending them into workshops or building out town halls, right? Where we can all kind of congregate, learn from each other, work together. And for the people who couldn't be here, right? The people who are not physically here, I think, you know, building out an environment, right? It would give them the opportunity to, one, like, if you can't afford it, earn your way here, you know? I want to give a shout out to my driver because he just picked me up today and I dragged him in here. He cut me a deal for Uber. He cut me an Uber deal.
What's his name?
Anthony.
Anthony. Big round of applause for Anthony.
Shout out to Anthony.
The driver, front row. We got a packed house here, Baron. And I'm going to mark it Dcentral on top of it. So Anthony, so glad you could be here. So glad to see him in the front row. Super fan, ready for the metaverse, ready for the lounge. And I'll mark it Dcentral on this note because you brought it up on the count. There's, from numbers Justin supplied, over 10,000 were on one of the live streams.
Wow.
So no joke on the count. I don't know the numbers here, but to your point.
Yeah, it's a great community. You know, you all are building a great community here, and people are, you know, they're vibrant. You know, the Miami one was great. You know, just it got me juiced.
We got Anthony in the house.
We got Anthony, and like to me, like Anthony was about to leave because he was my Uber driver, and I was like, no, come in, dude. You want to be a part of this? And so for me, it's like I always want to try and pull one or two people or invite them, you know, into a space where, you know, people are engaging, people want to help, people, you know, like this space and this community and what we're growing, we should pay close attention to it because we're really doing something positive. You know, outside of all the BS and, you know, the people who are in it for the wrong reasons, but, you know, people are here for a reason to connect, to learn, to build things together and collaborate, and that's what Web3 is about.
Yeah, certainly, and we're down on our minute, but we'd be remiss, Baron, to not unpack this word that we keep using. There's probably some inquiring minds out there, curiosities about this word, the lobster. Why are these two talking about lobsters? Well, just as a segue and foundation, we found each other out in the food court. And the food's pretty good here. Just to start.
The food is great. This is the best conference with the best food. You know, usually the food's nasty at conferences.
Yeah, that's for damn right. At Grit Daily House, and it's my turn. Mark Murrell's here from Get Maine Lobster. We got lobster rolls. I know some of y'all are salivating for that. So stop by Grit Daily House. We'll be there. You should swing by. Anthony, you're more than welcome. We'll get you a front row seat there as well. I'm Jordan French, executive editor at Grit Daily News, based up in New York and Block Telegraph as well. Big round of applause one more time for the Baron Davis.
You can follow us Twitter. It's more than us. Or I think it's morethanus.io. More Than Us NFTs on Instagram. That's our collective, and so just like History of the Game, it took a village. We have a bunch of really incredible designers, builders who are building their own projects, and so check us out on More Than Us, and we'll be happy to engage, collaborate, because that's where we're here.
Awesome. Draft date, June 23rd. History of the Game. One more big round of applause. Baron Davis, ladies and gentlemen, and Bianca. Come back out here, take it away. Thank you.
We love love it. We don't do it small here at Decentral. We make sure we get high hitters, not only in the crypto space, not only in the blockchain space, but in the athletic space. I've never tried to be an NBA player, but I'm sure it's very difficult. So kudos to him for not only focusing on that, but transitioning and bringing in new people into the crypto space, which is what we ultimately want, that adoption. I am so excited. I love NFTs. As I said previously, when I found NFT technology, the first thing I said is, I am an NFT. I call an NFT the tokenization of a unique digital asset. I think the use cases for NFTs goes beyond what we even currently have imagined. And our next presenter here is looking to gamify the experience of DeFi and NFTs. Not only hitting one, but all three of the beautiful things that this blockchain revolution is offering us. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage the representative from DeFi Kingdoms, Dreamer himself. Woo!
Hello, everybody. I am Dreamer, president at Kingdom Studios, where we are developing DeFi Kingdoms. And as mentioned, DeFi Kingdoms is a protocol we launched last year where we are gamifying DeFi and NFTs. Doing that in a number of different ways. Today I'm going to start by recapping kind of what we've done over the last 10 months. And then we're going to go into what we've been working on, some recent releases and what's coming up. To start, behind me you see 3 logos under DeFi Kingdoms. The first is Jewel. Jewel is our power token. It is our main token that we launched with on Harmony. Jewel is used for things like summoning new heroes into the realm. Next to it, you see Crystal. Crystal represents a power token on the Avalanche ecosystem, where we launched DFK Chain earlier this year and called it DeFi Kingdoms Blockchain. Our own blockchain, because when it comes to blockchain gaming, fees become very important. We need low fees. What better way to control them than to have our own blockchain? That last logo there represents DFK Chain. So we're going to start by going through our gamified roadmap. And I'm going to click a button here in a second. I hope that the screen moves. It's meant to be a video. Let's see how it goes. But the first thing you see up there at the top is like a gamified garden. You might ask yourself, what would the garden represent in DeFi? Well, when we launched, we started with a DEX, a decentralized exchange. And there are many concepts that are hard for people not currently involved in crypto and not currently farming in the overall like DEX world in terms of liquidity pool farming that don't understand a lot of the concepts. So we simplified it. Rather than an LP token, you get a seed. Rather than a decentralized exchange, it's a garden. You take the seed, plant it in the garden, it grows Jewel. And that is your overall incentive and reward for providing the liquidity. From there, we launched our proprietary hero NFTs. The heroes are meant to be the main character in the game. An NFT as a character that can gain experience, that can evolve, that can become stronger and more powerful is a great way to have the result of gameplay carry and store and build value to be traded with others down the line as we build this gamified ecosystem. Initially, we launched with about 2,000 heroes. Today, we have over 200,000 heroes that have been summoned in by the community. The heroes needed something to do. So the next was launching our DeFi Kingdoms questing platform. 4 types of quests. You could fish and forage. These quests are kind of what they sound like in the real world. You go fishing, you try to get some fish. In DeFi Kingdoms, that fish is an actual ERC20 token, where we can choose to do many things with these tokens and resources, and so can anybody out there that is looking to come and build on top of DeFi Kingdoms. We also have 2 other quests, mining and gardening. This is where we took NFTs and crossed over into DeFi, to where if you were somebody providing liquidity on the DEX or in the garden, you could mine your rewards not yet available earlier than otherwise scheduled. You could garden to increase your overall APY. So it was the first effort to really start innovating, not only gamifying NFTs and play to earn, but combining them together. Let's see if it moves. Before it does, there's something at the bottom called Meditation Circle. So as you're playing with the hero NFTs to get experience, your experience bar fills up. Now you have this NFT that has been useful so far, and you've used it. You can go to the Meditation Circle and level it up, where it will actually get higher attributes as a result. So now you go down this path, you think about traditional RPG games, that you gain experience, your player gets stronger, it's more fun, but now it actually carries value as well. You may have seen the docs on here. This was our first effort to gamify a third-party protocol, Synapse Bridging. If you've experienced hopping in different protocols and you have to go to one, move assets to another, you change your URL, you hop over here, connect your wallet, go back, it's very clunky. What we've tried to do is, in our Metaverse of DeFi Kingdoms, make it so that any third-party protocol within DeFi, bridging, or other could be brought into the Metaverse. We gamify the front end for you, it accesses the back end, and we create a partnership from there. You saw it pass over, going from the docs on Harmony to the Avalanche subnet, what we called Crystal Veil. That was our first expansion with our token that I mentioned, Crystal. We also had our new heroes there as well. Very successful launch. Very exciting to start this multi-chain gaming experience. Where are we now? We have a few items we're going to talk about today listed on this Q2 portion. We've expanded our quests and training quests. We've come out with a stone carver, which takes a lot of the in-game tokens and converts them into resources that enhance our whole summoning offering. But DFK Duel and pets are our main topic today. We're going to go right into pets. I will wait to make sure it plays. I'm going to go right into pets, where you're going to see the overall map of DeFi Kingdoms in Sarandale on Harmony. And we're going to go into the marketplace and hop right into the NPC that is there to incubate the eggs that many have been catching into pets. To recap for those that, again, are not familiar, the quests that we talked about, one of the most rare items that you can get from the quests are these eggs, these pet eggs. And we have 4 types that come from there. They have all different colors. I won't go into too much detail now, but we have hatched 2 of the 4 types. You're going to see in a moment a lot of the pets come up. Very beautiful art, but today we're going to talk about what they're used for. So if you think about a game, you can play your hero and get stronger by getting experience leveling up, but you can also find equipment. You can also find things within multiple games that will have a companion of sorts that buffs your overall hero. That's really what pets are meant to do. They're supposed to make our hero NFTs even stronger. As I'm questing and I get an egg and I hatch it and I get a pet, it may be a common pet, maybe extremely rare. It might have a number of different things that it could buff my hero with. We're going to talk about that in a second. But before we do, I want to talk about also the benefit from like a business development perspective. All the other games out there, I think one of the weaknesses in blockchain in general and crypto is I feel like we're all just kind of developing on our own independently. We're on different blockchains. We have similar but different ideas. There's some people that maybe copy and paste and change something small. But what we'd really like to do is continue to partner with other games, with other protocols, like we did with Synapse, like we're working on doing with Banky from a DeFi perspective, but also do that with games. So if you have a game out there that has a pet, and you come to DeFi Kingdoms, and the wallet recognizes that supported pet, maybe a new quest unlocks where you can go and get a chance to earn this promotional pet of a partner. It could work the other way as well, where many of our pets could appear in other games that support similar pet-like characters. I'm going to skip ahead on this video and get into some of the alpha that we're dropping as it relates to pets. So we hatched pets, but you can't yet use them. That's coming next. Now you have a hero NFT. That hero can go and quest. In the future, it'll be able to fight and do many other things within the game. But to buff that hero, a pet is going to be attached to or equipped to that hero. Now the pet might have a benefit related to questing, to combat and battle itself, or to crafting. The rarity of that pet is going to depend on how much of a benefit you could get. One big thing, though, is experience. Anybody that plays games that require you to farm or to sit there and gain experience, especially at the higher levels, experience is very important. With all of our pets, when they're equipped to the hero, it's going to increase the amount of experience that they gain. Each pet is going to have up to 10, well, I guess up to 3 of potentially 10 bonuses per rarity. And that's going to affect things like drop rates in questing. So maybe a rune that is used to level up, the drop rate will increase with that pet. Maybe the profession score of that hero NFT could increase by your pet. But the thing I'm most excited about, and those that are familiar with DeFi Kingdoms, you'll probably be very excited to hear this as well, is each hero, when it's summoned into the realm, it's like blessed with a very special bonus on the profession. So you might have a knight that you really hope is going to be a good miner, but it ends up that its profession that it has the bonus on that's unchangeable is fishing. You're like, okay, well, I got a miner, he's cool, but I really wish he was a fisher. With some of the most rarest pets may carry or have a small chance of carrying a trait where if you equipped it on the hero, it's going to give that profession bonus for wherever that pet comes from. So if I have a pet from a blue egg from fishing, and I equip that on a hero, I'm going to get extra experience when I'm fishing, and potentially get that profession bonus as well. So with all pets, like in the real world, we have to take care of them. I have a bird, I have a cat, my mom has a dog. You have to keep them happy and alive in order to get the benefit of your pet. Same thing in DeFi Kingdoms. We need to feed the pets in order to get these very special and unique buffs and bonuses on our heroes that they're attached to. That'll come by way of treats. Treats are going to be made by consuming parts of the game that have come from questing, part of that self-sustaining economy that we've created. So that's a little bit of the alpha on pets. We're going to move on to DFK Duel. DFK Duel has been announced to, just going to confirm that it plays. That's going to be announced to launch in June. And I can say now that the plan is for next week for it to hit beta. So DFK Duel is a mini game. I will emphasize mini. It is a mini game because we launched 10 months ago. We're setting the stage with our decks, with our heroes, with land, with pets, with other equipment, with guilds, multiple realms across chains. We have a long roadmap, and in the meantime, we want to have a little bit of fun. This is going to allow people to use their hero NFTs that are portrayed as like a trading card, as you see up there, to compete against each other in a pretty simplified but strategic way. There's associated raffle system as well. These raffle tickets will be tokens, but they will be unique in that you cannot transfer them. So the only way to get them is by playing the game. You can't just go on the market and buy a bunch of raffle tickets. The raffle tickets are going to have very exclusive raffles to award rare items. They're also going to have some raffles that actually guarantee a reward as well. The fun part about this from a development perspective, from a partner perspective, is anybody in the community that is using the DeFi Kingdoms tokens and heroes to build their own games and platforms, we are setting up the raffle system to include them as well, where they can sync into it. So imagine walking into an arcade, and the first simplified game you see is DFK Arena, or DFK Duel, or Fish Fight. They all could award a similar raffle ticket, any that are participating in the program. So now we're not limiting our own raffle bonus system to our own native game, but we're inviting anybody to come build. Hey, and we've also solved one of the ways you can incentivize people to play and be rewarded. Very exciting. So DFK Duels, launching next week in beta. That master raffler is shortly after that. We are almost out of time. Where do we go from here? So we're back to our roadmap. I'm gonna see if it'll get moving. 3 clicks. So where do we go from here? We're going to be expanding our quests. We're going to be furthering developing our overall game with PvP, PvE, how that really combines into land, how that makes sense with other realms as well on other chains. We're looking at how to think about guilds. There's a lot of individual players that are creating networks and wondering, how do we work together? how do we combine our efforts? Many are already doing this. We want to integrate that into the game as well. Crafting and equipment is something that we're working on. Pets is really the first effort at that. Really excited about the way that we can test the waters there and then move on to other ways to craft weapons and other things down the road to further enhance and level up and power up our heroes. So this has been a quick overview of what we've done, a little bit of alpha drop of what we're working on now and what we're shortly releasing. But in the last minute, I just want to express on behalf of the team that I represent and the community that supports us, this is not an easy time. People are calling this not a bear market, but a build market. And what we've shown today is we're continuing to build. That is our commitment, that is our goal, and we're making every decision that we can to make sure we continue to build. Not just to build on our own, but to partner with the communities. To partner with our own community and those that are interested in DeFi, in blockchain gaming, in AAA gaming wanting to get into blockchain gaming. So if you've liked this presentation, if you like DeFi Kingdoms, if you've visited us up on the second floor and got some merch, you'll see these hats, you'll see a lot of bags, these shirts around. Please reach out. Let's see how we can continue to innovate the space, to make awesome products, to find games to have cross-platform utility so that we can really build a sustainable gaming DeFi NFT ecosystem where we're all connected. So the next bull market, if you want to call that, or when the world figures certain things out, we are all better positioned to continue to be pioneers in this space. What I'll end with is actually written on the hat. At all of our meetings, at our talks, at our AMAs, we say bullish, and that's why we made this hat. Is this the time in the world to be bullish? Well, I think there are certain fundamental investors that would agree the best time to be bullish is when everybody else is bearish. So I personally am bullish on DeFi Kingdoms. I'm bullish on crypto in general. I'm bullish on all of the minds that have stayed committed with level heads and left emotions to the side so we can band together, identify and hear the FUD, but not be affected by it, and continue to build each and every one of our individual and united kingdoms. So with that, I will end with bullish.
I love that word, bullish. You know what? I'm bullish on Dcentral for having amazing speakers, amazing innovators, and for really bringing the creators and builders. I love what he just said, that it's a time to build, because that's truly what I've been saying all day, and I'll continue to reiterate it. It is clearly a time to be building, and building upon existing technology, but also building new ways of utilizing the technology, new, interesting, and innovative ways to use that technology. With that being said, I'm so enthralled to introduce our panel before intermission. Utilizing NFT technology in different ways is at the crux of how it's going to jettison into the next level of adoption. How do we use NFTs beyond PFPs, beyond social club entry tickets, beyond the idealization of how it could be utilized to track your event entrance? Well, in our next panel, they're going to showcase just that, utilizing NFT technology with entertainment. With that being said, let me introduce to the stage, in partnership with Secret Network, Kevin Smith and the rest of his panel. Please put your hands together.
This thing on. Dcentral Con, can you hear me? All right. My name's Austin. My name's Aaron. We are part of the YouTube channel Content Creators Altcoin Daily, and one of these guests we actually had on our channel about a year ago. Let's introduce him.
Let's introduce the men of the hour. You might know this guy, independent filmmaker who went mainstream. You know him for such things as Clerks,
Mallrats,
one of my personal favorites, Chasing Amy,
one of my personal favorites, Tusk,
Jay and Silent Bob,
Dogma.
There's just so much. The man, the myth, the legend, the great Kevin Smith. Come on out, give it up for Kevin Smith, guys. We're lucky to have this guy.
Hey!
the man, the legend, and of course, one of the leaders in the Web3 space. You've seen his swag. He presented yesterday. CEO of the Secret Network, Guy Sensen. Oh my God, we just went over his last name. CEO, the man, the legend, Guy, please help me out here. Ziskin.
Yes, a legend in his own right. Both lucky to have these guys. We're going to be talking to him all about the Secret Network, Kevin's NFT experience in the space, and specifically Kilroy, Kevin's feature film, which is premiering tonight, 7 o'clock. You must own the Kilroy NFT. And of course, there's a Secret Network Kilroy party at 9 o'clock tonight. Stop into the Secret Network booth and register for that party, and we'll see you there.
Let's have a seat, gentlemen. Now, we are going to get deep into Secret, what makes it different. Obviously, Kilroy.
This is a COVID question, but this is not my water, right?
Good question.
Probably don't drink it. I was thirsty, but then I was like, it looks drank already.
You have the antibodies now, right?
That's true, man. I just got over COVID, kids. It took me a while to get it. I'm a slow learner, but I got it finally, and I just got over it. I survived it, so I feel fucking great. Thank you for being here. This is my first appearance since fucking COVID, and I'm testing negative, so I'm not like, virulent or anything like that. But it's nice to be out in the world. I've been indoors for fucking 3 weeks, like shitting through, fucking a screen door, it felt like. So it's nice to be here in the fucking world. I do want to say something before we get going, though. Just a note of, a more serious note. We'll talk about Kilroy, we'll talk about Secret, we'll talk about anything you guys want to talk about, but just putting this out there. If anyone thinks about coming up on this stage and slapping any of us, I will cry. That's simple, man. I can't take a punch like Chris Rock, so please, keep your hands to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen.
That's why we have two
A
moderators.
hug? Fuck yeah, you can come up and hug all you like.
And I back up that sentiment. I want to get deep into the individual projects, but Kevin, right off the bat, as a filmmaker, why do NFTs speak to you? It's a long story, but the short version of it is it's a playground. It's one more place to go make pretend. That's what I do for a living. I don't really, it's funny when you guys were intro and you talk about like filmmaker and stuff. I guess, yes, I've made films and naturally that's part of the resume, but I just kind of make shit up for a living. I just wanted to make things. Like from a young age, I loved entertainment. I was no good at real world things. If the economy and civilization collapses, I'll be one of the first people they fucking eat because I have no real world skills. But I like to make stuff up. And I like to make pretend, and it's what I did in childhood. It seemed like it was a good time. Then when we got older, there was this expectation that you would put that to the side, that you grow up and you do grown-up things. But most of the grown-up shit I ever saw in my life, interesting to me. My father worked at the post office, and we were proud of him because he never went postal and fucking killed anybody, but like he did 25, 30 years and he hated it. Every day of his life when he went to work, he bitched about it, and he worked at night shift and stuff. And I would see him get up and just like dread going to work. And so after watching that for like, my entire childhood, I had this idea of work, of like, yeah, I understand it's necessary and whatnot. And we were a poor family, so of course somebody had to work. But I was like, if I have to do this one day, if I have to work for a living, and I'll be an adult one day, and I guess I'll have to, I would rather like shoot the moon trying something that I would like to do for life. My father didn't grow up going like, I want to fucking cancel stamps. Like, it was just a job he got. And I remember asking him one day, I was like, Dad, like, what did you dream about when you were a kid? And he was like, what do you mean? He was all sus, right? Like, he wasn't that generation where you could talk about his feelings and shit. I would be like, what did you dream about when you were my age? And he's like, what do you mean by that? And I was like, well, I mean, like, I know you didn't want to work at the post office. Like, what did you dream about? And he's like, what, before I gave up? And I was like, I didn't say that. I was just asking, what did you dream about? And he was like, I wanted to get married and have kids. And I was like, oh, shit. So that happened for you at age, like, what, 27? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, so the job, the post office? He's like, that's just a way to pay for that shit. My father wasn't one of those people that was like, this is fulfilling to me, or I've got something to say, or I want to build a thing. What he wanted to build was a family.
And he did that. And so his job was just something to pay for it, and he hated his fucking job. But I watched him do that my entire life, and I was like, all right, that's one way to do it. Imagine if you left this world instead, like the way he did, where he's like, fuck, I worked at the post office for 30 years. You enjoyed everything you did. It was something you wanted to do. It was creative, it was fun, like it was in childhood. So I was like, maybe I should take a shot making pretend for a living. And so Clerks in 1992, we're here in Austin. There was a movie that came out called Slacker, directed by Richard Linklater. And in order to be something, you gotta see it first, right? You can't be it unless you see it. Richard Linklater made this movie that wasn't really like any other movie I'd ever seen. It was about the place he lived, here. It was about Austin. No movie stars, no like 3-act structure, no fucking car chases, nothing exploded, certainly no superheroes or anything. But it was fascinating, and I'd never seen anything like it, and I always tell people I viewed it with a mixture of awe and arrogance. Awe because I was blown away. I was like, I've never seen anything like this. This is possible. And then arrogance because I was like, well, if this counts as a movie, I think I could fucking make a movie too. And that's not to say that I didn't love Slacker. I absolutely fucking loved it. But here was a guy who wasn't from like Los Angeles, wasn't from New York. He was from middle of nowhere, Texas, which is actually the capital of Texas, Austin. I didn't know that at the time. Little fucking ignorance will go a long fucking way. If I'd realized he lived in a media town, I probably would have tried Clerks myself. But I was like, well, this guy's in Texas, bumblefuck Texas, man. If he could do it in bumblefuck Texas, I could do it in bumblefuck New Jersey and shit. So he inspired me, and then I went out and tried to do my version of an independent film. I was like, I'm gonna tell my story. I worked at convenience stores. I've never seen a convenience store movie. I'm gonna set a movie in this space. And we didn't know how much shit costs. It's not like it is now where you had the internet and you could just look up any information you want. You didn't know. Like, filmmakers wouldn't tell you what a movie cost because they kept that close to the vest when they had to sell it. They didn't want something to tamper with that. So you had no useful information. You just had to kind of parse it out yourself and look at others who had done it. So seeing Richard Linklater make this movie in his small town made me go like, okay, I'm gonna live in a small town. Maybe I can make one of those flicks too. Not knowing that the odds were against me, but I also didn't have grand plans. I wasn't like, I'm gonna take over the world. I just wanted to make that thing and see it. Like, that's it. For years, my father would take me to the movies, all the time. My love of cinema could be traced directly to him. But never once when I sat next to him did he ever say like, you could do this, because we didn't come from that world. Like where, nowadays I got a kid, she's 23. From the moment she was born, I was like, you could do anything you want in this life, except fly without a jetpack. Other than that, fucking the sky's the limit and shit. My father wasn't like that. My father was like, see that mountain? Never climb it, you'll fucking fall and shit like that. So he took me to the movies and never said, yeah, human beings do this. People that grew up just like you, probably came from fucking New Jersey and shit. This is a possibility. It was something we only interacted with as an audience. That was it. And so here I was at this stage in my life where I was like, well, what if I was the person that actually made that thing? And my father had an influence over that. Sitting next to him in a dark movie theater week after week, that's how I got to know my old man. Like, it's not like he was an open book and shit, and he was always wearing his heart on his sleeve. He was dad, very traditional dad. He was in charge, he worked and shit. He had to be quiet when he was sleeping, crap like that. So all of a sudden, I'd go to the movie theater with my father, and in the dark, I would see what made him laugh. More importantly, I'd see what made him cry. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not used to seeing your father cry unless a relative dies or something like that. Here he was crying at something moving in a motion picture. And that affected me. I got to know that guy more watching him watch movies than actually having conversations with him. That shit penetrated, and that shit went deep. So when it came time where I was like, maybe I want to try making a thing, that fed it. Like, not ability. I'm not good at what I do. You ask anyone on the internet, they'll fucking tell you, man. Like, fucking, he sucks. But I've been sucking for nearly 30 years, you know what I'm saying? So I got that going for me. But, having a long tail means something. People could diminish work from time to time and be like, that sucks. But, every day of my life I get up and I dream for a living. Go like, ooh, what would be cool to do? What would make me feel like young? What would make me feel like a kid? Like when I would be like, all right, we're playing Star Wars. You're this, I'm Darth Vader. You run around, you say this, blah, blah, blah. Like I'd been directing since I was a kid. I just didn't know there was a name for that sort of thing. So I started my career with Clerks, and that was me being an outsider artist going like, I want to be inside. You know, why should I watch other people do it? They're people like me. Maybe I could fucking do this thing too. So I became a maker and an independent film artist. And, you know, sometimes I work with studios and shit, but I always kind of kept independence because I knew sooner or later they'll run out of use for me. Like I ain't J.J. Abrams where they're like, oh my God, we get a zillion fucking things out of this guy. They get one thing out of me, Clerks, over and over again, right? Like fucking I got Clerks 3 coming out in fucking October. So they know exactly what they could get from me and stuff, which should be encouraging for everyone in the audience. You know, a lot of people feel like, oh, that business, it's all about fucking sequels and remakes and it's bullshit. You know why? Because they're waiting for you. It's really that simple. It's that fucking simple. They're just waiting for the person who walks into their office and shows them the thing they've never seen before. I walk in their office, they're like, here comes fucking Jay and Silent Bob. One day, somebody here is gonna walk into their office and they're gonna be like, that shit's better than The Matrix. That's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for like originality to come walking through the door. So at a certain point, if you're not producing for the industry and whatnot, I guess they could stop calling you. But I've kind of maintained a career where I do so many different things that even if the phone stops ringing over there, well, I got this to do. I podcast like crazy, live performances. We've had TV shows and stuff like that. So I've spun a lot of plates. One of the plates that I spun years back was David Shapiro, who's a producer on Kilroy.
And I want to get Guy in here in just a second.
You gonna, what's it?
We want to get Guy in here in just a second.
We
Please
should,
continue.
right? I mean, he's here. He has a story to tell as well. David Shapiro, he was working with the Ringling College of Art and Design in Sarasota. And Justin Long, who was in Tusk with us, he went down there and he was like, oh, I went to the school and talked to the kids. It was great. And I used to go to colleges and do Q&As all the time. So
we used to watch him on TV on HBO. That was awesome.
Sometimes I actually did a show here. It was weird when I came here today. I was like, wait a second, I've been here before. In 2009, I did a show here at the Long Center. Just me standing on a stage, fucking bullshitting and whatnot. So David, I went down to Sarasota, met the kids at the school, the Ringling College of Art and Design. He was like, Justin shot a short film with us. Why don't you come do that? And I was like, oh, that sounds fun. But then I was like, well, in a world where we're shooting a short film, why don't we just shoot a whole movie? Short film really doesn't teach a kid at film school how to make a movie. It teaches them how to make a short film. I was like, if we make a whole feature, and if the feature is made up of little short films, if it's an anthology, then we could show them not only how to make a movie, but then what happens afterwards, and like take it on the festival circuit and shit like that. And so we started making this anthology film called Kilroy Was Here. I was making it before I had a heart attack, then I had a major heart attack like 4 years ago and almost died. And then after the movie, we finished. After the heart attack, we finished the movie and stuff. So I had this flick, and I had this friend, David Shapiro. David Shapiro is a big fan of crypto and NFTs, big in the space, big believer in Web3. So he'd been always talking about it, and this is before the world found out about NFTs and stuff and formed an opinion. He was always talking about it. And it was interesting to me because what he described sounded to me like the feeling I had when I realized I missed YouTube. Like, you know, I made Clerks and all those flicks, and while I was doing that, YouTube happened, and a whole generation of creators, of makers, who weren't waiting for permission, you know, launched their ships. And I eventually found YouTube and started making shit there as well. But I always feel like, fuck, if I wasn't paying attention to movies, I would have been at the perfect place for me. And so when he started talking about NFTs and crypto and particularly Web3, I was like, oh my God, like that sounds like a playground that I want to be in. It's one more place to go apply my trade, one more place to go be heard. This life is all about, for me, I don't know about anybody else, but I just want to self-express and be heard. I personally believe there's 3 things we need in life. And there's lots more, the list is very long, but 3 things I need in life: food, fucking, and to be heard. And I could hook up the food and the fucking and stuff with money if I have to. But to be heard, that's different, man. Like, it's very different to not only have a voice, but have it be heard, to be understood in this life or something like that. So I was a person that, like, when David started talking about Web3, I was like, well, I would like to go play there. especially like when you think about it like this. It's an audience that's not as big as it will be in 5 years or 10 years. In 10 years, it's going to be like the internet is today, for heaven's sakes. And I was there for the infancy of the internet. I've been there for the infancy of a lot of shit. I was there for the infancy of independent film and watched it grow huge. I was there for the infancy of podcasting. I started podcasting in 2007. I've watched it become an industry and stuff like that. So I was there for the advent of the internet, and I'm a creature of the internet. Part of my career, a large part of it has been spent there. So this world, to me, I felt like, oh, I know what's happening. I've lived long enough to know what happens next. This is the dominant culture. This is where everybody goes. And I knew this to be true after, like, David and I one day had a conversation about Kilroy, and I was like, hey man, has anyone ever taken a movie into the NFT space, a whole movie? I know it's basically, you know, a representation of art. What if it was animated art, like movable art? That's what a movie is, right? 24 frames a second or some such shit. I was like, has anybody done that yet? And he's like, people have tried to finance movies off NFTs, but nobody's like released a movie as an NFT. I was like, can we do it with Kilroy? Now, if I had made Kilroy with Lionsgate, or, you know, we just made Clerks 3 with them, and I turned around and said, oh, I want to release it as an NFT, they'd be like, you're out of your fucking mind. No. But I was with somebody who was visionary, who was just like, that would be cool. He's like, I don't know how it would do business-wise. He's going, you would be the first. So, you know, first one through the door takes bullets maybe, or gets all the glory and shit. But he's like, more importantly, it just shows where it's going. He's like, what's great about it is it's revolutionary. He's like, it's one more thing to say that you could do in the space. So we started having a serious discussion about it, and then we announced to the world, we're gonna auction off this movie and as an NFT. And that's when Guy comes in. Thank you. Yes. We'd get there. Guy was just like, I've got a better idea. And he introduced me to Secret Network. I'm gonna let Guy take over at this point. Tell him about Secret and tell him about your better idea.
Yeah, tell us about Secret Network and tell us why somebody would choose Secret for NFTs and why creators would choose it.
I will, but just to be honest, I'm here to listen to Kevin. That's like, that's much more fun for me. But Secret Network is a layer 1 blockchain, full smart contract capabilities like many other blockchains. It's part of the Cosmos ecosystem, part of the Cosmos family. But that's not what sets it apart. What sets Secret apart is that all smart contracts, and for people who don't know what smart contracts are, they're essentially programs that run on the blockchain, and it's not run on someone's computer or on Amazon's computer. It's run by many thousands of computers and people across the world. And those smart contracts, those programs on any other blockchain, they have one big problem, and that's that everything on them is public. Now, I don't know what about you, but if the internet were to be built without any notion of privacy, so imagine all of your financial information, identity information, you know, where you travel, where you go, what you do, your personal messages, if all of that were to be public for everyone to see, I don't think there would be an internet. And if Web3 is indeed Web3, the next version of the internet, then it's going to need the notion of privacy. And that's where Secret comes in. In Secret, all of the applications, all of these smart contracts, all of these things, they have the ability to actually keep all data that you want private. Even though that data is being manipulated and processed and being worked on, it's being done in encrypted form, which if you're a geek like me, that should excite you. But the point is that you can actually now process in Web3 on the blockchain sensitive information. Now, when it comes to NFTs, NFTs came after like Secret, right? Like we've been working on Secret for 10 years. It started as my grad research at MIT. My thesis is about it. NFTs are more of a recent invention. But one of the biggest problems in NFTs is that they are public. NFTs usually they have some kind of content, whether it's a movie, it's an art piece, you name it. But at the end of the day, any NFTs on any other place are completely public, and everyone can just copy-paste them, right? There's the common joke that you can right-click save any NFT. And NFTs, again, they're meant to be some kind of token of ownership. But if it's a token of ownership, then part of being an owner of something means that only I get to see it. I can share it with others if I want, but it's my power, it's my choice. And so that's kind of like what Secret brings to NFTs that no one else does. And I got really excited about the Kilroy was here and the Kevin Smith project, because to me this is like the first instance of what the future of content can look like, right? Like here, using our technology, you can actually release a full movie as a series of NFTs, and buying, renting, whatever you want to do, whatever way you want to do it, that NFT not only gives you ownership of that NFT, and that NFT can give you IP rights to the characters, to a lot of things, it also actually gives you the movie inside of it that only you can see, and you can be the first one in the world to see it. So to me, that's really exciting, and that actually opens up, like Kevin was one of the first, maybe even the first one to kind of bring independent films in the 90s. Maybe this is the start of what, a decentralized Netflix or a decentralized YouTube or a decentralized platform where the lines between artists and between creators, artists, and consumers kind of blur, where they all come together and collaborate and co-own these things. So that's what I'm excited about, and that's hopefully what Secret can help with.
Absolutely. And Kevin, tell us about Kilroy and what sort of utility is packed in these NFTs that was important to you.
The thing that when Guy reached out and he was talking about, like, don't auction the movie, you're doing this wrong. He's like, I got a better idea. And the idea was to make 5,555 generative pieces of art. Each one has the movie in it as in the blockchain. So essentially the NFT operates as a key, correct?
Correct, yeah. The NFT is a key that only if you have the key you can get access to the movie.
So, for me, this is how I knew, like, I was onto something. When we announced, like, oh, we're going to take this movie into the NFT space over a year ago, I heard from 3 people in the industry. One guy used to run Warner Brothers, and 2 other high-level execs who reached out to me, who hadn't reached out to me in years. People used to reach out all the time and be like, hey, you're good, you're clever, and fucking we want to work with you. And at a certain point, after you're there for a while, they're like, who's behind you and shit. So I got a call from people I haven't heard from in a while going, this is fucking smart, and we're all watching this. And I know they're interested on the studio side, because they're like, if fucking Kevin Smith can make this work, then we're bringing real movies in, and we're gonna do this way. So I felt like, we were onto something, based on the fact that the money people gave a fuck. The people that care about this about like making a profit were suddenly calling me and interested, and not calling me to be in business with me, but wanting to pick my brain. Like, what do you know? What do you know about NFTs that we don't, and shit like that? The nice thing that, like, I've suggested to Guy, and he went for 100%, which I think makes the difference. When you get the Kilroy NFT, you get the movie, you get all the extras, you get to see what our idea of the flick was and whatnot. But you also get this generative piece of art, which is your own personal Kilroy. So we grant ownership of that character. That character then is yours to do with what you want. Stick it on a fucking lunchbox, sell it to somebody else, or what I'm encouraging people to do, and what we're gonna pursue with Secret as the sequel to Kilroy, because we want to have the first franchise on the blockchain. The idea is the audience, the consumers, the people that bought the NFT, they're going to go from consumers to collaborators, because a percentage of those cats are going to make a short. They're going to make an animated piece based on their character. They're going to make a short film based on what they see, because we provided the model. It's an anthology, so anybody could jump in and do a version of the story with the character. Then we're going to take, like, the best ones of those, and I'll do a framing device around it, and that becomes the sequel to Kilroy. So the audience that made up the people that made up the audience for the NFT in the first place become the people who collaborate with us and co-direct the second one. Again, if I was working at, like, a studio and I was like, oh, I want to make a movie with a bunch of fucking strangers and I want to give them the IP, they'd be like, you're out of your mind, you don't understand, clearly you don't understand this business. In this world, we can do a thing where it's like, look, that's your Kilroy. Now you make a short. And here's the thing, it's like if you were a film kid who was like, how do I get fucking attention? Easiest way to get attention is like to make a Kilroy short and then put it next to my Kilroy short, and yours is better than mine, then everyone's like, my God, he's better than the guy who's been doing it for 30 years. It's gonna get attention, because we tend to shine a light on the stuff that we work on and stuff. So that was an idea that excited me. Like putting the movie out as an NFT when I had the conversation with David, that seemed revolutionary at the time. By the time we started working on it with Secret, which was like 6 months, 8 months after we made that announcement at first, suddenly it evolved into something even better. Like, think about it. Our original idea was like, we'll sell it to one person, they could do whatever they want with it and shit. They could distribute it, they could keep it, whatever the fuck. This allows it to be way more collaborative period. It wouldn't be collaborative. In the other version, it just would have been the same old, you buy a thing, it's yours, goodbye. Here, there's like, that's part one of the story. Now, doesn't mean everyone's gonna make a thing. Some people don't want it. Some people just wanna collect a thing and they're not makers and stuff. But there's a good percentage of people in this field particularly who are like makers and creators. You give them an opportunity and you're like, hey man, not only will you make this thing, but like you're gonna co-profit in this thing when we do it together because you've made a piece of it and stuff. That's exciting, that's new. And anytime I could add one more spoke to the wheel of a very long career that perhaps is long in the tooth, it's a good thing. Like when I started my career, I was revolutionary. But the longer you stick around, it's like the line in Dark Knight, right? It's like you either die a hero or you live long enough to become the villain and shit. I've gone through all those stages. I've been around so long that people were like, we love him, we fucking hate him. And now they're like, I'm indifferent. So if I could do things that make them go, oh shit, he's still viable. Like that's interesting. He's back in the conversation. If it makes me relevant, holy shit, that's worth all my time in the world, and that's all I've ever been doing professionally, is just trying to be heard, trying to be relevant. This is a great way to be relevant in a world that I want to spend a lot of time in this space. I'm not like, I know some people like who are in my line of work or people who are well known jumped into the crypto space, tried to get a bunch of fucking money, like a lot of rug pulls out there and shit like that. I'm here to tell you, I'm not just like walking the walk, we're talking the talk, I'm walking the walk. A big part of Clerks 3, a big part of the plot is predicated on NFTs and shit. Woo. Yeah, it's baked into like everything we're doing for the next few years. So I believe in the technology. It's not a fly-by-night thing. Look, don't get me wrong, I love selling shit. I've been selling souvenirs, Jane, Silent Bob dolls and shit like that, t-shirts for over 20 years at this point. So the idea of one more thing to sell excites me. But this goes beyond just selling a thing. This goes to like all the people that I interact with who buy my shit. I feel like I know every single Kevin Smith fan on the planet. It's because there's only about fucking 12. But I know them all and shit. And the idea that they're buying a thing and then the next time we're collaborating on the thing, like that's just a new conversation to have, other than the same old conversation that I've been having for decades now. So I don't know. To me, I'm into the field. I know right now, people are experiencing bit of a downturn and stuff like that. That doesn't put me off. That doesn't make me go like, ugh, I better run. Like that just makes me go like, okay, well, it's gonna clear out the field and I'll be able to stand out even easier. Like I've been doing this long enough in other forms of media where you can watch the same stories play out over and over again. And so right now, what's happening in the space here in Web3 is that moment where a bunch of people who are fly-by-nights, who are never gonna fucking stick around anyway, are jumping off. Because they're like, oh, it's not fucking free money. Shit, I gotta work, fuck this. And they're leaving. That's gonna leave the workers behind and the creators and the people who are like, I know what to do with this, like me and Guy.
Totally. Yeah, give it up.
Bill, yes.
You don't have, that wasn't, thank you.
Yeah.
I just ran out of shit to say. It wasn't like a now applaud. Felt like fucking Jeb Bush for a minute there.
I know we don't have a lot of time. I want to bring it back to Guy. What is the goal going forward with Secret? What are the pain points you're noticing with artists and creators you're working with, and how are you solving those?
Yeah, so first of all, Secret is not just about NFTs. I am very excited about the future of content, and I think Secret would be instrumental in making that happen. Generally speaking, by the way, I've been in this space for almost a decade, so this downturn is actually, to me, an opportunity. I think anyone who stays now is a real builder. I have no doubt that crypto is going the same line of the internet, and essentially, we're going to see crazier and crazier cycles than even the ones we've seen. And for Secret, what I want for Secret is Web3 needs privacy. Secret needs to be that pillar of privacy, so we don't repeat the same mistakes when we built Web 2, where you have, a few small organizations that collect all your data and keep it, and usually also leak it due to hacks and other things. And that seems to be like a very opaque, non-transparent, non-accountable system. So hopefully, in this new Web3 kind of open ownership paradigm, Secret can play a larger role with its privacy technology. And specifically when it comes to NFTs, I think NFTs we're just scratching the surface. My opinion is that NFTs have three major potential kind of like verticals. One of them is the future of content. And I think we haven't seen anything. I think actually with Kilroy was here, we're starting to kind of move the needle, but it's like the first Wright brothers flight, if I may, right? It's like just the beginning, and we'll see where it goes. But then the second thing is NFTs is an amazing technology, right? Like especially if you put privacy in there, then I think at the end of the day, it could replace our existing certification systems, supply chain systems, identity systems. And the third prong that I think NFTs are going to take, NFTs are great for financial products. Uniswap are experimenting in that, but really you can really build a better financial system just with the use of NFTs. And I feel that with all the kind of like the maybe generative art pieces, all that, which are great, I love these. People have kind of lost sight of that technology and how impactful it can be. Definitely in content, but not just in content.
I am going to ask you guys for final thoughts, and Kevin, I don't know if you want to invite your friend up here or not. I'll leave that to you. But I just want to remind the audience, later today, if you own a Kilroy NFT, there's a special screening at 7, I believe, as well as a private Q&A for all NFT holders with Kevin, as well as an after party at 9. We'll be there. But just final thoughts, gentlemen.
Actually, building on that, so there's a special gift, let's say, for all of you. So if you're interested in becoming part of this Kilroy movement, Kilroy anthology, being part of the future of content, usually getting to the whitelist is quite difficult, but anyone here is listening, just go into legenddao.io, go into the Discord server, go into the Kilroy announcement channel, and you will see a place there where you can kind of put yourself in the whitelist. It's guaranteed. All you have to put there is the secret password, which is Kilroy's secret stash. So put that in the form. I'm going to the Discord. You'll see the instructions. Put that password, Kilroy's secret stash, in the form, and you're guaranteed the whitelist spot.
Awesome, Kevin.
As for me, I got to tell you, like. I've been part of a creative community for a long time now. I've been a part of a lot of communities, tribes, if you will, like places that I feel comfortable around similar-minded individuals, and it's generally always a creative, fantasy fucking field. It's not real, right? I respect carpenters, but I don't identify with carpenters. I identify with people like, did you watch fucking Flash last night? And shit like that. So I've always gravitated toward welcoming communities of like-minded individuals. Film has been a big one for me. Podcasting has been another one. Comics as well. Even hockey to some degree. The amount of fellowship that I've found in this space is overwhelming. People are so positive here. Like, people are happy. Outside of it, like, if I put something on Twitter about like, hey man, we're doing Kilroy as an NFT, I'll get all manner of fucking opinions and shit from a bunch of people who are like, I read half a thing once, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. Here within this community, there's like none of that. Like, people are welcoming, people are excited, people are seeing the future, people are creative, people are inspired. And there's not like a lot of competition. This is another thing that I find really endearing about the space is that you don't have people like trying to knock each other fucking off. It's because it's fueled by a lot of artists, you know, and it's not really an art thing to knock somebody else down. You know, you want to express yourself, but you don't want to stop anybody else from expressing themselves either. So I just wanted to say, like, I love being in this community, man. I'm a 51-year-old fucking man, and I probably shouldn't be in this space because this is a space of the future. But everyone who's made me feel so welcome in this space, like, keeps me around and makes me want to keep doing more. So we've got Kilroy, which is dropping July 1st. And then after that, of course, we'll be working on Kilroy sequel. There's Clerks 3 stuff that's wrapped up in the world of crypto as well. So I kind of look forward to hanging out with y'all for the next few years, man, and making stuff.
Awesome. Thank you, Kevin.
Give it up for these guys. Kevin Smith, Guy, Secret Network.
I think, and there's somebody after us. Are you telling us to keep going or cut us off? Okay, that's what we thought. Anyway, you guys can see these guys later. 9 o'clock tonight, the party, screening at 7. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great show.
Yeah, pictures. Kevin, pictures.
We are entering into our intermission, so make sure you step outside, get some food. We did run a little bit over, so make sure you're back here at 2:15 for our next round of speakers and presenters. Again, food out there in the courtyard. If you feel so inclined, ride the bull. Throw some footballs. I almost said basketballs. No, that's a football. We'll see you back here at 2:15.
Square it, tighten this up, make it a little more comfortable on me. Hey, check, 1. Number 7's on, I have it on. Yeah, number 7, there it is. Cool. Check, 1, 2, 2. Hey, 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. Hey. Yes, sir. Let's straighten out a little bit so it's more like right there. Oh, that doesn't let transmit sound too well. Hey. Gonna wander back to this side over here. Check, 1, 2, 2. Hey. Yes, sir. This is a check for headset number 1. Copy paste onto number 2. Check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Yes. 1, 2, 2, 2. Yep. Check. Yeah, I went down to the last second. Hey. 1, 2, 2, 2. Wander over to this side. Maybe downstage a little bit. See what we have. Hey, yes. as I continue to do this sound check. It is bright. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 2. All right, all right. Hey, yes. Like whenever you're set, just cut me off, because that's about the only way I can communicate with you without putting way too much stuff on my face. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Hey, 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 hey. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Check. 1, 2. Yeah, Yep. Yep. How you feeling? You feeling happy? Ah, there I am in the wedges. Check 1, 2, 2, 2. Yes, sir. 1, All right, all right. Sounds. Nothing on the. You're not getting anything on the side stage. Okay. Do you have anything on the feed yet? Yeah, we got a -10 on this bad boy at the moment. Check. Yeah. How does it feel? If it feels clean, does it feel good? I mean, I can put this on real fast and see. How's it sound for you? If you have your head.
Good afternoon, Dcentral. Thank you for your patience. We have so much exciting content that sometimes we have to talk a little bit longer, but we're gonna try and slim it up and keep it on time, but I appreciate your patience. I appreciate you being here. And to the live stream, thank you for watching. Here at Dcentral, our goal is to bring education to the forefront, to let people know about the creators and what they're creating, about the builders and what they're building, and about the opportunities in Web3 and beyond. We are so excited to have you here and to have you taking the initiative to educate yourself and to become well-versed in all that is Web3. Make sure you're taking the time to create relationships because, as Bianca says, it is the second most valuable currency. But I could go on, yet I have to introduce our next speaker. So in order to better onboard into this experience of Web3, you need to make it fun, exciting, and engaging. How else do you do that other than gamifying your ability to interact with smart contracts? Our next speaker is going to speak on just that. So please join me in welcoming to the stage, representing Divine Anarchy, Diversity. Woo!
So you guys just watched like a little 15-second clip that we made. That's just some of the examples that we can use anime in order to start making more engaging content when it comes to Web3 interactions and Web3 in general. That what we just showed was actually 2 NFTs that we have. So we actually have Monarchs, which was who you saw sitting there in the computer and typing away. It's actually my Monarch. And then there was a spirit animal, which was we call the Shinigami, that was up top, picking it up. So this is just one little example of how you can start building out an experience and kind of showing people like what they can do with NFTs. So first of all, we'll start out with who am I, right? So I'm actually, my full name is Austin Stanfield. This is my first time being doxxed, actually. I'm the CEO and the CTO for Anarchy Studio, which owns Divine Anarchy, which is the what you just saw as a small clip. I started in development as a old school RuneScape private server developer. I started teaching myself there, and that's kind of like how I got into development. I started at a super young age until PayPal actually shut me down for being underage. So that's kind of when I exited RuneScape private servers because I couldn't pay for servers anymore. I also live in Florida. I'm an active FPS gamer. I actually had a brief professional career in Black Ops 2. And then I went on to CSGO at the time, played in main, or CVO main. And now I play pretty much Valorant and old school RuneScape pretty much exclusively whenever I do have time. I'm an avid crypto investor, so I've been trading crypto since 2013. RuneScape is actually kind of like where I got into cryptocurrency, as well as my brother. My brother taught me about it really early on when Bitcoin was kind of just becoming a thing. I also am an educator in the space, so every Tuesday I try to do a Twitter space with people, and I talk about Solidity development as well as contracts. So I've even contributed to the ERC 721A contract that Azuki originally deployed with True Labs. So let's start out with what is Divine Anarchy now that you guys know who I am. So Divine Anarchy is a platform that's developed by Anarchy Studio. And Anarchy Studio's mission is to bring Web3 to the masses. Anarchy Studio, or Divine Anarchy, supports this mission statement by creating gamified Web3 interactions. And with those interactions, we used a branded anime style, which actually helps bring attention, basically, to our project. So for trying to get people into NFTs, if they really like anime, this gives them a reason to kind of come into NFTs as well as the Web3 space. We are also nominated for Project of the Year in 2021. This was from NFT Awards, and this is back when we launched in November. So let's define a few things first. So what is a Web3 interaction? And that's very simply put is the ability to read and modify ownership. So when we talk about Web3 ownership, that's the authenticity of owning something through an address, and prove that the reason that we have that authenticity is by a network, a decentralized network. So for example, Ethereum, which is what we are run on. When we talk about what is reading ownership, this is when you look at a wallet address and you're like, okay, if you look at my wallet address, which has an ENS, divvy.eth, you actually can see the assets that I own, and you can read from a contract that divvy.eth owns these things, and that's when you're reading ownership directly from a contract and a decentralized network. When you're talking about modifying ownership, this has to do with like when you're moving an asset, right? So if I am to transfer an NFT to somebody else, that's actually giving them the ownership to and the rights to that token. So let's talk about some features of Web3. And that's when we talk about wallet identity. This is the ability to verify who you are, and that comes up with your public address. We have wallet signatures. This allows us to actually prove that identity without creating an interaction directly with the contract. So you can just make a signature, and then we can verify that on the server side as saying, hey, I am this guy, and I do want to do this. And it doesn't allow anybody else to make that transaction. Smart contracts also are really great for this. This is allowing us to kind of build a trusted intermediary, right? It's like an escrow that two people can make an agreement with. You're sure that this thing is going to happen because the code says it's going to happen in that way. And then we also use NFTs to personalize experiences. And that's through metadata. So some of the efforts that we have for gamifying Web3 interactions is we launched our first collection. So in our first collection, we had 9 bloodlines. We had 2 factions for heroes and nemesis, and then we had voting power for governance. And then we had a ton of traits that allowed people to kind of like modify or like whatever they liked, pick out and personalize. Then we launched our first kind of platform interaction, which was the Divine Tribunal, and we used signatures in that, governance, as well as we did airdrops based on what the people got or what they voted for, and then we used the metadata directly attached to the NFT to be able to figure out what voting power you had. So different NFTs actually had different voting powers, which gamified the whole traits part of the NFTs. After the Divine Tribunal, we actually airdropped different apples, and so one of these apples was considered a bad apple, and with that bad apple, if you wanted to get the other apple, the Ascension apple, you actually had to burn one of your regular NFTs as well as the bad apple, and that would yield you a new Ascension apple, which were used to mutate the DAs into a new form. And then we built out a custom proposal system. So these are very commonly used to be like, hey, what does the community want to do? And can we get these things accepted through the community and in their eyes? So we use the proposal system for people to kind of produce what ideas do they have and what do they like. And this uses, again, signatures, governance, and voting power. Then we launched a Wasteland collection. This was airdropped according to the evaluation of transactions and calculated gas spent. This was due to a lot of gas being spent when we originally launched. We had a lot of hype, and a lot of people paid a lot of gas to be able to mint. And so we actually calculated how much gas did they spend, and then we airdropped to those people as like a reward for spending so much money on us. Then we launched the Spirit Animal collection. This was an interesting, different experience where we actually used reservations to prevent that gas war. And so when people wanted to accept something, we kind of made it like a race. And instead of having gas wars, we actually create reservations on our server side. And then we give them authorization to the contract directly so that they can mint at whatever time they want, and they can pay whatever gas fees they want. So if you really wanted to, you could have waited until like 3 a.m. when gas is like super low, and then paid like $2. Some of our future efforts are we're going to have the Ascension, so that has to do with the Ascension Apple that we have to build. We are also personalizing storytelling with like short animations, which is what we just showed you guys earlier when we first came in. We also have a world map that we're building out. And in this world map, we actually are going to be building questing, and those quests are kind of related based on the traits that you own. So this is, again, gamifying those traits and the stuff that you actually own through Web3. And then the currency has to be done based on being able to do those quests as like kind of a reward that will kind of run the efforts. We're also connecting merch to gamified experiences, and then we have this idea of fusion where we're trying to take all the collections and the different traits that you were able to get in different collections, merge them together, and be able to pick whatever traits that you want and kind of build out your own personalization of whatever you want to do. And then talking about some challenges for ETH, there's transaction fees for gamification, right? Like if anybody's trying to do any kind of game, there's always usually a lot of interactions, and that usually means that you have to pay gas fee for each one of these things. So the way that we solve that is we used signatures. So we were able to provide identity and then do certain things on a server side. And then once we're ready to commit that to the chain, we kind of give them authorization to go into the chain. Then getting users from an exchange to a personally owned wallet. Obviously, most of the people here probably have already used like MetaMask or one of these other personalized wallets, but trying to get somebody out of like a Coinbase exchange or a Binance exchange, for example, and being able to have them use a real wallet and get smart contract interactions is sometimes hard to convert because they might have never used MetaMask before or some other wallet extension. Then you have wallet security, right? So like you finally converted these guys, and then with that wallet security, we're now putting people in danger because they've never had a MetaMask wallet or they've never had a Coinbase wallet and they've never experienced this stuff before. And then you have immutability, which is once you put the contract out, you can't take it back unless you use a proxy. And proxies, again, are hurting decentralization if that's what we're going for. And then for more info, just check us out at divineanarchy.com. We also have a booth. Divine Anarchy is our Twitter handler. And if you want to check me out, my Twitter handler is DiversityETH.
Thank you. Creating solutions sometimes creates more problems, as diversity showed. Even when you create something of value and that is meaningful, you sometimes also need to create several solutions because you created a problem at the same time. That being said, we're going to go on to our next speaker, finding a solution for the problem of security, scalability, and decentralization. We have coming to the stage, please give a warm welcome to the representation of Ideal Architecture, Alex Guerrera. Woo-hoo!
Hey, what's going on, everyone? My name is Alex Guerra. I'm here with the Syscoin team, and today we're going to talk a little bit about blockchain architecture and the trilemma. If you want to get a copy of the presentation, just scan that QR code. This presentation has been approved by Vitalik. Just kidding. But here we go. Why are there so many coins? We got so many coins out here, and there's many reasons why we've got all these coins. If not, we'd be using Bitcoin for everything, right? But that's obviously not the case. And one of the reasons for that we're going to be focusing on today is the blockchain trilemma. And that's having decentralization, scalability, and security all in one place. Usually there's always some sort of trade-off when it comes to these. And today we're going to go over a little bit of different types of architectures for blockchains. And we got Johnny Depp here. He's like, huh? Monolithic? What is monolithic? And we have modular. Keep in mind those simple terms, or not so simple terms. Monolithic. On one hand, you have Bitcoin, which uses tried and tested proof of work and Nakamoto consensus. Every node checks everything before trusting and makes absolutely no trade-offs. This is the gold standard for security in blockchain, and it's decentralization, the best example that we have today. On the other hand, you have chains with sets of nodes acting under authorization in proof of stake models. And these models, they aim to achieve improvements to the base layer, performance, so higher speeds, lower fees, and also the ability to handle more volume. So While there are many monolithic chains that provide nice features for us and a great user experience, the trilemma lives on where you have some sort of trade-off. You know, you may have something fast that seems scalable, but then you lack security, or vice versa. So Bitcoin and today's proof of work Ethereum are great examples of monolithic blockchains. They provide a great system for decentralization and security, but they have problems scaling, right? We see with the ETH gas fees at times. Then we have monolithic proof of stake blockchains, such as Solana, which they can handle very high volumes and they can run fast and cheap, but then they have trade-offs with decentralization. Now, what about a modular blockchain? Modular blockchains, they separate the consensus into layers that work together to provide scalability while preserving decentralization. I like to think of it like this. Imagine having a cook at a restaurant be the host and be the server. You're not going to run a very efficient restaurant that way. That's a monolithic design. A modular design is going to be where you have your host, you have your servers, and you have the cook who can focus on his job, which is preparing the meal. So what are some solutions that are getting traction right now? Well, we have examples such as side chains. A good example is Polygon. Most of you guys know them. They usually have their own set of rules and they rely on part on their own security, but they're connected to the main chain, in their case, Ethereum, right? Then we have layer 2s, Boba, Metis, Optimism. Basically, a layer 2 solution is a protocol and network that is integrated with the layer 1. So they inherit that layer 1 security. So they can help L1s by handling transactions off-chain. The beauty of the L2 is that its activity inherits the L1 security, even though the activity is occurring elsewhere. So L2 scaling has the least trade-offs, which can make blockchain tech more mass adoptable. Then we have solutions for L2, and that's ZK and optimistic rollups. Those are very, very big terms here, but simply put, rollups consolidate many transactions into a single proof, and pretty much that's how they work. There's interoperability between the L1 and the L2, and that has an effect of reducing congestion on the L1, therefore it can scale more appropriately. So to grossly oversimplify everything, it's kind of like Lightning networks, but for smart contracts. And it's probably a lot more secure. So what's one solution that can solve it all? Solve the trilemma. That's what we're doing with Syscoin. To put it simple, Syscoin is a security-focused blockchain with a modular design that provides finality, data availability, and is ready to solve the trilemma. Essentially, we coined the term we're the best of Bitcoin and Ethereum in one place. Because we're merge mined with Bitcoin, we have Bitcoin's proof of work security while also having the programmability of Ethereum. That's it for me today. If y'all want to learn more about Syscoin, please see our booth up in the second floor. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, thank you. We're gonna move on to our next speaker. Making DeFi more accessible is absolutely important to this ecosystem. Making it more understandable is as well. So please join me in giving a round of applause for our next speaker. Representing Cadix, we have Nicholas Ramsrud.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Nicholas Ramsrud. I am the CEO of Cadix, where we're building the next generation of scalable DeFi. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about the next generation of DeFi, what that looks like, as well as kind of what it takes to get to this next generation of adoption. Namely in how scalability is going to be the key to enabling simplistic protocols that ease onboarding of adoption. So let's talk a little bit about DeFi in its current state and the problems that it brings to the table so that we can understand why Cadix is solving important problems. DeFi sucks, and I know that this is part of my role in helping this be solved, but DeFi today is really intermediate level crypto. It is crypto that is not going to be the next step after somebody goes and creates an account on Coinbase. It's not going to be the next thing that they do. It's a mess of wallets, layer 1s, layer 2s, and bridges that drive unbelievable amounts of complexity, having to navigate through protocols, trading, learning how to trade on AMMs, learning the risks associated with providing liquidity. And it's all really surrounded by this world of poor UX and UI, really, in the context of Web 2, because those are the users that we want to gain access to, right? And it's all costly to the users. It has concepts like user pays transactions with gas that increase with congestion, slippage where users don't really know exactly what kind of price they're going to get for trades unless they understand how liquidity plays into that, miner extracted value, as well as complex concepts like impermanent loss. And this all brings stagnation to adoption. If we have this complex thing to the users, we just won't get the users to come. So why? Why is it this way? Well, just like there is the blockchain trilemma, where the problem is always a balance between scalability, security, and decentralization, there is this blockchain or DeFi dilemma, whereas the cost and complexity to the user is a balance between that and the on-chain simplicity of the protocol. So if you want to create something that is easy for the user, just in regular software development, you create a more complex back-end world, you would create a more complex on-chain protocol to abstract that complexity away from the user. Now, if you do that on a blockchain that cannot scale very well, what you end up doing is creating something very costly to the user. So in the world of DeFi we see today, they've created simple protocols and let the users figure out how to navigate through them, how to use them, and how to get the most out of the protocols. So we came to understand that infrastructure is really the thing that telegraphs and pushes this complexity to the users. It results in gas costs that increase as there is congestion on the network, miner extracted value, whereas miners or other entities try to take advantage of profit opportunities by conducting gas auctions that drive gas costs further up, and ultimately result in a lot of users' transactions failing. Again, it creates a need for users to navigate through complex layer 1, layer 2 solutions, bridging here and there, just so that they can participate in DeFi. So what it all comes down to is an issue of scaling. Scalable layer 1s would therefore allow us to create more complex protocols that allow us to abstract the complexity of these things away from the user, enabling adoption. So how? Well, it really starts with the layer 1. The layer 1 is the key driver to all of this. So enter Kadena. Kadena is a highly scalable multi-chain proof of work layer 1. I know that it's a lot to say in one sentence, so I'll unpack it a little bit. So Kadena has really solved the trilemma in being able to add parallel blockchains. All of these parallel blockchains can be dynamically added as needed in the network, all being connected through proof of work consensus. Now, others have tried to do this, but where others have failed in that the communication required to gain consensus, it just exponentially increases and eventually fails. Kadena has solved this with unique graph theory that allows this to happen and linearizes communication protocol into the future. They also add or introduce a new Turing incomplete on-chain stored human readable smart contract language called Pact. This makes it easier for developers to create safe and easy to audit code that is stored on-chain on the blockchain. So with this and the addition of other novel concepts in Kadena, it enables for the first time Web 2-like business logic to work on blockchain applications, where you can actually abstract interacting on a blockchain completely away from the user. So how is CADEX taking advantage of this infrastructure? Well, the first thing was to remove gas from the equation for users, to take away the need for users to understand gas paying, understand or hold gas paying tokens. It also allows us to start getting creative on the way that we construct the decentralized markets. This way we've been able to reduce the number of pairs, every token trading against the KD8, the Cadena token. And whereas normally in a DEX this would require a user then to have to hop from pair to pair to get the token they want, we created composable trades. So on the front end, all the user has to do is select the token they want to give and the token they want to receive, and because we pay for gas via gas stations, we handle the rest. We're also able to reduce a lot of the complexity around providing liquidity, whereas normally a user would have to understand that they need to provide 50% of this token and 50% of this token in value. We no longer need to do that on CADEX, since we pay for all interactions on the protocol that we've created. They just provide one side of that liquidity pair, and then the protocol will swap for the rest and provide that also. We've also been able to create through this a complex programmatic and dynamic impermanent loss coverage functionality to reduce the risk model for liquidity providers so that they don't have to worry about the risk of impermanent loss, as well as then the profit that they can possibly gain by the fees on the platform, so that they just have to worry about whether they want to provide liquidity and get the fees associated with that behavior. It also allows us to create more complex DAO mechanisms to truly, for the first time, enable DeFi sustainability. This is very important in creating a DAO that actually starts to approach more traditional business structure, where you have silos of skills and stratifications of roles so that they can enact real-world functionality to create DeFi for the future. And this is all while being a forward scalable multi-chain DEX that is poised to usher in this future of adoption by being able to scale across many chains and bring in this next era of adoption with Web 2 users. So that is all. I did good on time. Whew. That is all I have for you guys. CADEX, please check us out. I'm sure I created more questions than I did answers. So I'm very happy to talk about this stuff further. So please feel free to engage me outside. Follow me at Nicholas Ramsrud and at CADEX Official. Thank you so much.
Whether it is DeFi, DAOs, NFTs, or as you will see in our next talk, Metaverse, Dcentral is the place to come and learn about what creators and builders are doing in the space. With that said, let me introduce our next speaker to the stage, Mr. Tom Hoifendorf, representing Somni Life. Please welcome him to the stage.
How's it going? So to start, I really feel like I want to go off book for a second and just say that I feel like the social media companies really, they took it in the wrong direction when we're dealing with creating meaningful human user-to-user interactions. Somewhere along the line, just harvesting data and selling it to the highest bidder, or trying to create vitriol to get a little bit more user engagement became the name of the game. And it's not creating real user meaningful experiences. So part of what we think in the Web3 metaverse is it's a do-over. It's a chance to get it right this time and to create some things that will really uplift people. And I'd like everyone here to really including myself, to kind of try and keep that focus in mind as we go forward building these new tools for everyone. So for starters, getting into the metaverse world, there are aspects of the Web 2 traditional networking parts that are still really essential. You can create a lot of really cool 3D files that are large, but you need to store them in strategic ways so that you can access them and keep your FPS rates really high. So there are elements of traditional networking that still need to be involved. The cool part is where you start integrating Web3 stuff into that. So you can take permissionless data, work it into 3D scenes. You can create avatars that, while you may not be able to walk them directly into a metaverse, you can create systems that allow you to have interoperability between different sources, especially if we start coming up with open protocols and different things that can really let users create a profile that is more than just on one single company or one single platform, but it has a much greater utility. Oops, there we go. Yeah, so some of the other Web3 things that we're going to be looking to be creating and offering for users and builders include Web3 profile pages. So instead of thinking of it as you have to go to a website and you have to build a profile, and then that's when your users show up or your followers, it can be there before you even get there. You know, you can follow someone's wallet address and start connecting with them before they arrive at your company, or you can take users from one platform and move them to the next. And same thing can be done with different groups. You can have a group that's created just from having a shared NFT or a shared token or some sort of any kind of Web3 metric that you'd like. You can automatically create these groups and communities online. And again, it's Web3 based, so it's there before you even arrive if that's what you're trying to offer your users and businesses. Same thing comes along with messaging and sharing and posting stuff. It can all be moved into a Web3 blockchain system. A lot of this might be in the more of the proof of stake sort of era, so you know, post-merge, if that ever happens. And but it's all possible, and in the same way, it can go from one platform to another. It doesn't have to be a single business or a single product. It can follow you from one system onto another, especially if we have open protocols. And yeah, it really is an opportunity to create an actual peer-to-peer communication system. So you're not trying to database everyone's thought and use it for whatever nefarious monetization purposes that you have in mind. So it's a true peer-to-peer communications. And then that continues on to all your social connections. And you can create, you can have, yeah, like I was saying, followers and users that are spanning all these different platforms. And while you're doing that, you can create open APIs, open SDKs, and just have them available for people to create their own developments from those things. So it's a really lofty idea, because I know a lot of the traditional companies are really set in keeping their products, and trying to give away all these things seems like you know, not always the best business model. But it's going towards a larger purpose. You're creating a set of tools that we can all use and all benefit from. And in the end, it just enhances the user experience and the opportunities for businesses to build and improve on all of this. In that same line, you have all sorts of options for social monetization. I mean, it's crazy that you have millions of people interacting with a single post or watching a YouTube video, and then they're getting paid fractions on the penny for it. There's opportunities for auto-minting content and just making it available, and many social monetization options that haven't been previously available. The other thing that I know everybody here is really a big fan of is the community building, because all these DeFi projects, the most important thing is connecting with your community, giving them the confidence in your product, in what you're putting out, that there is value and longevity in it, no matter what it is that you're making. So on that end, we love creating tools for your community to help build your product and expand your experience. I mean, we're building a metaverse here. It's a universe, it's massive, it's huge, and I don't know too many of the companies in this sector that are having a whole floor of developers working on these projects. They're small, lean teams, and they're doing amazing things. But if you can create opportunities for your users to exponentially expand your product, then you can actually achieve some of these lofty goals that we're all sort of know are going to be coming down the line. So we're big on creating tools for users and creating tools for businesses to help expand the metaverse that we're creating. Also, all the really cool options for live to earn, play to earn, build to earn, any of these things, whether you want to come in and design 3D houses or just live in a space and be a part of the community. Here's a couple quick examples from SomniLife here. This is our NFT avatar system. It's just, you can connect your wallet and you just start accessing the NFTs you have or social pictures, and it immediately just becomes a part of your avatar's t-shirt. Pops right up, and that's using some really cool, more traditional gaming tech where you're swapping out some texture files and materials and such in combination with some permissionless data access. In the same way, we have a little 3D space thing. It's a really cool example of just putting in a wallet address, and immediately all of the NFTs are just populated into the room. So you can experience someone's digital assets in a 3D scene just instantly. Likewise, we have really cool options for land activities. You can reside on land and you can see the deep analytics of the people who are involved in your space, which is another great feature that, to bring into these social interactions in the Web3 world, and Web3 social profiles. Then we have the full interoperability. This is a little bit tricky when it comes to the actual nuts and bolts of the network. You've got the actual 3D assets and avatars need to be running in a single stated network so that you can convey these different avatars to a multiplayer system. It's very easy to give someone single player access to an avatar, but to create full interoperability, you need to be creating solutions that give you those different networking options so that you can actually create functional 3D characters that you can move in and out of different metaverses. This also relates to the open protocol ideas, where you're creating systems that actually will work between different metaverses and different chains and all that. So yeah, that's basically how we've been viewing the Web3 metaverse world. Very into the permissionless access, the open protocols, and all the experiences that can be created from this. There's huge opportunities for us to create some really meaningful user experiences, and yeah, really looking forward to continuing on in this sector and seeing all the interesting things that are coming up. It's been a huge honor to be here and hearing all the amazing people speak over the last few days, so really appreciate all the great thoughts that are being shared. And yeah, my name's Tom. You can come hang out at the table upstairs. I'll be hanging out outside if you want to chat about anything. And yeah, that's it. Thanks very much.
As Tom's mentioned, it is so important to create relationships, so make sure you take advantage of these speakers being available to speak with and to build relationship with. But we must move on. I went backstage where all the magic happens, and I like to take videos for our official Dcentral Twitter, which is DCentralCon. And I asked these gentlemen to describe what is decentralized cloud in a few words, and they were like, that's why we have a panel for you, okay? Because some concepts in Web3 need a little bit more time to be explained. So with that said, covering decentralized cloud, let me introduce to the stage our moderator, self-titled Nerd Supreme, which I absolutely love, Seth, mind your biz, Estrada.
Hey, Decentral Austin, how the heck are you? This is a big auditorium, so I'm gonna need you to make some noise. Decentral Austin, how are you? Awesome. Now, I've taken for granted that you are here because you're as excited about Web3 and the future of decentralization of the internet as I am. Is that accurate? All right, I want you to welcome my panel on stage, the absolute cutting edge of Web3 being decentralized, being able to edge out the old guard of our web experience into a permissionless and sovereign experience. Let's start with our number one speaker. We've got Ollie from Kudos. Give him a hand.
Hey, sir, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Ollie from Kudos. So we're building a distributed cloud computing platform to really power the future of blockchain and bring powerful computing in order to have that element of scalability to things. So yeah, thanks for having me on, Seth.
Awesome, yeah. Guys, we're gonna also have 3 other speakers. You already saw them on the playbill, but let me bring out Patrick. Oh, no, did I get the order wrong? Let's bring Patrick. Come on out. I got it totally wrong. Patrick is coming on out from Jackal. Give him a round of applause.
Thanks for having me. Check. Perfect. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here and be with some really, really great minds around the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for joining us. And let's go ahead and bring out Lex and Greg together so we don't possibly get this wrong. Bring them out. We got Lex from Passage and Greg Osuri from the Akash Network. Let's have a seat, gentlemen. And without further ado, they've given us a very short amount of time, and we've got a lot that we want to pack in. But first off, let's go around the panel. And you already heard from Ollie and from Patrick, but Lex, tell us about Passage briefly, like you and Passage in 30 seconds.
Yeah, Passage is a decentralized virtual experience platform. We're building interoperable virtual experiences on Cosmos as a layer 0, so we have a layer 1 chain. We've done events with big teams like Capitol Records, Amazon, American Girl. Previously, we worked in kind of the traditional media and event space, doing stuff for Warner Brothers, Disney, Red Bull, Marvel, and we're trying to bring that mainstream media audience into accessible, interoperable virtual experiences.
Awesome. And Greg Osuri from the Akash Network.
My name is Greg Osuri. I'm the founder for Akash. Akash, in simplest terms, is an open market for cloud-grade compute. It is the world's first open market and the largest, and the fastest growing as well in terms of adoption. The idea behind it is to unlock unused capacity. About 85% or so of global data center capacity is unused. So by enabling those providers to offer their compute in an open, competitive way, we can solve efficiency problems, which the outcome is the cost. A cost costs about 95% lower than your traditional cloud. Like last night, I was able to deploy a osmosis validator for $7 a month. So when the bear market hits and profitability for node operations is in question, AKT is your best friend. I highly recommend you go check it out. So,
yeah, awesome. Great to have all 4 of you gentlemen on the panel. Let's start off by talking about something that I think most people are interested in as we get into this newest phase of layer zeros and this newest phase of blockchain infrastructure. It's scale and speed, right? A lot of people are asking, okay, if I want something really, really fast, why don't I just deploy on AWS, right? Like, how do I manage to get that kind of performance in a decentralized and permissionless way? And it seems like in some people's minds, they've got that demand for really fast web applications, and they worry that they won't get that from some of the solutions that you're building right now. What have you found is a problem you've had to solve to meet those expectations?
So it comes down to redundancy versus security, right? On-chain computing is hyper redundant. That's why it's expensive. That also is why it's secure. Off-chain compute, the redundancy depends on the scheduling algorithm, right? Amazon is not redundant. I mean, it's redundant if you kind of built it like, in a traditional Web 2 world, but if Amazon data center goes down, it goes down, right? It is redundant with the scope of the data center of operations. So the challenge is to design something that allows for cross-site or maximum possible redundancy while allowing for performance, right? So the easy shortcut obviously is to go to Amazon and get the performance. The harder choices will be to use one of the decentralized options to do so, where the user experience is not on par with Amazon's, but But hey, last night I was able to deploy a validator within 5 minutes from 3,000 feet using clicks. So we're getting there very, very quickly.
Just to, can you hear me? Perfect. Just to pump Akash's tires a little bit more, when you move from an Amazon to something where you're using Akash for cloud compute, you're also getting rid of centralized choke points of failure. So when you talk about the ability for Akash to be a little bit more resilient, you're completely distributed, it's a really, really great look. And that's why I'm particularly excited about working with people that are doing cloud compute up here, because Jackal, what we do is we do storage, right? And Jackal doesn't do math, but Jackal has a lot of parking space, essentially, if you want to break it down that way. So we're really, really excited to be here, really excited to hear from a lot of you different guys, and hopefully excited to work together as well.
Yeah, I love that on the Jackal side, because it's so important for cloud computing to both have the compute side, or cloud in general, to have both compute and that decentralized storage aspect to it, because yeah, ultimately we're scaling blockchain. Blockchain is an inherently transactional database, which isn't built for the high throughput type Web 2 world that we're coming from. And so to supplement that with that incredible power of Web 2 computing as well as Web 2 storage, but now we're converting it into a Web 3 space. It takes what the von Neumann architecture of 1944 was and modernizes it completely. So what's taken us 80 years to do in the traditional computing space, we're now hopefully doing in 8 years in the blockchain world.
Just to add on that as well, when you go to build humane and ethical technology, it comes with a trade-off a little bit, right? So if you want to build these really permissionless systems, you want them to be really resilient, sometimes they come at a trade-off, and it's a lot more R&D. So that's kind of why I'm really excited to continue to build this space. And when you talk about speed picking up as we continue to evolve, it's going to get there. Just give us a few seconds.
And I think from the development side, like, we get to solve those problems so that end users don't have to, right? Like, we can figure those things out. We can figure out what needs to be on the blockchain. You want to take the smallest unit of information, whether it's the relationship in a decentralized cloud marketplace, just your relationship with the compute provider. Take the smallest thing. We can figure those things out as builders, you know, but from our perspective with Passage, the goal is that the end user doesn't have to deal with that, right? We have so many barriers to entry in the blockchain space and the Web3 space that we don't want compute to be another one of them, right? The biggest leverage point of the decentralized cloud, you know, whatever the infrastructure is, whether it's storage or compute, it gives us the opportunity to take that burden off the end user. And the way that Passage is leveraging that is to deliver high-end Unreal Engine 5 experiences in the browser, because the compute's somewhere else, right? So like you said, like, it's a balance of trade-offs where, you know, you can create security where you want to create security, but we also have the opportunity in extrapolating the compute layer from the user to take a huge burden, which gives us an opportunity to onboard new users into the space in a technological space that's inherently filled with roadblocks.
Yeah, awesome. Let me ask each one of our panelists just a little more directly on the question of scale and speed. What have you found has been a big hurdle that your team has been able to overcome so that your user experience isn't something that anybody who's non-technical has to worry about at all? Like, what does that actually look like for Passage and for Jackal, for Kudos, and then obviously for Akash, you're much more dev-facing. I don't think the average person who wants to use a typical like web service is thinking like, you know what, where is this hosted? But it's seamless, right? So how have you solved problems there?
Yeah, I mean, even for dev facing, I mean, developer experience is key, right? So the approach we took was to be hyper developer focused and not necessarily operator focused, right? So what that means is we emphasized on extremely clean interface design when it comes to APIs, right? When it comes to machine-to-machine interaction, when it comes to performance of machine-to-machine interaction. So, and our intention of that design was that any system, in order to deliver a superior user experience, you have to make the trade-offs. And we don't know what trade-offs we need to, what the user will make and what they prioritize to deliver the experience, right? So we wanted the community to decide based on their users they serve. So now we have, I believe, 3 different applications built on top of Akash that do user experience in one form or the other. One is Akash Lytics, which does a non-custodial deployment, another one is Praetor, which does provider onboarding super simple. Another one is Perian. I think they do a more like a Netlify style, like git push deploy and Akash. And they figured out, because they like the composability Akash gives, and the permissionlessness and the guarantees of the platform, right? And so we made a conscious choice of focusing on the developer and the developer experience, and having developers build tooling. We think that's a much better scalable way, instead of like trying to focus on the operator, right? Like, and people ask me, like, why is there not a simple way to deploy my WordPress website? I'm like, well, it is not, because the deployer of a WordPress website is not necessarily a technical person. You can do it, but it's just going to take a lot more work. So we're going to wait for a WordPress hosting platform as a service to make the trade-offs that is easy for the user base to use Akash instead of us doing it. So we took a community-first approach when it comes to operator usability. So and that's a strategy, and other people have other strategies, but we believe in a developer-first strategy.
Yeah, let the developers decide, how things need to be implemented, and just give them the options for composing these things. I would say in terms of scaling, one of the biggest opportunities for scaling a decentralized cloud is the fact that if you decentralize the relationship between the compute provider, the person who is offering hardware, and the person who wants to build an application, then anybody can contribute, right? I can't go and contribute compute to AWS or Azure or whatever. So you're creating a greater scaling opportunity. You've got more work to do in terms of defining the format in which that comes in, but you've got a huge opportunity. I mean, even thinking about the transition to ETH 2.0 and the amount of GPU capacity that's going to be available to enter a decentralized cloud network, that's some serious scaling opportunity.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, so for Jackal, when it comes to, can you repeat the question? Because we've gotten so far off track.
No, so we're still kind of on the topic of scale and speed, and I guess the question is, like, where did you see opportunities, and what are some hurdles that Jackal had to overcome to deliver scale and speed? What did that look like for you?
Yeah, Jackal had a bunch of different ideas originally, and everyone will probably laugh at us. We tried to get everything on chain originally, where we wanted a base 64 encode and then get everything completely programmable privacy and you leveraging secret network smart contracts. But what we decided to do, because we want to bring speed, utility, and most importantly, privacy for us, because our big play is only the end user with their private key can access their data. And that's really, really important to us, and we're locked out from the ground up. So we try to build this ethical, if you think about it this way, it's like Tor browser meets BitTorrent meets smart contracts.
Yeah, and you'll have some hard constraints just in generating proofs
Absolutely.
and encrypting.
It's end-to-end encrypted, it'll always be a little bit slower, but we're pretty close. So when it comes to speed and utility of the product, what we chose to focus on is actually a peer-to-peer caching layer, where we'd also lean on another provider for cold storage archiving, because we can only incentivize so much with a token, right? So when we focus on a caching layer, we can bring multiple layers of hot storage to cold storage depending on the needs of the protocol. So when it comes to the speed, it's one of our biggest priorities, but also drawing a hard line in the sand about privacy, so that only the end user with their private key can access, manage, and share their data.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I love that developer first focus. I think we've seen it already in the space of the cloud giants of Web 2, and so that as a focus for cloud and compute in Web 3 just makes sense. So, but in terms of hurdles for us, we're still super early in terms of kudos. I mean, we just announced the genesis process of our blockchain with our validators earlier today, which was very exciting. But on the compute side, we've got the platform working for cloud providers. So the big dogs are able to buy and sell compute. But where it does become incredibly difficult is when you start to find the scalability and find the smaller architectures. So as you want to bring that to smaller and smaller devices, bringing it to gaming PCs, games consoles, even mobile phones to contribute to the network, and to be able to batch process workloads and figure out ways of distributing workloads across such a broad range of devices, that's where some of the big issues like really come to the fore on the technical side, yeah.
Yeah, okay, awesome. And it sounds like each one of your projects, you're approaching this, and well, you have different considerations as far as how you deliver scale and speed, and how you can leverage, well, partnerships in this space. Do you feel like there's still a compromise that you're having to deal with now? What does that look like for you guys when you say, okay, in order to deliver this permissionless system over here, in order to deliver the speed that people demand, and then also have it be permissionless, we're going to have to maybe compromise a little bit and maybe go Web 2.5, if you will. What does that look like for you guys?
A big question. Like for us, retention seems to be a problem. I'll be fully open, right? So we're able to track people, they come, they use. Why? Because we have no way to contact the user. Like it's a permissionless system, it's a wallet. People run out of their funds, and they forget about it, right? They won't realize their workload is down till they actually go see the workload. They may not have monitoring. So most of our drop-off, most of the churn comes from a lack of re-engagement with the user. So that's a challenge, right? The Web 2 has those tools, emails. We don't have emails. We don't have, we don't have a lot of these tools that we have available. Like, what is a compromise? Well, offer a bone for an email. Right? Offer something that you can get an email, right? Maybe having a notification service that, well, you give us your email address and we give you notifications, which is valuable for people, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the Web 2.5 idea, I think, it's not like there is still legacy infrastructure that the globe is connected to, and we can't just ignore the legacy infrastructure and expect people to just jump from Web 2 to Web 3 without providing the on and off ramp, right? You have to provide credit card onboarding somehow legally in the US, right? So those are a lot of challenges. So I wouldn't say compromises, I would say clever design we've done for credit card onboarding. So we have a feature called Auth-Z where you can delegate, we can decouple the payer from the user of compute. So we're using that mechanism where we have a hosted wallet that's paid using a credit card that's custodied by whoever needs the custody, and the user gets delegated from their wallet. So there's no ownership of tokens. So that's a legal way of doing credit card onboarding. So it's not like compromises, but just clever design that evolves over time. And I think in very, very soon we're going to have these systems come into play, and people will figure this out. And these patterns will become the global Web3 onboarding patterns. And I would give it another 2 years by the time Web3 goes mainstream.
Okay, great. And I appreciate that. Compromise is probably not the right word. I mean, these technologies in Web 2 have been used because they're useful. So yeah, no reason to slash and burn if it helps maintain usability.
I mean, they're legacy systems. They need to be onboarded. Email is been around since '69, right? So it's such a thing. Like even Web 1 is pre-Web 1, Web 0, right? So, and people still use email, so you just can't ignore that.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if we want to have people in this space to bring value, you can't ignore the language that people are already using, right? As you're paving the way forward, it's got to connect to something, right? It's like, oh, okay, we're going to build the highway here to get to the future, but if it's not connected to anything else, then what's the point, right? You're just going to be treading that path alone. So creating these avenues to get people from the Web 2 space into the Web 3 space, which aren't independent things, right? I mean, how many of your dApps are actually hosted on AWS right now, right? I mean, that's a huge centralized infrastructure point to failure. And that's most of them, right? And that's okay, because if people can get to it, there are advantages. You are able to decentralize certain elements of it. Even all of you who are creating incredible NFT games, that NFT, even if it gives you access to sick in-game assets, isn't actually useful despite owning it if the servers for your game go down, right? And so, it is going to be incremental, and the most important thing is that on this journey, in this wild frontier, we're not alone, that we're bringing a crowd with us.
Yeah, awesome. Let me jump a little forward in the conversation, and I'm actually going to pick on you, Patrick. Sorry, I thought you were ready to make a comment, but I'm going to pick on you a little bit and ask a little bit about censorship and content moderation. We're running a bit short on time for our panel, but censorship and content moderation, I think the big underlying question would be, in your mind, in a perfect world, who decides? We call it permissionless, but we also know that Web 2 ran into some rough patches when it came to content moderation. And when people hear permissionless, they get understandably concerned.
Absolutely. So kind of to loop it back with the previous talk, the trade-off is compliance, right? So if you want to build a tool like this that has the highest digital privacy, cybersecurity posture on market, where you're self-custodial of your private keys and we can't access your stuff, we're building a personal SSD in the cloud that we believe fundamentally that digital privacy is a fundamental human right. You should be able to own your own stuff. Your data should be your data, and we've locked ourselves out. So when it starts to becoming building new platforms that leverages this storage layer, that's on the people that choose to run those platforms, right? So we don't make the rules, and we've locked ourselves out of the system from the ground up because we don't think it's right for us to be bad actors in our own system. Also, the DAO can fire us as a dev entity, so we've also shifted a lot of the liability to a DAO that can keep us on as a SaaS company, right? So we've decentralized the entire process, and if you want to build a Web 2.5 bridge, you have to front load the compliance, and then you can spin up. You want to be an entrepreneur, leverage our storage, you have a bunch of margin to work with, and then provide a higher digital privacy, cybersecurity posture. And then from there, you can be compliant in your own geographical region, right? So then you have to start to think about where's the data stored. You have to start to think about HIPAA compliance, where you have to pen test servers and things like that. And when you have a permissionless system where you serve the entire world of everyone with a cell phone, and you have to be compliant everywhere, it's kind of a silly thing to do. So what we decided, we take a hard line in the sand that we're building a truly permissionless and self-custodial system that your data is your data.
Awesome. And I'm going to pick on another panelist really quick before we wrap up. Ali, you didn't see this one coming, but in moving into this Web 3 system, right? The more heavily Web 3, not Web 2.5 side. How do we balance the needs of fault tolerance and abuse, preventing abuse by adversarial agents, we'll call them? So whether we'll say it's a really large entity that can print money out of thin air and buy up your governance token, or some other imaginary scenario where there is a potential attack vector.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it is a difficult problem to solve, and I think from the cloud provider side, you can sort of tackle a lot of this by having a rating system, much like when you lease your house on Airbnb. So having the network actually facilitate a rating system that can individually rate each compute unit, that does give that element of making sure that you've got that moderation there in terms of the what you're running your systems on. So we're familiar with a lot of the standards in terms of cloud computing and the rating systems for cloud infrastructures. But again, when you're going to a broader range of devices and a lot of providers, that rating system, it can't necessarily be trusted. So you have to almost give it to a DAO type model in order to make sure of that.
Got it. Makes sense. Well, gentlemen, we are
linked to that. Like proof of stake systems are inherently very communal based, right? What's going to prevent a bad actor, let's say Amazon, to buy up all the tokens and take over Akash network, right? I was recently, there was this Terra debacle. I don't know if you've been following my Twitter, but I had very little Luna position, but I was able to put a proposal in Terra, get it fast, and get it implemented very quickly with very little effort and very little clout in the community. What that tells you is proof-of-stake systems are inherently communal organisms. So if there's a bad actor that's trying to, number one, buy up all the tokens, that's going to increase the price of the token, thereby further strengthening security. And he still have to, there needs to be a seller, right? Let's assume they pay like 10x the thing, and that's how much they value the network. People get rich and the people can fork it and start a new one, right? So always forking, there's always communal, community will always come through before an attack can happen. And there are also preventive circuit breakers, right? We have like 20-day unbonding period for that very reason. So you can have 21 days to actually react and whatnot. So that's my take.
Okay, awesome. First off, it sounds like, were you wearing a white hat when you did that at Terra?
So I had two proposals. Like first I did the Osmosis default proposal. I mean, the whole like getting the default button. That at least have some cloud in the Osmosis community, but Terra was a different beast. Getting a proposal passed on Terra with zero cloud in the community was a clear example. Someone like me, an outsider, can actually have influence just by using Twitter and get a proposal passed that all people can agree. I mean, that I think people don't talk about resiliency in proof-of-stake systems, and there's a clear example. An outsider with very little voting power or very little cloud can do that.
Right. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you. I don't think there's anything illegal that you did. I don't think you admitted to anything that was wrong just now. But
trying to get IBC passed. IBC. So they cut off IBC, and we had all our tokens stuck in Osmosis. I wanted IBC to re-enable so we can dump our Luna, but that came a little too late. But it is what it is. But we got the IBC enabled now.
Yeah. Awesome, gentlemen. Lightning round. Because we need to get off stage. Crystal ball time. Nobody's going to hold you to this. I mean, you might get retweeted a lot if you say the wrong thing, but no pressure. What's the future in this space? 15 seconds.
What's the future? I mean, this is the future. Web3 is the future. It's evolution of Web2. People may not like it, but it is the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's bringing new people in. I think it's community.
Just a really, really high digital privacy and cybersecurity posture, and making the stance on that going forward. And I think it's really, really important for the betterment of humanity.
Yeah, and I think just powering so much of what we know from the world already, and powering what we already know to be the future of blockchain tech, and really bringing it to the fore with what we know from Web 2, just combining them.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to the panelists. Follow them on Twitter. Check them all out on their socials. Thank you for your time.
Make sure you look at the speaker directory so you can get everyone's socials. That's on the official Dcentral app in the App Store. You can download that and get all socials. But let me introduce our next speaker. We have from Kronos a bridge between traditional finance, bridging over to DeFi, and being that, how do we take them from here into the world of Web3? We have Ken Timsit representing Kronos.
Good afternoon. My name is Ken. I'm really, really happy to be here with you today. It's a very impressive room. I can't really see who's in the room because of the lights, but I'd like to know who among you is building DeFi or gaming applications on the blockchain? Okay, a few people, right? So I'm here to tell you why you should care about Kronos and what measures we're putting in place to support builders and developers to create DeFi and gaming applications on that chain. So what is Kronos? So Kronos is known for two things. First, it is within the Cosmos ecosystem, the first chain that is EVM compatible. EVM compatible means that from the standpoint of users and developers, using Kronos is exactly the same as using any other Ethereum compatible chains with the same wallets, the same development frameworks, and the same tools that you can expect from a top-tier EVM-compatible chain. And secondly, Kronos differentiates itself as being the chain that counts Crypto.com as its strategic partner. So Crypto.com is a centralized exchange. And today, if you're asking yourself, where is the next billion users of Web3 going to come from? They're going to come from centralized exchanges. As of the end of last year, around 300 million people had purchased a crypto, most of them from a centralized exchange. And by the end of 2022, we can expect that 600 to 800 million people will have purchased their first crypto, mostly through a centralized exchange. And so if you're looking at where are the next billion users in Web3, they are today already purchasing their first Bitcoin or Ether. They're starting to think about migrating to the world of self-custody, decentralized networks, DeFi and NFTs to find more interesting opportunities. And Cronos is really positioned to make that transition easier and safer. So we're a chain that is live since the end of last year. As I said, it's a chain that is built on the Cosmos SDK, and the implication of that is that in terms of ability to transact on it, it is cheap, it is fast, it is environment friendly, as you could expect from a Tendermint consensus-based chain. So the big draw, if you're a developer and you're thinking about launching your application on a chain, is of course that we are part of this Crypto.com ecosystem. So Crypto.com is a separate project, an entity. But what you can expect if you're building on Cronos is that for Crypto.com users, the on-ramp, the off-ramp, the visibility that you're going to have as a project that is part of the same ecosystem are unparalleled. And so the unique selling point for you is really access to that addressable base of 50 million users around the world. Out of those 50 million users, so far, close to 1 million have already migrated to Cronos, the decentralized network. And we've barely scratched the surface and expect many more to join us in the coming months. Traction has been tremendous so far. We very quickly reached the 7th rank amongst all chains in the world in terms of total value locked in DeFi protocols. As I said, we're nearing 1 million users. We'll get there by the end of June or sometime in July. We're currently supporting around 400,000 transactions per day, which means that not only are there users, but those users are highly engaged. On average, they're making a transaction every 2 days. They're always looking for the next DeFi and GameFi protocol. And for you as a dApp builder, it means an opportunity to be exposed to a crowd that is always trying new things. Over 250 dApps have already chosen Cronos as their home, but there is space for more. And I'm going to talk a bit later about the programs that we have in place to make that happen. Because of the nature of our user base, which is very retail, kind of the Robin Hood generation, the types of dApps that are successful on Cronos tend to be retail dApps, so retail DeFi dApps, as well as gaming applications, which oftentimes are built around an NFT-based universe. So on this slide here, you can see some of the examples of successful dApps on Cronos. Some of them went from 0 to more than $1 billion of total value locked in just a few weeks. And so I think that there's really a tremendous opportunity for people in this room who are thinking about joining an ecosystem where you have lots of users, perhaps not yet as many high-quality dApps, and therefore a huge opportunity to make a difference. So to recap, why build on Cronos? The Chronos family first, so this addressable user base of 50 million users. The demand and passion that those users have when it comes to retail DeFi and gaming applications. The fact that in terms of technology, we've decided to go with something that works. We've leveraged the best of the Cosmos and the Ethereum world. And so we are building on this amazing community of developers as opposed to trying to build our own thing outside of those ecosystems. Because of the integration with a centralized exchange, on-ramp and off-ramp are incredibly easy and can be done in any of the world's top 50 cryptocurrencies, most of which have a wrapped or synthetic version on Chronos. And finally, there is Chronos Labs, of which I'm the head, and that's the entity that is in charge of promoting the Chronos ecosystem and supporting developers. Sorry. So what do we do for developers? I think there was an additional slide that got lost in transit. So we have a grant program, and we just recently announced an accelerator program. The grant program is for either very early stage projects or for projects that are already on another chain and are thinking of integrating Chronos. And so a grant is typically a $10,000 to $50,000 milestone-based grant that we give out so that projects can complete an audit, complete their integration to Chronos, add something to their product that will enhance the user experience or something like that. And then the second program that we just announced yesterday and that we're launching now is the Chronos Accelerator Program. The Chronos Accelerator Program is backed by a $100 million fund. It is going to be a quarterly program. Each quarter, 10 startups are going to be selected in 3 verticals: DeFi, GameFi, and infrastructure. And those startups are going to go through a 10-week program with our support to refine their product market fit, get introductions to partners, advisors, and investors. And the goal is that at the end of those 10 weeks, their pitch, their product market fit are tipped up, and they're able to move on to their next stage of growth with a financial commitment from us, which will range from $100,000 to $300,000 per project, to be complemented with the money that they can raise from VCs who are also partners of this accelerator program. So if you want to know more, one destination, chronos.org, which is the website of the Chronos chain, and our Twitter account. And so my name is Ken Timzit. I'll be around for the rest of the day. We have a booth at the mezzanine, and we'll be happy to take any question. Thanks for your attention, and have a great rest of your stay in Austin.
Blockchains like Chronos often need a solution to an issue of security. How do you keep these smart contracts and various applications on blockchain secure? Well, soundcheck provides just that. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our representative from soundcheck, Ronghui Gu.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for the great introductions. I'm Ronghui Gu. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of soundcheck. I'm also the computer science professor at Columbia University. And today I will share our journey of securing the Web3 world. Yeah. Before I dive into details, we first want to talk about why should we care? Why should we care about cybersecurity, cyber defense in blockchain and the Web3 industry? Why should we pay so much money, right, in smart contract auditing, in blockchain auditing, right? We all know that in the past few years, the entire blockchain Web3 industry grew really fast. And many people still believe that this growth trend will continue. As predicted by PwC that in the next 10 years, the entire industry and its impact to the global GDP will grow another 25 times. But what comes along with this rapid growth is grand challenge and the growing pain points for this for the blockchain cyber defense and blockchain cyber security. You can see that in the year of 2020, more than $500 million got stolen due to software errors, due to hackers' attack. And that number simply got almost tripled last year, in the year of 2021, and grew to something near $1.3 billion. Well, for this year, just in the first 5 months, the financial loss due to software bugs and hackers' attacks have exceeded $1.8 billion. So it's so crazy. And so not only this number got increased, but also there are more and more new kinds of attacks to new kinds of applications built up on top of blockchain. For example, in this year, the cross-chain bridges hacks contribute to the biggest portion of the stolen assets, exceed $1 billion, right? We all know there's a wormhole attack in February and then a running network attack after that. Because you can see that these cross-chain bridges are much more complex than the applications, many applications that we have built before. Because if you want to, let's say, build bridges for n layer 1 chains, the complexity does not grow linearly. The complexity can be something like n times n squared. So it's very hard to rely on a group of developers for one chain or one foundation to understand all the complexities interacting with all these n chains and then build things correctly. And we also have smart contract vulnerabilities, and we also have governance attack, which is also pretty new this year. As Reed Dalio said that at this moment, the cyber offense is much more powerful than cyber defense in this young industry. And cyber risk is a risk that he can't ignore to embrace, to hold crypto assets. So it's indeed a pinpoint, and also becomes a bottleneck that preventing more and more people from mainstream industry to enter this space. So can we simply apply, let's say, cyber defense, cybersecurity technologies developed in previous platforms like PC, Web 2, cloud, mobile, and so on, and apply to this to this world? The answer is probably no, because we can see that for all these cybersecurity firms for previous platforms, they usually take the proactive approach, in the sense that they try to identify malicious transactions, malicious access, and then block them and find the vulnerability, add a patch, resume the system, right? It works perfectly for previous platforms. And also, all previous platforms, both the attackers and defenders can only treat the software system as a black box and perform analysis. And each cost is also not that costly, like turn down, kind of like let the website down for a few minutes and so on. It seems not a big deal for many companies. So that's why a security rate near 97% is already good enough for previous platforms. But blockchain and Web3 platforms are totally different from the previous ones, because blockchain is a world computer that no one can stop, right? Even if we identify malicious transaction, malicious access, we can't block them. No one can block them, actually. Even the government can't block them. And also smart contracts, which are programs running on top of blockchain, are like real-world contract, like Once you sign a real-world contract, even if later you find loopholes in the contracts, it's still very hard to make changes. You have to follow it. Well, for smart contracts, once deployed, usually it's very hard to make changes. And also, in order to reach consensus, in order to convince users to use and participate in these decentralized protocols and applications, usually you want to make the code open source. In the sense that the hackers can sit there, read the source code of your program, of your smart contracts, of your protocol, try to find vulnerabilities, and if they can perform an attack while you, the project owner or the cybersecurity firm, it's very hard for them to let's say, block the transactions, even if we identify malicious ones. It's also very hard for us, let's say, to make changes, add patches to smart contracts. And also can see that these contracts, even for medium-sized one, may still manage millions of dollars, sometimes even hundreds of millions of dollar worth crypto assets for their clients, for their users. And the one vulnerability sometimes can lead to more than $10 million worth, or something even more than $100 million worth. So it's a totally new technical stack and bring in new challenges. And from my previous description, you can tell that actually smart contracts, blockchain system codes are more like hardware rather than software. Like when you build a CPU, when you ship it, it's very hard to make changes. You have to make sure that things are implemented correctly before the shipment. And we know that CPU hardware actually are pretty reliable and secure. Can be something as secure as 99%, because it utilizes a technology called formal verification. In short, it tries to prove that the implementation satisfies the design under all conditions. And this can be easily applied to CPU hardware, but it's still very hard to apply to the software domain, because software is programmable, it's more flexible, and have concurrency. Right? And many software systems are concurrent systems, are distributed systems. So as stated by an NSF report in the year 2016, that formal reasoning about concurrency in software seems to be still in the early stages. And you can view Certic as one that addresses this challenge and successfully apply these formal verifications and other cybersecurity techniques to the software domain and help protect, let's say, the blockchain and Web3 world. And our security rate is highest among the industry and can be as high as 99%. And we have helped secure more than 3,200 clients and helped secure more than $300 billion worth of crypto assets. And every month, we can deliver more than 200 auditing for our clients. Different from other firms that they heavily rely on manual auditing, can do, let's say, 10 to 20 in a month. And if you go to CoinMarketCap, you can see that among all listed 10,000 blockchain and Web3 projects, more than 12% are our clients. And if you rule out the ones that didn't purchase, let's say, third-party security services, or who didn't make the information publicly available, our market share is more than 70%, 70%. So I would say it's definitely a very challenging task for us. And our technology is not only limited to blockchain and Web3. So, for example, we can only apply our techniques to the cloud computing space. And we build the world's first fully verified cloud hypervisor system. And we have pilot projects with ARM, like with Ant groups, and so on. For example, so my research lab has a collaboration with ARM that in the next version of ARM chips, the ARM v9, which will be used in all the phones, many laptops, and so on, the firmware for the confidential computing platform is verified by using our technology, which will be shipped in the next generation of ARM chips.
And we also won 3 Amazon Research Awards in the past 14 months. 3 awards in the past 14 months. And so then we're gonna briefly talk about our technology. And and also our journey of building Certic. So Certic was founded in the year of 2018 by me and the other co-founder, Professor Zhong Shao, who is a computer science department chair at the Yale University. And in 2016, we made a breakthrough in this formal verification research field. We built a Certic OS, the world's first and the only fully verified multi-core OS kernel. They can also double as a hypervisor. So is proven to be bug-free and hacker-resistant. As Greg Morris, the dean of Cornell Tech, said that previously no one believed that people can verify the multi-core OS kernel, but John and his team made it happen. And we won the Best Paper Awards in SSP 2019, OSDI 2021, so which are viewed as Oscar Award in computer systems field. We are selected as research highlights by Communication of ACM in the year of 2019. Again, we also won 3 Amazon Research Awards. So this system was deployed on this unmanned ground vehicle called the Landshark machine, and it was evaluated by a red team from Google. In their final report, they used 1 word to describe our system and our technology. They call it unbreakable. And then we built a very strong team from both academia and industry, try to commercialize this technology. We have Dcentral, who is a senior director from Broadcom and a VP from Unigroup, who is also here. We have our VP of marketing, Monier, who gave a panel yesterday, and many other scientists from Columbia, Yale, UPenn, and many different schools. And you can see that right now we have our team size have exceeds 200 people, and most of them are engineers. And many of them graduated from top universities and even have PhD degrees. So then I will talk about our products, our end-to-end security products for blockchain and Web3 industry. On the left-hand side, you can see that we have our pre-deployment auditing services. It's also one of our most famous services. And then we have our 24/7 monitoring system, which is called the Skynet. We also have a security leaderboard that will show our clients' security information and data to the public. And using these end-to-end one-stop security solutions, we have served, again, more than 3,000 clients and helped secure more than $300 billion worth of cryptocurrency. And our clients include most of the major players in this space, like big DeFi projects like AV, PancakeSwap, 1inch, and so on, and big platforms like Binance, Coinbase, who are also our shareholders and investors, and Polygon, Cardano, Storchain, and NFT, Metaverse, like Sandbox. We started serving Sandbox in the year of 2019. We have delivered more than 7 auditing for them, and we seeing how they are growing from a company was less than $10 million to a company was more than $3 billion. And Decentralized, ApeCoin, all these are our clients. Like most major players actually in this space, our clients. And so the first service usually they integrate with Certic is pre-deployment auditing. So as I mentioned, so we can provide the highest security rate in the industry. And the challenges we try to address at Certic is how to scale this technology, because we aim to serve more clients in this space. We don't want to build a product or service that can only serve, let's say, top 200 projects. Because we believe in the world of Web3, most of innovations are created by a small group of developers, and they should have the opportunity to get served, to get protected using the best cutting-edge technology. So that's why from day one, we aim to automate, at least make this service and product as automated as possible. As I mentioned, so every month we deliver more than 250 auditing reports and help check more than 5 million lines of
code and find more than 3,000 vulnerability findings in each month. You can't rely on a small group of world-class security experts who knows both cybersecurity and blockchain, sit there and review this 5 million lines of code every month. It's not scalable. And we have to make it automated. We have to find ways to make it self-evolving as well. So that's why we build lots of technology, including our gated continuous logic network, and we build this feedback loop that's our security experts in-house. Most of their time, they are reviewing the findings of the tools rather than reviewing the code directly. And their inputs will be sent back to the tools to improve it. So even if we don't involve our technology, its accuracy and automation can be improved month by month, day by day. And so here I show you, this is the first time we show some internal screenshot of our tools. You can see that given the previous source code, we run the tools, and actually it will take much longer. But we will simply cut it off and then get back to the results. And then you can see that after running the tools, the source code will be annotated. So they will lead the auditors, the security experts to the points that may have vulnerabilities. And they can also see the detailed findings from generated by the tools. Sometimes are, let's say, kind of like this English text describing the potential findings. Sometimes it even here generating diagrams for the auditors to identify the issues, to make their job much easier. So that's kind of like the secret weapon built within CertiK, and that is the reason why we can serve so many clients in such a small period of time. I would say that providing 20 auditing in a month is a totally different business than delivering 200, 400. At the peak, we deliver more than 500 auditing in a single month. It's a totally different business. And we also even build monitoring system to monitor auditors' behavior, to audit the auditors' actions. Because when you are managing 200, 300 auditing in a single month, you need many of these systems. We even have building a monitor for our monitor in case it didn't work or kind of like shut down due to some errors. So it's I would say it's quite a different business than what people expected, that how we run auditing services internally at CertiK. And then we have our Skynet, the 24/7 monitoring system, and we are monitoring more than 4 billion transactions and asset transfers, and we also labeled more than 4 million accounts internally. And we have already served more than 600 enterprise clients for our Skynet, even included in some, let's say, even banks, like even some big corporate from the traditional industry. Some of them I can't even name. And we will try to find the vulnerable transactions and send alerts to our clients and the community as early as possible, such that they can take some actions, let's say, to rescue the project, to transfer the asset to safer places, and so on. And the last one is our security leaderboard. We make our clients' security data publicly available, which is also unique. You can't imagine a Web2 security firm publish their clients' data to the website, but we can do it because it's a Web3 world. It's a decentralized world. In this world, we try to help build the transparency. We try to help build the trust, and we list all our auditing reports on our website. And also, we even include the clients that are onboarding, are under assessment, so which is pretty unique. for other firms, they may selectively publish several of their reports and so on. We publish everything. So whenever something bad happens, or when you want to learn a project, you can simply go to Zurich.com and search and check the results. And kind of like here, I show some data about our market share. If you go to CoinMarketCap, everything is publicly available. Our data, you can easily validate, as I mentioned. So if we exclude the clients that didn't purchase for security audits, our market share is about more than 70%. But for all listed 10,000 projects, our market share is about 12%. But it also means that there are still many projects that haven't even spent a single dollar in cyber defense in this space. Okay, so that's all. Thank you.
NFTs are moving beyond just PFPs. In order to add value to anything, especially the metaverse, it needs to include utility. Our next speaker is going to speak on just that. Introducing from Astra Metaverse, Del's Aaron Lee.
Yo, hey everyone. How's everyone doing? We're good? Yeah, I hope it's been a great day. Yeah, so I'm Dels. I'm here to talk to you about how NFTs with utility get us from Web3 to the metaverse. So, just a little about me. So I'm a Web3 venture and protocol designer. Have a background in economics, UX design, and product innovation. So, been building in this space for about 2-3 years now, and kind of like during lockdown, started thinking like, how can we teleport people to stores to go shopping since we're all locked down at home? So we started doing this, like developing this idea, got a team of 15 people together, got a grant from Epic Games, creators of Fortnite and Unreal Engine, and we've been building this metaverse idea for the past 2 years. Very shortly, like very quickly, let me just take us through the journey. So Web 1, pretty much the version of the internet where you just had to read. It was kind of like a newspaper. It's like, you're just reading everything all through. Then we moved to Web 2, which is the current status of the internet where we're at right now. So Web 2 is pretty much being able to read as well as being able to write. So you can reply to your friends' messages like on Facebook, on Instagram. It was pretty much read and write. Web 3 is all about being able to read, write, and own. So in Web 3, powered by the blockchain infrastructure, you don't just only get to read and write. You get to read, write, and participate in ownership because you contribute into value creation on the blockchain. So the metaverse, ever since Meta went, Facebook went Meta, metaverse has been everywhere. It's this, I don't know if people say it's like mumbo jumbo, it's crap, it's all BS. But, the metaverse is one of the most important things that's going to happen to, how we go from Web 3 to a version of the internet where digital assets matter and sustainability is very important. So I define the metaverse as a decentralized network of virtual experiences which are designed for avatars the same way the real world is designed for our physical bodies. So the metaverse, is really, really important for us to have our personalized avatars. And these avatars, which are 3D versions of ourselves, are kind of like, 3D wallets. So your avatar could have things like your body measurements and then walk into a virtual store to go shopping and you receive it in real life in your size. Your avatar could have all your different payment methods. Your avatar is pretty much like you in 3D. The contrarian idea I have about the avatars, about the metaverse is that for a lot of companies, like for instance Facebook, it's about socializing and being present virtually. For Epic Games, for instance, it's about gaming. But for me, the metaverse is about sustainability. So how do we give 3D assets powers? How do we make 3D assets important? Right now, NFTs are pretty much just like these PFPs or pictures everywhere, but NFTs can empower ideas to have value before they're physically produced. In the real world right now, especially in the fashion industry, loads of people out here wearing really cool stuff, but a lot of stuff gets thrown away, gets destroyed because no one has bought them. So we have brands out here manufacturing things that don't need to be manufactured because they don't have no owners and then they get thrown away and they get trashed. But imagine a scenario where ideas are NFTs before production. So this shirt I'm wearing, if I didn't buy it already as an NFT, there would be no need to produce it. Fashion brands can then operate in a much more sustainable way, and then these assets are traded from avatar to avatar because they have value before they're physically produced, because they are NFTs, and that simply increases sustainability of the real world. That has like a 10x, 100x, 1000x effect if every single person is producing their assets as 3D assets first, which they then, put into like a gaming environment. So if you want to go chill with your friends in an environment, you go through like a virtual store and you're like, oh, I like this outfit. You wear that outfit for your avatar. You go to that environment, to that experience, and then oh, people like this outfit. Let me get it for real life. That's when we know we're in the metaverse. So it's not about like gaming. All of that is like built on top of that sort of like understanding. And yeah, the truth of the matter is NFTs need to have phygital utility. Phygital is a very weird word. I'm from London and they hate it. British people hate it when you mess up their words. But like phygital means physical and digital. So right now, when you go play a game like whatever it is you're playing, play the game like a hovercraft or like a jetpack, that could be a toy in real life. So it's kind of like starting as an NFT first supply chain where people buy things that are cool and have IP and are deemed as like relevant first. Clothes could also be NFTs, like limited edition drops from like the biggest of brands. You could buy those as NFTs first and then, receive that in real life. And that shouldn't say toys. That should say something more like, membership or anything or like, different things. So that's kind of how we see NFTs. Now, going back to like what we started doing in 2020, trying to teleport people to virtual stores to go shopping, started doing this thing we call Metacommerce. And it's kind of like playing a game, but you're buying NFTs that have real life utility, pretty much like clothes, but in virtual environments. It's like going shopping, but playing a multiplayer game. You're heading there with your friend's avatar. You can see what they're wearing and like, oh, that looks cool. That doesn't look cool. You should wear this. You should wear that. Just think of how much fun that is compared to like the typical shopping experience. Typical shopping experience has not changed since 1992. And that's a whole lot of BS. Like, just imagine how much better it would be if instead of going shopping, some people when they shop, they're on the phone with their friends, trying to send them links, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? But eventually, when Apple drops like there's no way Apple is not going to drop like a sick-ass killer VR headset. You can throw that on, go with your friends into like this virtual environment and go shopping. And that's why we're building Astra. So Astra is what we've been building since 2020, backed by Epic Games, incubated by NVIDIA and a host of other projects. And we go live tomorrow, so playastra.com. Don't say I didn't do anything for you. You try it out demo, you could be one of the first to like, win some really, really cool NFTs that actually have real life utility. So you should definitely check this out. So Astra, you could play games, trade NFTs, and make new friends. And what makes us like really cool and very, very important is that we have gone from like, this thing where we've been building for 2 years and looking, understanding, iterating as a student of like product innovation. It's not just like we decided to release like PFPs and then promise you this sick roadmap on like, oh, in the next 5 years, we're going to be all going to be in the metaverse. No, we spent 2 years building the product. And then if you try out our product and you give us feedback on our website at playastra.com, then you get on our whitelist, doing things the right way, not just trying to like rip off people with like some cartoony NFTs. So the most important part of this is that like we're building a metaverse operating system or protocol. And what we want to do with this is make it very easy for anyone to spin up their own virtual store. It's like, I think people are building the wrong thing. When someone tells you they're building a metaverse, they do it in a centralized way. They want to dictate, this is going to be how this is going to be how that is, but no one can build the metaverse, It's a network of different things. So networks are built on top of protocols. You get where I'm going with this. So yeah, I think all I really want to say is, shout out to you guys for staying this long. It's 3:50. I thought it was going to be like 5 people here. So yeah, please check out playastra.com. It's going to be live tomorrow. We aren't going to like tweet anything about it. We're giving you alpha. Check it out and tell us what you think. So yeah, that's pretty much me. My Twitter is Wolf of New Street. I'm a Metaverse OG. And yeah, check out playastra.com, guys. Thank you so much. Peace.
Amazing, amazing stuff. NFTs need that utility. They absolutely do. Well, one of my Bianca-isms is there's 3 most valuable currency in the world are as follows. 3rd, financial. 2nd, social. And 1st, privacy. Our next speaker is going to speak about just that, securing privacy on networks. Please have me welcome to the stage one of our keynote speakers representing Secret Foundation, Tor Blair.
What's up, Austin? And I love you too, whoever you are. Let's see, am I getting slides up here? Let's see. All right, yeah, I'm getting slides up here. Heck yeah, let's do it. So, I'm Tor. I'm the founder of Secret Foundation. I'm working on Secret Network alongside the other 50, 60 people you may have seen in the halls already. We're all called Secret Agents. We're agents of change in the Web3 space. We're trying to evangelize privacy technologies. So a big focus of this presentation, which is entitled, Secret Network, Unlocking the Future of NFTs Through Privacy, is tying that story together. What does privacy have to do with NFTs? Right? So by the end of this, we're going to figure out what's wrong with NFTs, because there is something wrong with NFTs. And then what's the secret? If you can't tell, we love the branding, we love talking about secrets, but we're going to specifically talk about the secret of Secret Network and how we're solving this problem. We're going to talk about some of the projects that are already building these solutions on Secret. Maybe you've seen them in the halls, maybe you've read about them, but I'm going to go through at least a few of them that you can already be getting hands-on with. And then number 4, of course, the last thing I always show off, how do you build? We're a community of builders. I want to get more builders into the ecosystem so that you can start collaborating with all the other secret agents around the world, building your own solutions. If you were here earlier, you heard Kevin Smith say Web3, and Secret specifically, is just a giant playground. There's so much to build. There's so much that hasn't been tried. So by the end of this, I hope you're inspired to try something for yourself. We want to unlock the future of NFTs, right? If you're here, you've probably heard the word NFT at least once. We're talking about non-fungible tokens. These are just pieces of code living on a blockchain that are supposed to represent something that isn't the same as anything else. And that means it can represent any kind of asset. It's a new kind of way, it's a permissionless kind of way of storing and trading these scarce digital assets that could be tied to real-world assets or could represent something that exists only in an online digital metaverse. But this can revolutionize pretty much every vertical. We're talking art, visual art. We're talking about movies, of course. We're talking about finance and the financialization of assets on a blockchain. We're talking about cultural assets and IP. We're talking about things that have existed maybe in the Web 2 world as one thing, but in the Web 3 world, permissionless, remix culture becomes something completely different. We're already seeing it happen. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But for some reason, it feels like we're still kind of stuck. There is one very big problem with NFTs. Because blockchains are public by default, we're going to get to at least one blockchain that isn't, but because almost every blockchain, Layer 1 blockchain, is public by default, digital ownership with NFTs is kind of broken. It doesn't feel like real-world ownership. I can give an example, right? Like if something is in your house, we know we own it because it's in our house. We invite people into our house. We invite people to interact with the things that we own. If we choose to share something with other people, then it feels like we have control over it. It's not enough for it to just be something that we say we own or that sits in a wallet we can claim we own. It's still not true ownership if we have to always let everybody into our house. Anybody can walk in and out and see everything. It feels very exposed. That's not true ownership, and that's because true ownership has its roots in privacy. Privacy being the right to share what you want with whom you want under the conditions that you want it to be shared. Without native privacy, without this privacy built into the NFT itself, we really can't build and hold value. Not for creators, right? The people who are putting their hearts and souls into creating non-fungible assets and art on the blockchain, but also for collectors. People who want to believe that when they buy these things, when they collect these things, when they put their own resources into these ecosystems and these assets of scarce cultural value, they want to know that this is going to be meaningful in the future, that it'll be worth something in the future. That when they own it, it feels like ownership. And if they choose to sell or transfer that ownership to something else, they need to know that person's going to value that ownership too. And the public by default model for NFTs does not support that. This brings me to Secret. I said that most layer ones are like this, but Secret is not. We built Secret because we knew we needed a different kind of blockchain. We needed a blockchain that was private by default. It's a different model, but it's a better model. Because now you start with a blockchain where things are private until you want them to be public. If you choose to share something with someone, you can. All the data on the chain is encrypted if it's being used in an application. But if you choose to share it with an application, if you choose to share it with another user, you can. You can always make something private public again. You can always choose to share it. But once something starts public, you can't put that back. The cat does not go back in the bag. The toothpaste does not go back in the tube. The private by default model isn't just about having privacy. It's about having choice. Public by default model is not the choice model. Private by default is. And choice is everything. That consent is everything. When you're a creator, when you're a collector, and you're thinking about scarce digital assets, and you're thinking about identity and reputation represented as scarce digital assets on a blockchain. So Secret is a data privacy hub. Not only is it a layer 1 blockchain, it's also built to be interoperable with all these other blockchain universes. And maybe those are public by default. But we are a data privacy hub. When you're on Secret, you know that your privacy is being protected. The assets that are on Secret are protected in a way that they aren't on any other chain. And this is going to enable thousands of new kinds of applications to be built, especially for non-fungible assets, for metaverse applications, for gaming, all these things that rely on digital scarcity and the ability to have true digital ownership. They have special features, right? A Secret NFT is not like an Ethereum NFT. An Ethereum NFT has public ownership and public metadata. That's it. It's very inflexible. It's actually a shallow model. I call it shallow because it's just like, it's there, and everybody knows what it is, and everybody can see you have it, right? Like if you have a Bored Ape, and you flex it on somebody, right? How cool is that? I'm flexing on you. I think it's actually a very shallow use case. All you're doing is proving you have something that somebody else doesn't. And everybody knows you have it. But a meaningful model would allow you to have public or private ownership. It would allow you to choose whether you're sharing this piece of your identity with somebody else or not. It would have public or private metadata. So some of it is known to everybody. The public metadata says everybody can know this. The private metadata says I'm the owner. As the owner, only I can know this unless I choose to share this with someone else. There's a lot of different use cases for secret NFTs that have this native privacy and native access control, that can have public or private ownership, that can have public or private metadata. I put out a few here. I'll touch on them really quickly. But you can see that each of these use cases is just one of many use cases, and each of them has a lot of depth in itself. So creator monetization is one. You sell an NFT today, everybody knows what it represents, everybody can see it. There's this right-click save thing going on. I see you using an NFT. I'm just going to grab the picture. I'm going to download it. I'm going to put it in something else. It's kind of like a weak argument, but it's still a confusing argument because it's kind of right. Like, why does everybody have the same access to something that I'm supposed to own? It doesn't feel like true digital ownership. But as a creator, what you can do with private metadata and secret NFTs is you can have something in the public metadata that everybody would know. And then in the private metadata, you put something that is the high resolution version of the image, or the full version of the song, or the full version of the movie. Anybody can see the preview, anybody knows what's inside, they know who created it, but the actual meaningful asset is something that is controlled and owned by the owner. It's a much more sustainable model, and I can make a much stronger argument why those kinds of NFTs are going to have value in a year or 5 or 10 than the shallow public by default NFT model. Then, of course, there's this private gallery use case. Maybe you don't want everybody to know exactly which NFTs that you own, but maybe there are some people that you do. You want to show it off for your friends. You want to do a private display in the metaverse. Well, without revealing everything in your wallet, without letting everybody walk into your house, You can do this private gallery model quite simply on a network like Secret, where anybody can sort of rent access to see what you have. And again, as the owner, you consented to that. You let somebody over to your house. It's a better model for the owner because now the collector has the agency and they can monetize their collection just as the creator monetized their creation initially. There's also tremendous privacy concerns for artists, especially artists who come from marginalized cultures or work in marginalized worlds. You care about your privacy and your security on a financial basis too. And on a network like Secret that's private by default, it's not just for information, it's not just for NFTs, it's for everything. And we give you those guarantees all across the network for everything that you do. That's important to artists, but it's also, again, important to big collectors who care about maybe not having everybody know that they own 10 Bored Apes and putting a big target on their backs, unless, of course, they are ready to tell someone that they own it. They're still having to consent. Again, a better model, a safer model for ownership. And then lastly, but very importantly, identity is very complicated. We want to express our identities with our communities oftentimes and not have to perform them for the entire world at once. Community access control with secret NFTs makes a lot of sense. You unlock access to this community through your ownership of this private by default NFT. And now you're in the community. And the community might know who you are and they might know what you have, and that's okay because you're all part of the shared culture. You all have the NFT or you all have this social context. But now you don't have to have everybody in the world knowing what you're doing. You have the safety of that community where you feel safe to share. And you're not forced to share everything with the world like you would on a public by default blockchain. So there's all these advantages, all these use cases for thinking about a private by default model for NFTs as the only model that's going to be sustainable. And the only reason we haven't had this is because we haven't had a network like Secret to build these rails. So people have tried a lot of things with NFTs, and that's already billions of dollars going through this industry. But imagine what it could be if only we embraced these kinds of use cases and built them on top of Secret. Ultimately, our goal is not just to be a privacy hub, but we want to be this issuance and settlement layer for any kind of non-fungible asset, or really any kind of asset, right? It could be a fungible asset as well. Because we believe that this access should be controlled on-chain. We shouldn't be forced to re-centralize all of this just because we originally started building on public by default rails. A lot of people have solved the problems that I'm talking about by going back off the blockchain or doing everything in a centralized database and then kind of slapping Ethereum on top of it. That's not an improvement. Web3 is supposed to be an upgrade. It's supposed to be a path forward. We shouldn't be taking steps backward. If Secret becomes this privacy hub, this settlement and issuance layer, this interoperable, universal private smart contract hub that we're building it to be, now we're interoperable with all of these ecosystems, interoperable with Ethereum, with Solana, with any of these chains that already have creator adoption, but we're offering something even more. We're offering the opportunity to build with privacy by default and experiment in ways that you can't in other ecosystems. And for us, that's incredibly inspiring, and it's a mission worth pursuing. And we believe that's what's going to not only unlock value for creators and collectors, but that's what ultimately is going to be the only way that we'll sustain it without having to take a step backward into the Web 2 world that was never working for creators to begin with. So, who's already building? If you've been here all day, if you've been listening all week to what's been going on, you probably already know at least about this one. So LegendDAO, and I'm getting to Kevin Smith in a second, that's the next slide, but LegendDAO is a play-to-mint NFT platform, and that's built on Secret. And its own universe, right? You build this entire gamified universe of discovering collections, minting collections from the biggest creators in the world, the biggest people who want to play in that sandbox, in that playground, and experiment and reach these communities. This is a platform that if you are a creator, you're going to want to launch on because we can take that to a universe of collectors who know exactly what it is that you're trying to experiment with, what you're trying to build. They want to play in that playground with you. And all of this has a bunch of very unique mechanisms like having the DAO treasury, backstopping and underwriting new collections, exclusive drops. Again, like this is a world-class platform, and it's really only possible on Secret. Similarly, with Kilroy was here in particular, what Kevin Smith is dropping on Secret Network, and this is where I say make sure you come to the after party tonight at the venue, right? Open to the public at 9, going till 2. Kevin will be there. he's releasing his movie as an NFT. And there's a generative art collection that's launching. And it's all on LegendDAO. It has the behind-the-scenes footage. It utilizes the private metadata. It's much more inclusive, right? These are the kinds of creators we want telling the story that we've already been telling about the link between privacy as a technology, privacy as an ethos, and the way that creators are going to be empowered in Web3. He's been a storyteller his whole life, and now he's telling our story alongside us about why this is the platform that's going to unlock the next stage of evolution for NFTs in the metaverse. But even before this was launching, we had a ton of community experimentation as well, grassroots projects in the secret ecosystem that were demonstrating the value of secret NFTs. The one that I always like to feature. Any Anons in the audience? Why did you do that? Anyway, thank you, Anons. Anons was the very first PFP project to launch on Secret Network. So, you know, CryptoPunks was one of the OG PFP projects on Ethereum. Like every ecosystem has its own like OG collection, but this went beyond just an experimentation with the art and the culture of the network. Anons also used the private metadata, and it's super cool. It's that community access control use case that I was talking about. You put your Telegram handle in the private metadata, suddenly you unlock this universe, this Anon universe behind the scenes. But no one is going to know from looking at this NFT on the blockchain what the Telegram handle is. They can't go and dox you. They can't trace it back to your wallet, but everybody in that community knows that you definitely have an Anon, that it's definitely linked to something about your identity. And that's really cool. Within that community, there's a shared culture, a shared understanding of what it is to be an Anon, but unless you literally yell it out loud in the audience, nobody has to know that this is you. This is a really fun community. I very much encourage you to explore Anons after we're done here and, you know, think about it. There's also gaming use cases. So I'm featuring one here, Orbum Wars, which is a tower defense game. They have an interesting model. A lot of these gaming use cases in Web3 have become pay to win. Right? You just go, like you know exactly what you need to buy. All the NFTs are on chain. You know exactly what you need to win. There's all these kind of weird economies that just centralize and then collapse, right? It's just not sustainable. On Secret, gaming is really interesting because you can have imperfect information games. It's a private by default network, right? It's the difference between chess and poker. Chess, everybody knows the game state. Poker, you don't know the cards, you don't know the deck. It's more interesting. Something could happen that you don't already know is going to happen. And Orbum Wars also has an interesting model that it's not pay to win. The only way to get the NFT drops is to play. You have to play, you have to earn the NFTs, and then there's the game mechanics on top of that, leveraging the privacy-preserving properties of the network to create an experience that we believe is going to be more sustainable for Web3 gamers. GameFi on Secret, or you know, any kind of gaming metaverse, it's really a perfect fit. Then there's the free-to-mint NFT model, right? If you've ever collected a POAP on Ethereum, like proof of attendance protocol, there's ways to turn things you're already doing, experiences you're already having, things you're already creating, just into proof that you have done something, attended something, experienced something, learned something, connected with somebody else. But that makes so much more sense on a private by default platform like Secret. Because identity is the sort of thing, again, you want to selectively reveal. Maybe you don't want everybody to know exactly what you've done for all time. The same way that we don't want everybody to know our browser history all of the time. The same way we don't expose all of our cookies all of the time, right? This is not the model that we want Web3 to evolve into, where everything is public by default to everybody. There's a reason we don't use ETH NFTs to represent our entire Web3 browsing history. We don't even know what we've given away in Web3. But on Secret, the model's flipped. You get rewarded for what you do in a way that's not forcing you to give up any privacy or any security. In fact, you just get rewarded because the badge can have private ownership. You can always prove you've done something when you want to prove you've done it. And then in the private metadata can be something that no one else has ever seen, that only owners of the badge can see, that you know no one else will ever see unless you let them see it. You've gotten something that you were just passively getting for yourself, proving your own experience, and you haven't given anything up. In fact, you've only unlocked something really cool. So we're really looking forward to some of the go-to-market partners we have for badges, which you'll be able to collect, which you'll be able to potentially trade, combine, use in a game universe. I'm not going to say too much, but it's a very cool primitive, and if you're a creator, we'd like to talk with you about how you could leverage this in your own platforms and creations. And then lastly, I want to feature our NFT marketplace, because if you've never gotten a secret NFT or seen one, you can go to Stash. It's at stashh.io. We've had 100,000 users. We've had a lot of connected wallets. There's over 200 collections that are already available to browse. You can browse, you can buy. Badges are also available to claim and mint on Stash. So there's a lot of platforms emerging in our ecosystem to let you do these things. I also promised I would feature my shoes. If you can't see them, I'll move a little closer. These shoes are secret NFTs by the viral team V-IRL. Go viral. Yeah, they're linked to secret NFTs. This is the kind of crazy stuff you can only do on secret, right? Because they're using the private metadata, and I don't have to dox my wallet just wearing my shoes, guys. This is cool stuff. So anyway, check out Mainnet Stash if you want to get your first secret NFT. This is the website. Take a picture. You have 3 seconds before I go to the last slide, which you should also take a picture of. Time is up. If you want to build, join the Discord, follow the Twitter, come to the Discord, all of these things, take a picture, follow up with us. If you haven't seen a secret agent in the halls, you're probably blind, and that's okay. I'll be out by the booth. It was really wonderful to see all of you. Don't forget the event tonight. Please enjoy the rest of Dcentral. And yeah, come build on secret, guys. It's a lot of fun.
We love our sponsorship partnership with Secret Network here at Decentral Austin. I have to say, I am so excited to introduce this next Fireside chat. I have to say a little personal aside for this man, this gentleman who is going to join us. I was at the Bitcoin 2021 conference, and I was lucky enough to be invited to a VIP dinner. There I saw a gentleman who had a conversation, who showcased himself in leadership, in communication styles, and he's looking to change the world. We have a fireside chat with Simon Bogdanowicz and Charles Hoskinson.
Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I will be your moderator today for the Fireside Chat with Sir Charles Hoskinson, and he'll be out momentarily. But you have to say this has been a great start to Consensus Festival Week. You know, there's a lot always going on, no matter what the market condition is. You know, bull, bear, neutral, anything in between. And so it's been an exciting time. And without further ado, let's welcome to the stage Mr. Charles Hoskinson.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Good to see you.
Great to see you again. How was your flight in from Colorado?
Oh, it was just amazing. We actually stopped in Wyoming first and then came down to Colorado, so north to go south. A lot of fun.
Well, what made you do that?
Oh, just a lark. Said, why not? Let's go to Wyoming.
Nice.
Love the bison. How you been?
Good.
You're looking
doing
good.
well.
You lost some weight.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Yeah.
Yourself as well?
No, I've gained weight. I had to save for winter just in case it gets cold.
It's cold. Yeah, well, it's not cold here this week. You know, we're going to have plus 40 Celsius, plus 100 degrees.
So Simon, our first question is, if you were a cookie, what cookie would you be?
Sugar.
Sugar? What type of sugar? A lot of types of sugar.
Brown sugar.
Brown sugar. Ooh.
Yeah.
The man likes his brown sugar. Okay.
Yeah. No, all right, give me another one. That was a softball.
Well, Danish butter for me, though. Come on. All right, first question.
No, well, thank you again for being here. Really appreciate it. If you're part of the Cardano community, let's hear another shout out to Charles. I see you back there. I see you up there, and I can hear you. I can hear you, and I'm in front of your computers as well on Binance and everywhere else that you're tuning in from on YouTube. So, thank you for that. So I know that you've been a pivotal part of the Financial Innovation Act, also known as the Loomis-Gillibrand Act, and wanted to hear your thoughts as it dropped yesterday. I wanted to hear a little bit more of your thoughts on the takeaways from that act. What do you think the chances are of it actually passing through Congress, and what else can potentially minds like you and others do to push it along, or have a break off of that act to actually be passed through Congress? Because as we all know, it's very hard to get anything signed nowadays, especially in this government.
Well, it's probably first to understand the backstory of Senator Lummis. She's been in our industry since 2013. I think that's when she bought her first Bitcoin, and she went to Satoshi Roundtable years ago. And there's many people on her staff who are in the space or innovators in the space, and they all know us. And her office expressed a desire to get legislation passed last year, and they wrote up a preliminary bill and sent it to us and others as early as, I think it was December of last year. And they've gone through a ton of iterations and discussions, and the bill is very comprehensive. It covers everything from tax treatment of cryptocurrencies. For example, if you're staking and you receive your stake, when does that get taxed? Is it at the moment that the protocol dispenses it, or is it more like a commodity, like wheat, where you grow the wheat and you get taxed when you harvest it and sell it, for example? To asset classification, they introduced something called ancillary assets. So it's not quite a commodity, it's not quite a security, it's somewhere in between. And it adds some regulatory clarity. They talk about DAOs, they talk about funding for SRO research. Those are self-regulatory organizations. So it's a very comprehensive piece of legislation. It's over 140 pages long, and it is unlikely in its current form to pass, because it'd have to go through 4 different committees to be able to do that. And unless you have like a president and the Senate Majority Leader and others are really pushing that, and it's a big agenda item like Build Back Better or other things like that, you just don't get that kind of political capital. So really the point of the bill is to be an introducer, a thesis, if you will, and the antithesis is kind of what's coming out of the Biden executive order, and they're going to smash together in a very Hegelian way. And then the synthesis of this will be some legislation that the Congress will look at. Now, it's very likely that the politics are such that the House is going to switch from blue to red. And when that occurs, the Republicans seem to be at the moment more pro-crypto. And if that's the case, there's a good chance that we will see legislation pass in 2023 in some form. Then the question is there enough political support and momentum for that to then go through the White House and they're going to pass it? And that's something that's going to happen. But this is our opportunity as an industry to have a direct say of how we want to be regulated, what are the checks and balances, where are the information asymmetries, what are the moral hazards, and there are certain things I'd love to see that aren't in there, and we're obviously going to have those discussions, and there's other people who have other things. Like,
can you give us a little preview? Like,
sure,
what would you like to see that's not in there right now?
For example, everybody says decentralization, decentralization, decentralization. What the hell does that mean? We don't actually have a way of measuring it. You know, with a computer processor or a GPU, you have 3D Mark. You can measure it, you get a number. More is better, right? Well, what's the equivalent of that in decentralization? So how decentralized is Bitcoin? You have things like Nakamoto coefficient, but those are partial answers to a much more elegant and broader picture if you're making the argument that sufficiently decentralized allows you to move from one asset classification, in the case of the SEC, it's saying a security, to another, in this case, a digital commodity. Okay, and there's properties of decentralization. For example, the resolution of information asymmetries, or the resolution of systemic risk from a centralized actor who can enter and destabilize the marketplace. So from our view, we need a decentralization index that allows you to measure a blockchain and give it a number, and then you can say when you're above a certain threshold, you're sufficiently decentralized. Because this is a problem in the bill. It says it has this idea of an ancillary asset. And I say, okay, well, you're a commodity, but you still have a filing requirement to the SEC. How do you escape that? We have to go ask the Securities Exchange Commission. And you're back to the same problem of, on a case-by-case basis, litigation by litigation, you basically get an answer. And that's a terrible way of doing things. You need to have much more explicit, measurable ways of doing things. Second, there needs to be a crypto user's bill of rights. that define your rights. And third, there needs to be algorithmic regulation where you figure out how to do transnational arrangements, whether it be things like the Wolfsburg principles or other things like that, with algorithms, smart contracts, and then you can have enforceability across borders. Because the world doesn't begin and end at the United States. It turns out that there's other countries, like 197. In fact, there's somebody around here who's been to all of them. And it would be really nice if we had a transnational system that doesn't require nations to legislate. It can be done through private regulation as opposed to national.
So you said something about crypto user bill of rights. I'd love to have you expand on that more, and kind of what would you love to see in that? And also, part two of that question, thinking about the world being obviously borderless and everything else, is there any jurisdiction or any national government or local government outside of Ecuador or El Salvador and what Dubai is doing that you feel is really on the right track that hasn't really been talked about in the media?
Well, according to Max Kaiser, I've been banned from El Salvador. That's news to me, but okay. Those Team Orange is a little crazy these days. But anyway, Bill of Rights is just, you have this notion of, it's a legal doctrine, a promissory estoppel. So if you use open source software, for example, I can't, as the author of open source software, say, hey, I've changed my mind. I'm just going to rug pull you and change the license. Pay me a royalty or stop using my software. Because that would be unconscionable. There'd be a situation you spend tens of millions of dollars building on top of open source software, only then to have somebody start charging you a royalty. Craig Wright actually tried to do this. He said, I'm a Satoshi, and stop using my stuff or I'll fine you. It's like, it's madness. So there's this notion that using something, there's implied rights and responsibilities and commercial arrangements behind the fair use of that. And that's the complete open source side. Then you have another group of people that say, well, if I lose a single dollar, somebody should give me a refund and I'm in a class action lawsuit. That's the way other side of the spectrum. So where does that pendulum sit between those two? So you need to define that of, okay, should we have expectations about quality? Should we have expectations about monetary policy? Should these be made explicit like a constitution of the system, or implicit as an ethos of the system as a whole, or emergent as a property of where you sit on the decentralization index? So there's a very close relationship between decentralization governance and the Bill of Rights, including what level of say and control do you have in the system. When you look at proof of work oriented systems, you have almost no control. You own the Bitcoin, but you have no say in the code, you have no say in the governance of the system. Bitcoin gives you nothing, it's just a store of value. When you own a proof of stake style system, many of them, like Tezos or Cardano, have voting components where you have a say over the governance of the system, you have a say over the consensus of the system, and so forth. So you seem to have more rights in these types of systems than other systems. What does that mean then in terms of fair use? And can those be revoked and under what circumstances and so forth? For example, as regulators become more clever, they might start saying, we like proof of stake, but if you're from Iran or Russia or North Korea, you can't vote. Well, how do you enforce that in a global protocol? And these types of things. So these are the delicate edge cases that are working through, and the anarchistic elements of the space say, well, fuck the system, everybody, you just have to deal with it and accept it, honey badger don't care. And other people say, well, no, we need to fit into a rules-based international order. We have to figure out a way to make this work. I think, again, it's going to be like that synthesis where they're going to argue for a bit and then find a fair compromise. And legislatively, that can be accomplished. It could be also accomplished through a self-regulatory process or just accomplished through standards like the internet was with TCP/IP. But you need to settle on something in that respect. And, we're much more on our side involved in decentralization indexes. We're going to set one up at the University of Edinburgh. We have papers we'll write over the summer. We're just starting to think about what a Bill of Rights would look like, because you have to look at it through the lens of governance and the lens of decentralization. So there's a cart before the horse component, and it's an industry-wide conversation.
Yeah, no, I think it's very interesting. It makes me also think about how many different types of DAOs there are, and hybrid DAOs. And I don't know if you've seen that meme going around Twitter, but everyone's in a boat, and there's a hole in the boat, and this is like, hey, there's a hole in the boat. Somebody else says, I like that hole. And Susie says, our boat has a hole, but so does that boat. So that means we're on the right track. Somebody else says, leave everyone else alone. The hole is the hole because the hole is there. No one else should be talking about the hole. So I think about that too in terms of like, hey, how do we come together and have consensus, but at the same time, make everyone feel like they're empowered to like have their own say in a kind of equal and equitable way.
Yeah, and how we tend to do that in practice is that you allow, under non-urgent scenarios, gradual convergence to a decision. So if you have the luxury of time, you can have a long arc deliberative process to get you to where you need to go. If you don't have the liberty of time, then usually what you do is you anoint some group, usually small or an individual, to kind of lead you out of it. So in the case of a crisis like a hole in the boat, Bob gets to plug it. The Romans did this. They had 2 consuls and a senate, and they had kind of an underhouse, and we based our bicameral model in many respects on this. But they also had the notion of a dictator, like Cincinnatus was one, and Sulla was one. And they said, all right, you're in charge for a period of time, go win the war, go fight the thing, and then your powers will expire at some point. You have to be careful, because sometimes dictators disagree on the length of time, and that's actually where the word comes from. But a good governance system should have both properties in certain respects. If there's a crisis, there's the ability to ameliorate that in an orderly way. And if it's other concerns like fundamental rights or competitiveness or strategy, it may take years to converge. And that's okay. It depends on the use case of the system. If I'm building on it, I'd like to know that I'm not building on quicksand and it changes very slowly. One of the things that made the internet so successful is the internet doesn't change a lot. So people felt very comfortable betting on it rather than building competitive structures to change it. Because you're like, well, I can live with this, and I can build on top of this, and build bespoke protocols and so forth. Whereas if the internet changed a lot, like the OSI model, for example, then you probably wouldn't end up, you wouldn't get where you need to go. You would be like, I'm not so sure. What version do I support? What do I do? Like, what if there was 26 versions of IPv? What would Cisco do? These type of things.
Yeah, no, it's fair. And speaking of numbers and building, I want to congratulate you on almost nearly surpassing 1,000 projects building simultaneously on Cardano. So, let's give it up. It's been announced, it's been in the news, and it's been updated.
Congratulating the wrong guy. I didn't do it. They did.
Well, they did it behind a fearless leader.
I'm on the other side. I'm the spectator to that one. Actually, we have a community event tonight, and I said we'll get a few hundred people. 2,000 people have registered. We got like 80 projects showing up. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Anybody going there tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm glad some people like it.
Fantastic. And then I read also, I believe it was in Cointelegraph, that over 100,000 new wallets were created alone in the month of March as well. So given the market conditions.
Oh, it's great. We're consistently in the top 5 of transaction volume. #1 for GitHub commits. 5 million assets issued on the chain. Over 1,000 dApps deployed. And we're just getting started. It's a lot of fun. 900 plus projects funded with Catalyst. The democratic elements of the chain are really waking up. And we're having deep and detailed conversations about the tail end of the roadmap, Basho and Voltaire. So the scale is coming rapidly, and at the same time, governance is really starting to shape up, and it's becoming a beautiful members-based ecosystem. So no pyramids, just circles. And that's a beautiful thing as well. So it exceeded my wildest expectations of what Cardano could achieve. And we did it all with principles. 140 papers and formal methods, never compromised on that. And I'm proud of that, especially as other things explode, which shall remain nameless, and other things look like the old Nintendo where you have to take it out, blow it, put it in, that thing. That also shall remain nameless. You guys know what I'm talking about.
A little nostalgia.
Yeah, and everybody said those people were going to surpass us, and like the tortoise, we just stayed true to form, and little by little moved an inch a day, and it turned out we made some damn progress. Go figure.
Yeah. Congratulations. So about, I think just under or over 100 projects built on Cardano, about 1,000 in the pipeline, so it's a 10x to the current numbers, which is great. And then you have a big upcoming hard fork upgrade at the end of this month. I believe it's pronounced Vasil.
Yeah, it's after Vasil Dobov, who's a good old friend of mine, and he recently passed away. And we thought it was a good tribute to kind of send him off that way. He planted over 10,000 trees throughout his lifetime. He was an amazing guy. He studied math, and he was just the nicest person you'd ever meet. We did the 2nd anniversary of Cardano in Bulgaria with him in Plovdiv. And we didn't have a big thing. We just went outside to the Ag University and planted a bunch of trees with them, the ginkgo trees. So it's a major update. Pipelining is coming. There's a lot of enhancements to the Plutus development experience. The D parameter is completely removed. So all those safety switches are turned off. It really does feel like the final finishing pieces in a very elegant initial foundation for Cardano. And it primes Cardano for mass scale, and it primes Cardano for all the really interesting governance conversations that are coming. There's a lot of people that are willing, capable, and ready to lead, and they're already doing it. They're building tons of great infrastructure. So the next 18 months are going to be just a wild magic carpet ride as those people rise up and they start accelerating. So our best days are definitely ahead of us. And the fact that this is going to be a seamless experience, knock on wood, is a testimony to the upgradability of the system. The hard fork combinator has been great. We've done many hard forks as an ecosystem, and they've been incredibly smooth. You blink and you've missed it. You don't have this, well, will they fork, will they not fork? It failed on the testnet, oh well, like certain other blockchains that shall remain nameless.
Yeah, and when was the last hard fork?
That was last year in, I think, October, November, maybe December. It was, I can't remember the exact time it went through. And, oh, actually, no, it was last year. It was the Alonzo hard fork that we did with smart contracts. That was September. And I think we did a small hard fork a little afterwards to kind of clean up a few things post Alonzo. So there might have been a December fork. I can't remember. But it shows you it's like it's just a thing. It's like an Android update, these types of things. Nobody really thinks too much about it. It's not this catastrophic, oh God, will we be able to pull it off? Because upgradability was built into the system. Because no matter where you start, if you have the capacity to upgrade the system over time, you can absorb any feature or capability. So that's a huge competitive advantage, and it just blows my mind that only a few chains really took this seriously, like Tezos did, and we did, and a few others did. But it's not a core feature of Bitcoin or Ethereum, nor is it in the Ethereum 2 roadmap. In fact, Vitalik has written the opposite. He said, oh, we can't do blockchain governance. That's a bad idea. Okay. So what happens when you have 150 million users? How will you sort all of that out without just giving yourself dictatorial control? Well, you don't need to. Well, then you look like Bitcoin, in which case you can't upgrade at all. So you better be happy with what you got, because you're stuck with it for a decade.
Yeah, you bring up a good point. Do you have any kind of views on Ethereum 2.0 and when that may happen and what that's going to mean to the rest of the ecosystem and Cardano?
Yeah, so tale of two blockchains. We started our proof of stake agenda in 2016. And we wrote a series of papers, the GKL model, Ouroboros Classic, Proust, Genesis, Chronos, and Ledger Redux, and soon to be Laos, and all these other papers. There's like 12 papers, and there's thousands of citations. And everybody said, oh God, you can't do that. If you do peer review, you'll be too slow. It'll be too hard to get something to market. Well, the first version came out in 2017. The version people care about, Shelley, the Ouroboros Proust, came out in 2020. Ethereum started their proof-of-stake research agenda in 2014. And they've been the game longer, and they still have yet to roll it out, because it's really, really hard. And for the first half of the agenda, they said, we're going to be engineers, we don't need to write papers, we don't need to do any of these things. And it failed, and the team fractured, and one did like Casper Labs, and other people did other stuff. Then they said, yeah, maybe we should write research papers. So they finally did, and they published the papers, so we finally can read the protocol, and some people had some issues with it, other people liked it, okay. It looks like they have a viable design. It looks like they know how to build that viable design. It looks like they've built that viable design. So there's a certain degree of inevitability to some form of upgrade to Ethereum, to a proof-of-stake system. That will take a while to work its way through, and if I had to guess, I'd say that it won't be fully operational until deep into 2023, maybe even 2024. But we'll see how long it takes and what they go through. But you have to understand, you can't just design a consensus protocol. You have to design a consensus protocol and a network protocol at the same time for proof of stake. Because all the things you do in proof of work to defend your network protocol with proof of work are super easy. You have algorithmic work to rely on. It's a DDoS control mechanism. It prevents against asymmetrical attacks and so forth. Well, when you go to proof of stake land, you introduce a ton of new attack vectors to your system. And that's, if you're not careful, what causes network partitions, it causes forks, it causes all kinds of terrible things. So you think you have it, and then it breaks, and you're like, shit, how do I put it back together? And it's like Humpty Dumpty, and it's like all the king's men are trying to put the pieces back. So you have to be very careful with it. So what ends up happening is you get to about 85% of design, and that 15% tail just goes and goes and goes and goes. It took us 4 years to design our network stack. 4 years. You know, and so it's not trivial, it's not easy, and there's lovely papers that come out of David Shee's lab at Stanford and other places, and they talk about these things. So I think they have to innovate in 3 different dimensions at the same time with a moving car. They have to design a better network model, they have to design a better consensus model and fire all their miners. That's a hard layoff. And then they also have to get their programming model to work in a sharded environment. Account-based programming has global state, and it's really hard to shard it. You have tons of availability concerns, you have deadlocks and all these things. This is why, you know, CSP exists and these other things exist, because parallelization of an account model is really hard to do in practice. Now contrast that with our accounting model, extended UTXO. It's got local state and it's built for parallelization. It doesn't care how many threads you have. They don't interact more often than not. And when they do, you can accommodate that. So given their accounting model, their network model and other things, to go from 1 to N is really, really hard to do, which is why they're hedging their bets and they're investing so much money in Starkware and all these other things for recursive Starks, and the layer 2 space like the Polygons of the world are gaining traction because those are a halfway house solution. Now, meanwhile, there is already Ethereum 2 out here, Ethereum 1.5, it's Polkadot. You know, it's like, that's the model. Vitalik should have just done that. They borrowed Ouroboros Prowse and they made some improvements on their side, and they've done some great things there, and parachains is a good idea. So all they had to do is just follow Gavin Wood, and they would already have a significantly better product than the one they had. But for whatever reason, the politics worked out in a way where they didn't do that. And that was just surprising to me. I figured that they could have set differences aside and chosen that path. They also had another path to proof of stake, for those who like history in the space. It was out of Cornell. That was Elaine Shee's work when she was there with the IC3. It was called Snow White. And we were competitors with them. We published Ouroboros 2 weeks before Snow White came out. Then they published Sleepy. Then we published Prowse. So we were going back and forth and like beating the shit out of each other in an academic death match that nobody cares about. And I thought for sure, because Vitalik was friends with Elaine, that he would just be like, well, why am I designing a protocol? Cornell's doing it for me. Let me just go do Snow White and use this and add my requirements on top. They didn't do it. They went for proof of stake plus sharding plus all these other features and functionality. It was a very strange way of doing it because there's too much base complexity in that protocol. You build like an onion. You start with a base model of security. That's what we did with GKL. You prove it works under optimistic conditions, and then you make the conditions more pessimistic over time. So static and federated and synchronous network model, then dynamic and model, and it's anybody can join, and then asynchronous network and so forth. And you just keep working your way through, and you resolve things, like you decouple the clock, and we did that with Ouroboros Chronos. But each of those is a paper, and each of those have to go through peer review, because they're delicate models, and if you don't do it right, the whole house of cards comes collapsing down. Protocol design is very, very hard.
And we've seen time and time again, like the hype, the marketing, the media kind of get ahead of itself, and then kind of people start forgetting, like, oh wait, things take time. It takes slow build. You have to test. You have to peer review. You have to base things around research and academics and science and the math behind it.
Right.
Yeah. So
I remember the Ethereum people say I have no technical skills and I'm just a hype guy. You know. That's the other thing, is that they've removed a lot of collaboration in the industry. We're all on the same side, on the academic side. You know, the papers, many different authors, everybody cites each other. We compete with Algorand in the market, but we cite each other's papers. We compete with Avalanche in the market, but there's citations on both sides. So everybody knows each other. It's a small group, and we all work together. The people who don't tend to show up more often than not are on the Ethereum side. They only recently have they been. And in many cases, they've been exceedingly hostile and dismissive. Like Vitalik went to Reddit as his medium, attacking the Ouroboros design and so forth. I saw him at many academic conferences. We were at the Shanghai Winter School together. He was standing 5 feet away from me. Didn't have any problems while all the scientists were there, but I guess on Reddit he's got that decision. And so that's the other thing that's been so distasteful, I'd say, about this, is this presumption of success and this presumption that these are easy problems when in fact they're very difficult problems, and this presumption that you don't need to work with anybody or talk to anybody, or they have to learn how to collaborate with them. Meanwhile, academia has been doing cryptography and protocol design for more than 50 years. We didn't go to crypto and Eurocrypt and say, accommodate us. We said, we'll follow the peer review system that Adi Shamir and Ron Rivest and Leonard Adelman and these other people followed. These are important systems. They have a reason they exist. They're double blind. When a paper is submitted, no names are on it. You don't know who the referees are. And they review the merit of the work, and there's a back and forth refereeing process, and they make a decision whether to accept or reject the paper. And when they reject, they don't just reject, they give you a reason why. Half of our papers get rejected the first time through or more, and we have to clean them up and fix them and submit them again. And I cannot tell you how many problems and small flaws and subtle conversations have resulted from that. The other thing is, how do you build a decentralized brain? If you rely on the heroic brilliance of a founder, what happens when the founder gets hit by a bus? What happens if the founder retires? What if the founder pulls a Satoshi and just disappears? The whole point of the peer review, exactly, and then the whole point of the peer review process is to decentralize your brain. There are people in India who work on it, China and Japan, Venezuela, all across the world. And there's no canonical language or geography or any of these things. And it's an endless well of refreshing because there's always new graduate students. There's always new postdocs. There's always new professors. So you say 50 years from now, the process will be the same, the people will be the same. We were one of the first, not the only now, there's Al Grand and others who are following, but we were one of the first projects to embrace that. It felt so simple and natural, and we got brutally criticized for saying we're so slow and it's unnecessary. Chico Crypto made this lovely video on papers. You know, it's a pretty good video, actually. And now it turns out there's some vindication to that, because we're actually first to market in many things, and all the things are locking together beautifully, like Mithril and Extended UTXO and Ouroboros. And as predicted, a lot of the other people are starting to run into the stumbling blocks that we ran into 4 years ago. And we're saying, welcome to the party. You know, good luck fixing it.
And you leave some blueprints behind for them, right? But not everything.
No patents. It's all open source. All our code is open source. That's the other thing about the tribalism in the space. It's like we wrote 140 papers, not for us, for you guys. So anyone in the audience, anyone in the world, including competitors, can and have used it. Amina Protocol's using some of this stuff. Fly Client from the Bitcoin space, which is now in Zcash and other things. It's based on NipaPows, a paper we wrote. As I mentioned, Polkadot with Ouroboros Praus. The extended UTXO model is the only way to introduce smart contracts in a sensible way to Bitcoin if they so desire it. You know, they're trying with simplicity and these it'll never happen. Extended UTXO is the way to do it. So we're kind of beta testing how Bitcoin would get smart contracts. The sidechain protocols that we've developed, all these types of things. And again, it's all open source. Anybody can use it. Anybody can play around with it. And we love it when that happens. If somebody comes and says, I'm building a new cryptocurrency, I want to use it, say, great, come talk to us. We'll talk to you. It's free. Real free, not like free lunch, real free.
And not like universal basic income free either.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're going to wrap it up here, but I want to leave the audience and everyone tuning in around the world with one more question. And it's like in a market like this, I know you've been quoted on you know kind of a few different YouTube videos of yours saying like all I do is work and build, and that's all I focus in and concentrate on, and it really.
That's not true. I have a personal life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I want to but. That being said, love if you could give a little word of wisdom from like, hey, what do you do, or what keeps you motivated? What are some of the things you do in your personal life that keeps you going with a work-life balance and kind of keeps you striving through to the other side of bear markets, whatnot? That all the projects, all the leaders, all the people thinking about getting in the space are in the space, and one capacity or another can learn from a little bit of your genius.
So I think the analogy is that the bear market is the building market. Build a bear, you know, it's the market you build stuff in. And everybody's friendly in a bear market. Everybody's collaborative. It's easy to have meetings with people. Nobody really is hostile because they're not fighting over this hyperinflated pie. The poaching goes down. You get much better conversations. The conferences get a little skinnier. So instead of these massive, literally they put a fucking golden bull at the Bitcoin Miami. I mean, it's just like the old is the new, right? You know, Moses coming down with the tablets. But you know, when you exit a bull market and you enter a bear market, it's very collaborative and it's much more enjoyable. It's the best times I've had in the space have been during bear markets. Bull markets are crazy. You get so much hype and FOMO and there's so much growth and you get super unrealistic expectations. And then you get a lot of fair weather people that show up that don't care at all about the principles, the mission, the values, the technology, adoption. It's just all about get rich quick, you know. And so it's an irritant because they get in the way of collaboration and they get in the way of progress and adoption, and they don't want to have a conversation about technological things. They want to have a conversation about high yields and these types of things. And in many cases, they embrace Ponzonomics, and the same schemes are recycled on lending and stablecoins and other things again and again. I was in the stablecoin space pretty much before anybody else. We did BitShares, Dan Larimer and I, back in 2013. We created BitUSD with BitShares. It was an over-collateralized US dollar-backed coin that used BitShares as its back. So it was an algorithmic stablecoin. And we had a DEX. Now this was pre-Ethereum. That's how far back it was. Well, one of the initial designs we ruled out was partially collateralized algorithmic stablecoins because in the modeling it has a bank run in certain failure states. So that's an idea 8 years ago, but then suddenly it gets recycled in a bull market, and then you see the consequences of that being recycled. The next bull market will get recycled again, but this time will be different. They always say that, right?
Says, yeah.
You know, so to me, you have to balance the two. And then the other thing is on the work-life balance, getting to the soul of the question, you have to have a sanctuary, whether it be big or small. You have to have a place you can go where you can truly shut off and stop listening to the web and disconnect and just enjoy life and be in the moment. I love nature,
be in your happy place.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I love nature. I have a ranch, but everybody has that place, and as long as you can create that sanctuary, I think you can get through pretty much anything.
Yeah. No, fantastic. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed our talk. Thank you very much for being here. Please do stick around for the next panel coming up. And again, let's thank Mr. Charles Hoskinson.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to reiterate, when I went to the Bitcoin conference in April 2021 and I went to the VIP dinner with Charles, I was so stunned by his ability to communicate and his leadership, and I hope it showcased to you all what great leaders we have in the space right now. What a fun fireside chat. And ultimately, at Dcentral thus far, we've talked about creating and we've talked about Web3, but how interesting a question to see how do you balance your life, because ultimately at the end of the day, we're only in this to live, right? We're only living to live. So what an interesting and intriguing question. How do you balance this work life? I was on Twitter Spaces for a long time during December, getting really deep into the Web3 space, and I forgot to balance my work life because I was on it so much. So make sure you take care of yourselves and make sure you always hydrate. Very important things. Woo woo! Keep it hydrated. Again, my name is Bianca Starr, if you don't already know, positioning myself to be the premier entertainer for NFT education through news, events, and onboarding. I do that through content creation through my company NFT Time. I'm excited to introduce our next panel. Here at Dcentral, we have a beautiful relationship with the Cosmos ecosystem. We love what they're doing, we love what they're creating, especially hosting Secret Network, one of the premier keynote speakers here. And without further ado, I'd love to introduce the moderator for this next DeFi Cosmos panel. So please help me in introducing to the stage, Josh Krieger.
going on, everyone? I was really excited when they asked me to moderate this panel because it's very rare that you get so many different perspectives on an ecosystem in one panel. So we're going to talk to different leaders, building, developing, having sort of pioneered this ecosystem and learn what it's all about. For a little background, I am co-host of Edge of NFT. We are one of the leading NFT podcasts in this space. We've interviewed over 150 leaders, and we also produce NFT LA on the West Coast. Love our relationship with Justin and Michael, the whole Dcentral team. We do a lot of collaboration together, and so honored to be here today. But without further ado, let's bring out our illustrious panel here. We have Django, as well as Brent, as well as Tim, and Ken and Eric. Come on out, guys. So, Cosmos. Let's start by introducing each of you and what role you each play in the Cosmos ecosystem.
Yeah, so I'm Chango. I host a podcast for Cosmos Radio called Interchain FM. It's also a validator. I validate for his chain, Umi. Sorry, not his chain. It's a blockchain project. And I started in Cosmos at Tendermint. 2017, very early on, building the ecosystem out, and it's done really well. And these are all the app chains that have launched in this ecosystem, which is something to be very proud of.
Yeah, awesome. Let's hear from each of you and what you're doing in the ecosystem.
Yes, certainly. Great to be here, guys. My name is Brent. I'm the founder of Umi. Umi is a cross-chain DeFi protocol that interconnects between Cosmos and Ethereum. Before this, I was at Tendermint, and before that, I was an early employee at Consensus, so helped build the early Ethereum ecosystem. And yeah, we're building a lot of cross-chain products. Looking forward to integrating with other networks out there, and excited to be here.
Hey guys, this is Eric Chen, co-founder and CEO of Injective Labs, core contributor to Injective. Injective is an open, interoperable blockchain focusing on advanced decentralized financial applications.
Hi, so I'm Ken, and I lead Kronos Chain. I was here an hour earlier. Kronos is an EVM-compatible Cosmos chain, and so its positioning is somewhat at the crossroads of the Ethereum and the Cosmos ecosystems. The chain is also backed by Crypto.com and plays an important role in enabling users of the centralized exchange to gradually migrate towards public networks and self-custody to experience the full promise of Web3, DeFi, and NFTs.
Right on. And it's awesome to be up here with a fellow podcaster, and you've gone really deep on Cosmos. So I was hoping that you can help kick us off and just give everyone here a layman sort of overview of what is Cosmos all about and what are some of the key differentiators.
Yeah, Cosmos really trailblazed the concept of blockchain interoperability because back in 2017, people were really bought into this fat protocol thesis where everything is going to be hosted on one single fat chain, like Ethereum, for example. And Cosmos really said, no, this is not going to be scalable. So what we want to do is put applications as their own application-specific blockchain and allow them to talk to each other in such a way that replicates the UX of being hosted on the same exact chain, but without any of the scalability bottlenecks. So
what are the benefits of doing that?
Yeah, again, it's scalability, and I'll let the other panelists communicate what sort of benefits that they see with launching their application-specific chain on their own layer one. There's a lot. You're not making your users compete with other users of other applications that are completely not related to your application for compute space, for compute and for block space, like in the way that it happens. When there's a when there's like an NFT drop on Ethereum, for example, everyone is rushing in to redeem that drop, and then it pushes out basically every other application's users from the block space, and that's an issue.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more from each of you about sort of some of the reasons that you chose to build on Cosmos and how it sort of paved the way for the innovation that you've done with your respective projects. Why don't we start with you, Brent?
Yeah, certainly. So, Chango summarized it really well. When you look at, app-specific change, you have a blockchain dedicated to one particular use case. For example, Umi is designed for borrowing and lending. It's not as if we're built on like the Ethereum blockchain. We'd have to compete for computation resources from other applications, like different DeFi protocols competing with NFTs. It's more of a chain dedicated to one particular use case, and there's a lot of ways to kind of optimize it. We've seen, think of an application like Uniswap. This is on the Ethereum blockchain, relies on homogeneous consensus. Imagine if it had its own chain and it was able to dedicate them full resources to optimizing their, AMM platform. So there's quite a bit of advantages in going this route. You're not really susceptible to one homogeneous consensus. You get to interoperate with other protocols and kind of have this soft sovereign world where you're connecting with other chains. So it's really beneficial.
Yeah, it sounds particularly important for what Yumi's all about, which is lending and borrowing from traditionally not compatible currencies, right? So is there sort of something about that mission that Cosmos in particular helps with where you wouldn't be able to do it otherwise?
Oh yeah, definitely. With Cosmos, I think it has some of the best infrastructure for allowing cross-chain connections between other ecosystems. Like if you look at other chains out there, the way that they bridge assets from like for example Ethereum to Solana relies on a more involved proof of authority type bridge. With Cosmos, we have this awesome flagship protocol called IBC. We can transfer tokens from one blockchain to another blockchain with 5 to 7 second finality. That's really fast, great UI. And I think the fact that Cosmos has been able to kind of emblemise this is just a direct indication of their dedication to making sure that we have something usable. We have something that normal folks can use.
Right on. Eric, what about you? What's been your experience using Cosmos, deploying the technology or deploying at Injective Labs?
Yeah, so Brent has spent some time talking about IBC and how powerful it is and how secure and decentralized it is. And for Injective side, basically looking at kind of like the fundamental layer of blockchain, which is Cosmos SDK. If you want to build a specialized application that's scalable, you're generally constrained within the native environment of the blockchain you're building on top of, which could be constraints of EVM, it could be constraints of the scalability and throughput of the blockchain itself. So in order for you to build any type of application that can really differentiate or have a few pieces of feature or value proposition that can really stand out, you'd have to go beyond what's being constrained by the underlying chain. And basically, Cosmos SDK allows you to do that, is to allow you to spin up a blockchain and utilize their extreme flexibility to implement a highly scalable, and for Injective's case, the order book module, the derivatives module, and basically make something that's completely impossible before, which is a fast, stable, and scalable order book infrastructure supporting developers, where developers can utilize that order book infrastructure for derivatives, on-chain automated strategies, and a lot more possibilities along with it, and really serve billions in volume and millions of users.
And Ken, what would you like to add to the conversation in terms of your relationship with Cosmos?
Yeah, so we chose to build Chronos on the Cosmos SDK for a few reasons. So I think the first reason is really philosophical, right? It's this idea that chains represent communities or countries or like regions that have their own personality, and that it is something that needs to be preserved and nurtured. I think that's something that we see every day when we look at crypto markets, and that I've seen now for many years. Just before this panel, like the Cardano community was there and like making itself heard within this room, and you can feel that really. And I think that it's a reality. When people participate in the creation of a token and a network early on, they feel viscerally about it, they are passionate about it, and a particular personality gets built around that, which is incredible, you know, which really drives all the engagement and passion that you can see in the adoption of Web3. And so I think we believe in that, and that has been a huge factor in choosing to support and embrace the Cosmos SDK. Secondly, so we are an EVM chain, right? So we're an EVM compatible chain. So we've also recognized the benefits of leveraging the Ethereum toolkit, the developer tools, the wallet and everything. But under the hood, it was clear also to us that the Cosmos SDK is an incredibly robust, pressure-tested, vetted by the community in terms of the consensus and how it works. And if we're very realistic and practical, when we asked ourselves how to build a chain that is robust, works well, and that we can rely on, the Cosmos SDK emerged as a logical option. And finally, of course, yes, IBC is a huge factor. The reality, however, and I think, Brent, you probably are seeing that as well in your project, right? The reality is that we will all need to look beyond Cosmos in terms of interchain, cross-chain interoperability. It's not like we're going to build a world that is closed off from other blockchain ecosystems. And so it's great to be able to leverage the IBC bridge technology, and we'll also need to adopt and weigh the risks and benefits of other bridge technologies so that we can continue to communicate with the rest of the Web3 ecosystem.
Yeah, that's a really great transition to sort of one of the elephants in the room the last few months, and it's impacted all of us, which is the collapse of Terra, which is, you know, one of the ecosystems that you guys connect with that accounts for a lot of volume. And I know that in the news that Cosmos has been on the hunt for a new stablecoin, right? And I'd love to sort of understand more about that journey, how you all responded to that situation, and what you're thinking about these days in terms of sort of that relationship of those push-pulls on tension and finding the right stablecoin partners to expand the ecosystem.
Yeah, so while the UST implosion was really devastating for certain individuals, obviously, it ultimately we regained the oxygen in the room when it comes to stablecoin competition. You know, just like in Ethereum, there's a lot of different stablecoins at play, and you know, you get to pick and choose. And so, I hate to put it this way, but you know, when UST is sort of not at play anymore, other stablecoins have come out of the woodwork and said, we're going to build a native integration in here. One that we could publicly talk about right now is USDC. They have put Cosmos integration at the back burner for such a long time, and now without UST, they said, okay, we're going to prioritize it now. So that's pretty exciting news. There's other stablecoins now that are currently in stealth that are experimenting with like a Frax model, for example. So now it's kind of the playground has sort of opened up for stablecoin competition, and ultimately in the long run, that is a good thing.
Yeah, and I think it's cool to see how I would say, trying to think of the right word. I mean, you guys are essentially, you have tenacity in terms of the Cosmos ecosystem for that type of situation because of how it's built, right?
Right. So you know, the Terra ecosystem did collapse on itself. However, you know, other app chains have sort of stepped up, and there's a really huge wide support net in the Cosmos ecosystem to really help a lot of the Terra dApps. A lot of them were homeless, and they found refuge in like Umi, Injective, Chronos, on Osmosis as well. And so they were able to rehome pretty quickly just because the stack is so composable. And yeah, they were on CosmWasm smart contracts, and the ones that are CosmWasm enabled were just able to onboard them immediately.
Cool. Go ahead.
Yes, so just one more comment about what happened with the Terra chain. I think when we look back on this period a couple of years from now, we will probably acknowledge that it's a moment that has been important for all of us in terms of realizing the responsibility that we have towards users. Right? So of course, all our chains are public, and people have to do their own research, but the reality is that lots of people lost their life savings, and I think we all realize now that we've seen that unfold how big of a responsibility it is, and we have to live up to it. Secondly, however, I think that all the postmortems in terms like people saying, hey, we knew it was going to collapse, I don't think that's real. I think that there are many projects in our ecosystem that when they first appeared, it was hard to say whether they would fly or not. Some of them, I don't know, when Maker first arrived, it wasn't obvious to anyone that such a crazy model would be so resilient, and it ended up being so resilient. But it's really hard to predict innovation, how innovation is going to work when you first see it. So I hope that we continue to see crazy projects. While at the same and pushing the boundaries of innovation, while at the same time, taking the responsibility with respect to our users and trying to protect them.
That's a really good point. I had dinner yesterday with someone that's planning a pitch event in Asia, and one of the interesting points he made is that they have a Judge's Choice Prize for maybe not the one that stands out to all the judges collectively as the most innovative project, but the one that could be a flyer, that could fly and you would have never predicted. And, because he had been to so many events, judged so many events where it wasn't the first or the second or the third most obvious project that ended up taking off. It was the fifth or sixth one that just happened to have the right ingredients in that moment. And for me, that leads to just a personal curiosity question. You all are, saturated in the Cosmos ecosystem. I'd love to hear from you some of the unique NFT, unbiased edge of NFT, and DeFi use cases for Cosmos that you're seeing that maybe is on the horizon.
Yeah, so the Stargaze network is an app-specific chain that specifically hosts NFTs. Osmosis is actually starting to do that. So there's somebody building out Wasmo NFTs. If you're familiar with the Osmosis design art, that's pretty cool. And there's going to be some announcements there at OsmoCon tomorrow. But yeah, it's going to be a marketplace as well. So and then there's also Evmos that has a NFT marketplace. Secret Network also has secret NFTs. So there's just a lot of different Cosmos app chains that are addressing this NFT niche, and they're all the primitive is there on CosmWasm, CW721, the token standard. So you could basically build out your NFTs in the Cosmos ecosystem on a chain that you choose, or build your own app chain for NFTs.
Cool. And you guys are all pushing the limits too with DeFi, and I think part of doing that is through partnerships. That's sort of the spirit of Web3, and while we're all here and everyone's so accessible. So I'd love to learn a little bit more about some of the partnerships you have on the horizon, some of the ways that you're pushing the envelope over the next 3 to 6 months.
Yeah, so we just announced a collaborative effort with MakerDAO today. Yeah, it's like you said with stable coins. The Cosmos ecosystem unfortunately suffered a big loss with UST.
I saw your press release on that, by the way. It's already out there.
We're really excited about it, and there's two things we want to consider with stable coins. One is the concept that they need to be safe and reliable. And the other is that we want like a Cosmos native stablecoin that interacts with Cosmos. And we felt that DAI has a substantial amount of collateral backing. The most blue chip collateral, things like Ethereum, Uni LP tokens like USDC and ETH, WBTC, Link, Wi-Fi, other assets that are really solid collateral. And MakerDAO's been tested. We saw Black Thursday, March 12, 2020. When suddenly, the price of crypto dropped precipitously and MakerDAO was like challenged. Luckily enough, we had a community that came together, a VC ecosystem that, helped restore the DAI peg. But these are all like, different indications of how anti-fragile this system is. And, we saw that. And, since my time at Tendermint, we've been trying to get, Cosmos assets used as collateral for DAI for, many years, and we're continuing that process with, interacting with the Maker ecosystem. And so with all those things in consideration, we're happy about, introducing more opportunities to use DAI in the Cosmos ecosystem, despite, some of the unfortunate circumstance with other stablecoins like UST. We think that this ecosystem is going to grow. There's going to be a lot of use cases.
Cool. And Eric, what are your thoughts there? What kind of partnerships do you have cooking, and where do you see Injective Labs moving towards the rest of this year?
Yeah, so I can't talk about, obviously, upcoming ones, but most recently, and this goes really well with the overall philosophy of the community itself, which wants to be basically have as much unopinionated view within this multi-chain world and be maximally interoperable with all ecosystems, no matter which platform, which blockchain, which type of consensus mechanism. And most recently, I think Injective recently integrated with Polkadot ecosystem, so that allows basically dot asset and many more to be bridged through Axelar and towards Injective, actually with Moonbeam in the middle as well, which is really interesting. And on top of that, and I think right before that was a wormhole integration where basically it can allow to bring over networks like Solana and also Ava onto the Injective blockchain, and also to the greater IBC ecosystem, and to really allow all these ecosystems and networks to connect together, access to as much liquidity as possible, and turn IBC into a global position.
Great. Ken?
Yeah, so maybe I'll highlight two partnerships and types of partnerships. So the first partnership that is really important to us, of course, is our strategic partnership with Crypto.com. Practically what that means is that we have access to users and liquidity in any of the world's top 50 cryptocurrencies. And that liquidity can be withdrawn into Cronos with very easy on-ramp, and then imported, invested, and traded in any of the EVM-type DeFi protocols that you know and love. So, of course, that means that we are able to import the cryptocurrencies of the Cosmos ecosystem, but also those of the Ethereum, Polkadot, and other ecosystems. And that's been a great source of innovation in terms of the products that are being built on Cronos. Secondly, and one topic that is very dear to our heart right now is interchain accounts. And we're at the very beginning of our journey with respect to exploring how interchain accounts can be used to create further innovation. It would be really great if indeed we could find ways to lock certain assets, in particular NFTs, as collateral on one of the Cosmos chains, and use that collateral to take a loan on Cronos and do other DeFi investments. And we're at the very beginning. It's quite hard to make a Solidity smart contract talk to interchain accounts. There's probably a few months of R&D ahead of us, but that's an innovation that we're really excited about.
Very cool. Well, let's ask an even more difficult question, which is for all of us to sort of fast forward 5 years into the future, just recognizing the speed of the accelerated speed of innovation that's already occurred just the last few years. I don't expect the right answers, but let's just get curious, I guess, and creative. Where is this all going? If we're 5 years ahead and we're talking about all these converging technologies, machine learning, Internet of Things, AI, and then on top of it, DeFi and NFTs, and with respect to the Cosmos ecosystem, what would you predict things could look like?
So yeah, in 5 years, I have like I can imagine the decentralized web really getting more mature and having Web3 primitives being built out and scaled to such a scale that could reach real true mass adoption within the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe not this close out, like 5 years. But yeah, I think like decentralized identifiers and on-chain names and those types of things, especially if we're experimenting in the NFT and Metaverse world. So I really think that we're going to get really creative and have people accessing Web3 applications with their NFTs. I think that's a total possibility. And having metaverses built out, or whatever that means, they're able to have their avatars that are completely authenticated with their keys in that paradigm. So yeah, I think we're going to keep building towards that vision. Like everything that we are talking about right now is going to be a true possibility in the next 5 to 10 years. It's not really built out now, though.
Cool. Do you see like mainstream traditional companies using the Cosmos ecosystem?
Eventually, yeah. It will be through any of the apps that they interface with, any of the app chains that they interface with. The other thing that I didn't add that I'm thinking about now is homes. The thing that Sunny Agrawal, who of Osmosis, talks about frequently is turning distinct non-fungible assets into continuous assets. So I think we're going to be able to buy homes and then tokenize them, put them in buckets, create some sort of like index out of it, and then we'll be able to swap them sort of fungibly. And then obviously plug them into DeFi so that you could collateralize using an NFT of your tokenized house and then take loans off of it to do whatever you want with it. So that stuff's all coming very soon.
Yeah, I'm excited about the real estate use cases. They've been in discussion for years, I think like 2017, and now things are really happening in that space. Any other predictions, guys?
There are quite a few like very interesting crossing primitives that I think like everyone within the IBC ecosystem and a lot of people within this multi-chain world are probably brainstorming and thinking about a couple of primitives that could be explored very much in depth over the next 5 years. Generally there's a lot of Ethereum-based primitives and interesting concepts such as cross-chain flash loan and so forth could all be very much possible in a few years within the IBC ecosystem, and also between multiple networks that's not necessarily natively IBC enabled. And on top of that, I think generally it's not even just app chain itself capturing a lot of audience, but probably inter-app chain applications and protocols being built to aggregate a lot of these values. For example, the overall cross-chain composability primitive could be very much explored extensively, where people don't necessarily realize which network are they interfacing with or which blockchain are they on, but it's all being worked in the back end in a marvelous way. And there are certainly a lot of really talented projects working towards this, and I think Injective, and I'm sure everyone else is here here for a ride.
Yeah, we are out of time, so I'll just add one thing. So with respect to Chronos, we're investing a lot in gaming. We believe that it's going to be a vector for adoption of Web3, and I'm sure this is not news to any of you in this room. But as a result of that, I think that what we're going to see is the convergence of DeFi and Metaverse, meaning that all those DeFi protocols that so far existed just to trade assets, meaningless assets, are going to be used to create economies in digital worlds, in gaming worlds. And so if that is going to happen, then I think this whole idea of chains representing communities and being somewhat self-contained, I think that whole notion is going to be super relevant. Game developers right now are already building games and trying to ring fence the chains that they're leveraging for their games for for most of the game actions, and so the whole construct of Cosmos is highly relevant in this context.
Right on. Well, this audience is Web3 savvy, so they can look up your names and find you on Twitter and your websites and all that good stuff. But before we leave, I want to plug this exciting Osmos event you have tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about it if people want to go further down the rabbit hole and they're already hanging out in Austin and it's a little bit hot out there, so you may as well find some good learning opportunities inside.
Yeah, we are having a one-day conference tomorrow at the AT&T and Hotel Conference Center. It's called OsmoCon. General admissions are open, so you could just go to osmocon.com.
Right on. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us today. I learned a lot, and I hope you all did out there as well.
Just want to reiterate, we love our partnership with Cosmos and everything that is being built on the network. We have had excellent speakers across the stage all day. We have seen innovation from Secret Network. We have seen innovation in building security amongst blockchains. We have seen solutions to problems and problems to solutions. We are looking to create and build in Web3 right now. And even though it is a bear market, make sure you understand that don't be a bear and hibernate, but create, create, create. Thank you so much for joining us today. We do have one last talk, last but definitely not least. I am pleased and so blessed to introduce a dear friend of mine to the stage to begin the fireside chat. Fu Stiles is the CEO of Blockchain PR, and she is also a partner here with Dcentral. Please give it up. Give a huge round of applause for Fu Stiles.
Hello. Thank you. All right, so we're a little behind schedule, but I'd like to announce that after this fireside chat, we will be announcing the winner of the bull riding challenge outside who won 1 ETH, so that's really exciting. So today we have a really special guest. I'd like to introduce Capadonna from Wu-Tang Clan. Woo! Woo, 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 woo!
Yeah. So, just want to say what's up. NFT in the house. This is Big Cappuccino the Great, a.k.a. Capadonna. You already know. Killer Bees on the Swamp. What's up?
Welcome to Dcentral.
Make some noise.
Woo!
Let's get it.
And Capadonna couldn't make it today. He's late. He'll be here tomorrow.
Method Man couldn't make it.
I'm sorry. Method Man, sorry.
I'm always in the house.
But instead we have a representative from Melos, Chang Lin. So welcome, Chang. Woo!
This is my crew. This is my crew.
So.
Now it's really Wu-Tang, right? What's up? How y'all feeling today? Y'all good?
Yeah, woo!
Like y'all going to sleep out there. It's been a long day,
Yeah,
huh?
we're the last talk.
It's been a long day, man. Y'all got to get in tune with this NFT right now, man. Get some of this good, positive energy that's going around. Talk to him.
Well, Method couldn't be here today, but he did make a video for us. So we're going to play that right now before we start our chat. So go ahead and...
What's up? This is Method Man. And I want to announce my hot new drops with Mellow Studios, where you can come co-create with exclusive never-before-heard music. Once you own the NFT music file, you and all your friends can slice, dice, remix, and distribute royalties on a point-based system. Meaning you can be the main star of your record and allow the DJ to remix your record streams in infinite virtual Web3 metaverses. Mellow Studios is allowing producers to share music with artists and listeners like never before, and earn while doing it. My songs, Where the Hook Go and Sneak, are out now on Mellow Studios. First Music NFT holders will have the chance to win a Zoom call with me, VIP tickets for one of my concerts, and limited edition merchandise. Salute, be safe.
All right. Well,
said a mouthful right
he
there.
did. Well, before we get into what you're doing with Mellows, first of all, tell me what Capadonna means.
Capadonna means consider all poor people acceptable, don't oppress nor neglect anyone.
Wow.
Capadonna.
How did you come up with that?
Just kind of came to me one day, just walking down the block, and that particular order, that was, it was amazing. Like, I didn't even really give it a second thought. It was almost like it was given to me from the universe. The name itself, Capadonna, came from my younger brother. He was calling me Kappa Slapper. I didn't like the slapper part because, mama told me not to hit women, but I changed that to Don. And then everybody was a Don, so I put the N-A on it, Capadonna. I thought I created a name when I came with the name Capadonna, but after maybe 10, 20 years, I'm getting off the Verrazano Bridge one day, going into Staten Island. That's where I grew up at. I was born in Brooklyn. I grew up in Staten Island. And the first exit off the Verrazano Bridge is Capadonna Boulevard. You know what I mean? Is it a coincidence? So it's like, yo, I feel like I was born for this. I was born for this. And, the acronym just speaks for itself. They say there's power in the name.
There is.
And I think that name, broken down in that sequence of acronym has a lot of power and value in it.
Well, you are a gift to this. You are a gift from the universe.
Thank you. The universe is a gift to me.
The man made me cry backstage, but just hearing him in an interview, and so inspiring. But speaking of the name, where did the name Wu-Tang come from?
Wu-Tang, that name kind of came from Kung Fu movies that we used to watch back in the days. The Shores Brothers, Wu-Tang, Into the Wu-Tang 36, Master Killer, all of these movies from then that we used to watch on like Saturday and Sunday. RZA kind of incorporated that into our rap style, so we just came up with the name Wu-Tang for ourselves because we always was a clan. It was always a lot of us, so we came up with Wu-Tang Clan. And Wu-Tang, the acronym for that is witty, unpredictable talent, and natural gain.
Natural gain.
Natural gain.
Wow. And so how did you become part of Wu-Tang? How did it all happen?
Well, we kind of grew up together, young bunch of young guys on the block, playing just the story of the ghetto, and rapping was, part of our culture. It started in the Bronx, it spread throughout the 5 boroughs first, and we was very intrigued with that and attracted to it. And then, we just started rapping, and we had a group from Staten Island called the Force MCs, who later became the Force MDs. They was like the first rap group, R&B. To me, they invented R&B because I never heard nobody sing and rap on that level at that time. And so that, it inspired a lot of us. And we rapped a lot throughout our childhood, made beats and tried to mimic Run DMC and LL Cool J and all of these guys. And when I came home from incarceration, you know, living a street life and hustling and all of that, I was introduced to the group. You know, they was already established at that time, so I didn't think it would be any time, you know, for me to be a part of it, but they invited me in. I got on the first album with Raekwon and Ghostface Killah called Built for Cuban Links. The first song I did was called Ice Cream, and from there it just took off.
Yeah, they're telling us we have 1 minute left, so just get it really quick. So can you tell us what Melos is and why you're collaborating with Melos?
Well, Melos is actually a Web3 music platform that really what allows is allowing people to co-create together. So this is something what used to be back in the days with the mixtapes, but now you do it digitally through NFTs that it shows a traceable track of ownership of everyone who collaborates into the product at the end. And then thanks to smart contract that is with blockchain, it can react backward towards all the revenue generated out of the product. So it is a new way how mixtapes are actually made. Back in the days with tapes, now just with NFTs, right, with the music. So what we believe is we would love to see new ways how music can be created all around the world together from people, by people, from different regions. And this is the whole value we want to seek into.
That's right, and I'm proud to be a part of that. So Mellow Studios invited me in, you know what I'm saying? And now, you know, I got the opportunity for my music to go even further into space and create new genres and new art for artists to also, like Method Man said, come parlay with me, do work with me, and then win prizes, you know what I'm saying, and, add on to what's been already created and to be a part of something and to make it just a collective item for the whole NFT.
All right. Well, thank you for sharing with us about what you're doing with Melos and your NFT drop. And I just wanted to announce the winner of the Melos Bull Ride Challenge.
Here we go.
Over 6 minutes on the mechanical bull. Over 6 minutes. The man is right here. Arnie,
give it up,
give it up, Arnie. Woo! And he wins 1 ETH.
He rolled that like a Harley Davidson.
And so, yeah, so can you give us a 16 on the way out?
Oh man, I'm gonna give you a 16 on the way out like this. Hey yo, you heard other raps before, but kept waiting for the son of song. I keep dance hall strong. Peace, another worthy of my cause. I prolong extravaganza. Time sits still, no propaganda. Be wary of the skill as I bring forth the music. Make love to your eardrum. Dedicated to rap, beware the fearsome. Lebanon, Don, Malcolm X, B threat. CD massacre, murder to cassette. I blow the shop up, you ain't seen nothing yet. One man ran trying to get away from it. Put your bifocals on, watch me coming into your chamber like Freddy into dreams. This could boomerate the technique in your scheme. 4 chords applause like a blackjack did that. You stuck on stupid like I'm stuck on the map. No place to go except next show, bro. These entertaining motherfuckers can't stop in battling. You don't want me to start tattling. All up on the stage cause y'all snakes keep rattling shit. You ain't got nothing on the rich. Every other day my whole dress code switch. So just in case you wanna clock me like Chevy, all y'all crap ain't got to worry. You can't get a brother like Don Dime a dozen. Even if I'm smoked out, I can't be scoped out. I'm too ill. I represent Park Hill. See my face on a $20 bill. Cash it in and get $10 back. The fat LP with cappuccino on the wax. Put it in your thing, put valve up to 12. Put all the other LPs back on the shelf and smoke a blunt and dial 917-1604-9311 and you could get long dick hip hop perfection. I damage any MC who step in my direction. I'm Staten Island's best, son. Because you heard, niggas still, that shit is absurd. My repertoire is USSR. PLO style got thrown out the car and ran over by the Method Man G. Divine can't define my style is so deep like my low cut face. They bushy like a porcupine. I part backs like a spine. Cut you like a blunt, reconstruct your design. I know you wanna diss me, but I can read your mind cause you weak in the knees like SWV. Trying to get a title like Wu Killer B, can't change your habit. You know I'm friends with the Abbott. Me and RZA raw name printed in the tab under vets. We paid our debts for mad years. Hyphenated sound, now we out like bears and born power. Born physically, power speaking. The truth in the song be the pro-black teacher.
He will be at the after party tonight.
We do it big. happening here at Decentral. We even got a mic drop from the Wu-Tang Clan. Wow. Who knew? Who knew that you could mix entertainment, real entertainment from the Wu-Tang Clan? Come on now. One more round of applause. Real entertainment and education on Web3 initiatives. I have been on this stage for the past 2 days, and it's been my absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here to introduce new innovators in the Web3 space, in DAOs and NFTs in the Metaverse. I'm so grateful. Again, my name is Bianca Starr. Thank you so much for allowing me to be your host. I really do appreciate it. Woo, woo, woo. Love it. But without further ado, I can't not introduce the co-founders of Dcentral, because without them, none of this would be possible. So please give a warm round of applause for Esther Ng, Michael Huynh, and Justin Wu.
We back.
We back. Well, I want to give a big shout out again, especially for everybody staying here for the final hour of day 2. Give yourself a round of applause. Ton of knowledge, ton of content. I want to say thanks again for everybody tuning in, even live stream as well, or pre-record if you're watching this a little bit later as well too. But we're wrapping up here for Dcentral. Want to say thanks again. We'll see you again soon for Dcentral Miami as well too. So thanks again for being part of the community. We're going to continue to build it up together.
Thank you so much everyone for coming and joining us. We really appreciate it, and we'll see you in Miami.
Thanks, everyone. But you guys always got to remember, I'm a DGen boy going to Dcentral, minting NFTs, farming DeFi yields.
But you have to be crypto poor and JPEG rich.
There we go. Always stay
awesome.
true.
Well, thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you at Clive for the after party.
Great, bye. Thank you.
All right, cool.